world of martial arts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276 Epiphany. The 8 Sounds of the Mysterious Wind. Qin Wuxin grabbed the strings of the zither with her bare hands, and the sound of the zither suddenly became shrill, like a brocade being torn apart. 8 different sounds of the zither flew out at the same time. These sounds were not separate attacks, but had a wonderful connection with each other. The sounds could resonate, interfere with each other, and reflect to form echoes. Various complex changes were constantly changing in the 8 notes, and there was a lot of murderous intent contained in them, and it was invisible and intangible. This kind of attack was the first time Qin Wuxin used it in this martial arts competition. The opponents he met before were defeated with just a few clear sounds. The 8 Sounds of the Mysterious Wind. The girls of the Qin sect were excited when they saw Qin Wuxin perform this move. This was the Qin sect's ultimate skill, the core skill among the core skills. They naturally had no chance to learn skills of this level. In fact, with their talents, even if they reluctantly learned it, it would be a waste of time. It would be better not to learn it. This Feng Shui 8 Sounds is an attack method that the founder of the Qin sect found in an ancient monument. It is extremely powerful. Now seeing Qin Wuxin perform it, the girls of the Qin sect all widened their eyes and pricked up their ears, fearing that they would miss a detail. In their opinion, Qin Wuxin is so talented that the power of Feng Shui 8 Sounds is unimaginable. If he is attacked by the opponent, it would be fine if he has no chance to use it. Once he uses it, it will really sweep everything. Feng Shui 8 Sounds has been used. Wuxin has really met his match this time. The old woman of the Qin sect looked solemn. This kid named Lin Ming was too difficult to deal with. He could actually see through the trajectory of King Gain's attack. However, Feng Shui 8 Sounds has many changes and mysteries. When she was young, she didn't know how many masters she defeated with this set of Feng Shui 8 Sounds. Wuxin has already practiced Feng Shui 8 Sounds to 70% of its level. I wonder how this kid can block it. Thinking of this, the old woman showed a cold smile on her face. At this moment, Lin Ming's heart was calm. He had already sensed the 8 murderous intentions hidden in the void through the artistic conception of wind. Although Feng Shui 8 Sounds was extremely mysterious, the names of the moves could not leave the word wind. As long as it was inseparable from the transmission of air, Lin Ming could grasp the various changes of the notes through the artistic conception of wind. At that moment, Lin Ming closed his eyes. Facing the attack of sound, vision had lost its meaning, and even hearing was no longer useful, because when he heard the sound of the piano, the attack had already arrived. With the assistance of the ethereal martial intention, Lin Ming instantly entered a state of emptiness and selflessness, and the powerful and vast soul power spread out like an octopus. At this time, Lin Ming had cut off the 5 senses, and lost the disturbance of sight and hearing. Lin Ming's soul perception was so sharp that it was terrifying. Every slight fluctuation of the breath around him was under his control. 8 notes were captured by Lin Ming without a single leak. The first note, slow vibration frequency, low like waves. The second note, the vibration frequency was slightly faster and clear like a bird's cry. The third note, the vibration was slight and hard to detect, like the sound of an insect chirping. The fourth note, the vibration was strong, and the sound was as terrifying as an earthquake or landslide. The 8th note, the vibration was strong and the frequency was extremely fast, like a silver bottle breaking, or a knife carving ice. These 8 notes were different, and they collided with each other, resonated, reflected, and changed endlessly. The different frequencies and the different vibration intensities. At that moment, Lin Ming suddenly realized that there was such a law contained in the vibration. 8 shots were fired instantly. Each shot contained vibration essence of different frequencies and intensities, corresponding to the 8 notes one by one. Puff puff puff, puff 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 puff. At the same time, 8 sounds were heard in the void, and each sound was very slight, as if a firework had been set off with a dud. It was completely different from the first harsh collision sound. What? The warriors around opened their mouths in astonishment, especially those Qin sect girls who knew the power of Feng Shui 8 Sounds, who were even more incredulous. If Lin Ming only defeated Qin Wuxin, they would not be surprised. After all, Lin Ming even defeated Jiang Lanjian. However, now, Lin Ming fired 8 shots at the same time and cracked Feng Shui 8 sounds cleanly and neatly, which was beyond their understanding. These 8 notes are varied and are a technique found in ancient ruins. How could they be cracked so easily? The most intense reaction was still the Qin sect leader. This old woman who was over 200 years old changed color on the spot and stood up directly. Impossible. Qin sect leader has such a keen eye. Ordinary warriors only know that Lin Ming cracked Feng Shui 8 sounds, but don't know the specific cracking process. But Qin sect leader saw the whole process clearly. The 8 shots Lin Ming stabbed, each shot contained different true essence, which just corresponded to the 8 notes. But even the leader of Qin sect didn't know what method Lin Ming used to make a stream of true energy just offset and annihilate a note so that the sound didn't leak out at all, and it made such a low and hoarse sound, as if Qin Wuxin's piano music disappeared out of thin air. This kid must have sensed something mysterious at that moment. It was obviously the first time he encountered Feng Shui 8 sounds. How could he have such an understanding? How could he break the core technique of my Qin sect with one move? The leader of Qin sect felt that he couldn't accept this fact. Feng Shui 8 sounds was the most advanced technique of Qin sect. It was broken by a 16-year-old boy with one move, just like the collapse of faith. The elders around saw that the leader of Qin sect reacted so violently, and they didn't know why. They didn't understand music, nor did they know the mystery of vibration. Qin sect leader, what made you lose your composure? Shi Zongshan asked slowly. The leader of Qin sect had a gloomy face, gritted her teeth and sat down, but didn't answer. She didn't want to praise Lin Ming's understanding, which was equivalent to slapping her Qin sect in the face. Shi Zongshan smiled slightly. Although he didn't understand the mystery of music, he could roughly guess what the Qin sect master was surprised about. It was not easy for this kid to make this old woman lose her composure like this. It was getting more and more interesting. On the stage, Qin Wuxin finally lost her usual calm expression. The sound of the piano was infused with her true energy. No one knew what had just happened better than her. Lin Ming's true energy was vibrating. The 8 shots he stabbed, the true energy contained in each shot had different vibration intensity and frequency, just annihilated each other with her piano sound. How did he do this? Qin Wuxin's eyelashes trembled slightly. She wanted to reach out to touch the piano, but her hand stopped halfway. She found that Lin Ming stood there with his eyes closed, unaware of everything around him, as if he had entered some strange state. Sudden enlightenment? A warrior suddenly comprehended a certain law, and was likely to enter a state of sudden enlightenment. In just a few dozen breaths, his own cultivation, soul power, and understanding of artistic conception may all grow by leaps and bounds. This is an extremely wonderful state, which can only be encountered by chance. Many masters who have cultivated to the Xianshan or even Zuandan realm have never experienced an epiphany. Qin Wuxin knows this state so well, because she has also experienced it. By chance, she was practicing the Qin heart in the valley. After sitting in meditation for 3 days and 3 nights, she suddenly entered the state of epiphany. After waking up, the Qin heart was fully developed. There are only a few people in the history of the Qin sect who have achieved the full development of the Qin heart at the age of 18. Otherwise, she would not be able to use the Qianxue 8 sounds. Epiphany is the state that all warriors dream of. It may happen anytime and anywhere. Once interrupted, this state will also end. Qin Wuxin hesitated for a moment, withdrew her hand, and quietly waited for Lin Ming to end his epiphany. She sighed in her heart. This young man's opportunity and talent are really enviable. His original strength is so strong, and he actually had an epiphany in the battle. I'm afraid that Jiang Boyan and Mu Gubuayu will find it difficult to suppress him. Lin Ming's epiphany this time comes from his understanding of the law of vibration. Sound is just a kind of vibration, and vibration is the origin of sound. Qin Zan disciples are proficient in music, but they are only proficient in music. In terms of understanding vibration, they are far inferior to Lin Ming. After such a long time of intensive study on the strength of silk, Lin Ming has already faintly touched the origin of vibration, which is the so-called vibration artistic conception. Just after being inspired by Qin Wuxin's Feng Shui 8 sounds, Lin Ming suddenly realized The use of rules allows Lin Ming to perfectly control the strength and vibration frequency of the true essence, and instantly annihilates Feng Shui sounds. The sound disappears directly, so it will make such a low and dull sound after the collision. Otherwise it will be like the first collision. The sound energy will explode and make a harsh sound. So that's it. When the vibration frequency is the same and the vibration direction is completely opposite, the two vibrations will completely cancel each other out and disappear. Then conversely, when the vibration frequency is the same and the vibration direction is also the same, the vibration will be superimposed and become stronger. Lin Ming muttered to himself, the vibration true essence in his body superimposed on each other and differentiated invisibly. Each vibration true essence was divided into two, and 5,000 shares became 10,000 shares. HUO. Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes, and for a moment his eyes seemed to be flashing with lightning. The state of enlightenment for just 10 breaths allowed his soul power to reach a higher level, and his true essence also increased significantly. His cultivation at the peak of bone forging completely overflowed. It began to flow into the meridians on its own. Lin Ming's meridians had already been connected by chance when he absorbed the purple dragon divine thunder. It was just because of Mu Qianxue's warning that Lin Ming relied on the power of thunder to open his meridians, not his true essence. If he broke through the condensation meridian stage, it would lead to an unstable foundation. That's why Lin Ming didn't break through by force, but wanted to wait until the true essence of the bone forging stage accumulated to overflow naturally and flow into the meridian spontaneously, so that the foundation would be the most solid. Because the true essence was suppressed and did not flow into the body's meridians, everyone, including Qianxue, did not notice that Lin Ming's meridians had actually been connected for a long time. Now, the true essence is finally overflowing. As long as Lin Ming is given a night of meditation, he can consolidate his realm and officially enter the initial stage of condensation meridian. This kid seems to have made a breakthrough. Shi Zhongshan was extremely surprised. A warrior who just turned 16 at the condensation vein stage was rare even on Shenhuang Island. Breakthrough? Humph, it's just that his true essence has reached the bone forging stage. There is a bottleneck between the bone forging and the condensation vein stage. He needs to open up his meridians. How can it be so fast? The old woman from Qin sect curled her lips. The more miracles happened to Lin Ming, the more unhappy she became. Chapter 277 Breakthrough of Condensed Veins. Breakthrough? Humph, it's just that the true essence has reached the fullness of the bone forging stage. There is still a small bottleneck between the bone forging and vein condensing stages. The meridians must be connected. How can it be so fast? The old woman of Qin sect curled her lips. The more miracles happened to Lin Ming, the more unhappy she was. The bottleneck from the bone forging stage to the vein condensing stage is something that every warrior cannot avoid. Warriors with poor foundations often get stuck here for more than 10 years, or even decades. Such a long time also means the end of their martial arts path. For the geniuses of the sect, the bottleneck of the vein condensing stage is naturally not a problem, but it is very normal to delay a few months or half a year to break through. For young geniuses who have been racing against time, a few months is already precious. The old woman of Qin sect was already jealous of Lin Ming at this time, especially since Lin Ming broke the Feng Shui sounds of their Qin sect. Shi Zhongshan touched his beard and did not respond. He also felt that it was impossible for Lin Ming to break through the bottleneck of the vein condensing stage so quickly. Just a moment ago, he felt that Lin Ming's true essence had a tendency to flow into his meridians, but was quickly stopped by Lin Ming. This kid has a big heart. I believe that all his breakthroughs along the way were natural breakthroughs after his true essence overflowed. This way has the most solid foundation, but of course it also takes the most time. Even in the 7 Profound Valley, only a few geniuses would do this. Otherwise it would only waste a lot of time and the gains would not outweigh the losses. Lin Ming was just born a commoner, and it was rare for him to have such vision. Shi Zhongshan said, even if there is a bottleneck in the condensation vein stage, it will only block Lin Ming for half a year at most. It is stable for him to break through the condensation vein stage at the age of 16 and a half. At the age of 16 and a half. This result is not bad for a 4th grade sect. It's just not bad. The leader of the Qin sect emphasized the word not bad. As far as I know, Jiang Boyan of the Sword Sect reached the condensation vein stage at the age of 16 and 6 months. Wuxin of Mu Qianxue sect was 2 months later, 16 and 8 months, and the difference is not too big. Haha, Boyan and Wuxin are naturally not bad either. Shi Zhongshan knew that this old woman was very face conscious and not very tolerant, so he agreed with her. What he valued about Lin Ming was not Lin Ming's cultivation speed. He had just reached the peak of bone forging at the age of 16, which was the level of 6th grade medium talent. He was not a monster. What he valued about Lin Ming was Lin Ming's comprehension, soul talent, compatibility with thunder energy, and his magical true energy and physique. Thank you for holding back, Lin Ming said to Qin Wuxin. He had just realized the sudden enlightenment for a full 10 breaths. During this time, Lin Ming was completely defenseless except for the body protecting true energy. If Qin Wuxin took the opportunity to perform the wind mysterious 8 sounds, Lin Ming would definitely be seriously injured. Losing the game is not a big deal. If the state of sudden enlightenment is broken, affecting the perception of the rules and the improvement of cultivation, that would be a heavy loss. Qin Wuxin said, you and I have no grudges. I will naturally not do such a vicious thing. Since you have finished the sudden enlightenment, then our game can have a conclusion. Well, good. Lin Ming shook the heavy mysterious soft silver spear in his hand. At this time, he was also eager to verify the power of the new strength like silk. 10,000 vibrating true energy hummed excitedly, and even the heavy mysterious soft silver was trembling slightly. Wind mysterious 8 sounds double click. Qin Wuxin suddenly plucked the strings of the zither, and the long brewing double wind mysterious 8 sounds whistled out. This move was the first time she used it in actual combat. Firstly, the double strike Feng Shui 8 sounds would consume a lot of true energy. Secondly, the opponents that Qin Wuxin had faced in the past often rushed to her desperately at the beginning, rarely giving her time to accumulate true energy. As for those who could not rush to her, they could be defeated without the double strike Feng Shui 8 sounds. The sound of the Qin suddenly sounded, and all kinds of sounds swept in. The sound of the wind, the sound of birds singing, the sound of the tsunami, the sound of thunder. Some were low, some were high, and some were slight. There were far more than 8 kinds of sounds. After colliding with each other and overlapping, they were chaotic. Lin Ming kept his eyes closed, and everything in the void could not escape his perception. More than half of the sounds do not contain true energy. Double strike Feng Shui 8 sounds, a total of 16 layers of killing intent, and the rest are all clear sounds without attack power. The spear swept out, with a whistling sound of 10,000 vibrations of true energy. Bang 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 bang. The iron cavalry rushed out, and the silver bottle suddenly cracked. The loud sound of the broken nodes shook the protective light curtain of the entire arena. Lin Ming did not use clever strength this time, but used absolutely powerful force to sweep all the way. His spear was like a dragon, unstoppable. Just one shot shattered 5 musical notes. The second shot broke 4 more. After 4 shots, the 16 pieces of piano music containing murderous intent were all pierced by Lin Ming. 10,000 strands of vibrating true essence. The power is far more than twice as strong. Lin Ming was also extremely shocked. These 10,000 strands of true essence had just been differentiated, and they were already so powerful before they grew up. When they grow up, I think their power will be greatly improved. In the memory of the powerful in the God realm, the power of the silk can be differentiated into tens of millions, hundreds of millions of strands. At that time, combined with the 8 gates of Dunjia and the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, what kind of power will it reach? Bang! Lin Ming broke through all the piano music and pierced Qin Wuxin's neck with a spear. The wind whistled, and the King Kang true essence tore through the atmosphere. Before the spear arrived, Qin Wuxin could already feel the strong pain of the energy hitting his neck. The speed of the heavy and soft silver spear, which contained the artistic conception of wind, reached its maximum. Qin Wuxin did not move at all, and watched the spear pierce at her. The force suddenly withdrew, and Lin Ming's spear suddenly stopped. The spear body was still trembling, and the King Kang's neon was flashing. The cold and gloomy spear tip was less than half an inch away from Qin Wuxin's slender jade neck. The cold spear light, the delicate skin, the beauty of the cold killing power and the outstanding beauty of the peerless beauty formed a sharp contrast in an instant. The tit-for-tat between power and softness had a strange beauty. Lin Ming held the end of the Guanhong spear and was a little surprised. Although he was confident that Qin Wuxin could not dodge this shot, he did not expect Qin Wuxin to not move at all. You don't hide? Since you can't hide, why hide? Qin Wuxin regained her calm expression. Facing the cold and wanton spear, she didn't even blink. Even Qin Wuxin, the first disciple of Qin sect, was not good at close combat. Once the opponent got close to him, he would basically lose. Qin could not be used as a close combat weapon. Lin Ming put away his spear and couldn't help but admire. Miss Qin is so generous. I'm sorry. Qin Wuxin flicked her long sleeves and picked up the suspended long zither. Over the years, Qin Wuxin never put the zither into the zumi ring, but always held it in her arms. This practice was similar to the sword sects carrying a sword, both of which were to increase their understanding of the zither. Lin Ming wins. As the referee announced, the audience couldn't help but sigh. Lin Ming was too strong. Even Qin Wuxin, who had mastered the zither heart, lost. Except for Jiang Boyan, Mu Gubuai and Ao Yang Ming, no one could compete with him. At this time, the odds offered to Lin Ming in the gambling game had reached 1 to 6, the same as Ao Yang Ming. Lin Ming didn't care too much about these. He returned to the contestant area and chose a quiet corner to prop up a layer of soundproof barrier. Xingxuan, come here for a moment. Lin Ming waved to Qin Xingxuan in the audience and said with his true essence. As the two of them became more and more familiar with each other, Lin Ming no longer addressed Qin Xingxuan as Miss Qin. Yes, Oklahoma. Qin Xingxuan came over happily. Lin Ming's winning streak did not surprise Qin Xingxuan. What surprised her was that every time he fought, Lin Ming would show a new and unexpected ability. In fact, in the duels with Qin Wuxin and Jiang Lanjian, Lin Ming did not achieve an overwhelming victory. However, it was these magical abilities that he showed that made Lin Ming's momentum grow to the point where he could compete with Ao Yang Ming. Xingxuan, help me protect the law. I'm going to meditate and practice. After the 9th round, it was lunchtime. With a rest time of 1 or 2 hours, Lin Ming gained a lot of insights and wanted to digest them as soon as possible. At the same time, his true essence in the bone tempering stage was constantly overflowing, and he felt like he was about to break through his bones. After forcibly suppressing this true essence, Lin Ming felt his bones tingling and swelling, and he wished he could break through the condensed vein stage immediately. Protector? Are you going to? Qin Xingxuan was a little surprised, not knowing what Lin Ming was going to do. Break through the condensed vein stage. Lin Ming said calmly. Once upon a time, breaking through the condensed vein stage was his lifelong pursuit, and now, just 16 years old, he has already reached this step, and it is a perfect breakthrough with the overflow of true essence. But when this day really came, he was completely calm, because he had seen Mu Qianxue's genius, and the mere condensed vein stage was really nothing. Break through the condensation meridian stage. Qin Xingxuan was shocked. Your meridians are already connected. Yes. Lin Ming nodded and stopped wasting time. Although the lunch break was not short, it was not ample. Moreover, the inspiration he gained was fleeting. He did not even have time to go to the quiet room. He just set up a soundproof barrier and began to meditate and circulate his true essence. With the blessing of the ethereal martial spirit, Lin Ming quickly entered a state of emptiness and selflessness. No matter how chaotic the surrounding environment was, he was not affected at all. The true essence broke through his bones and poured into his meridians like a flood. It was endless. This kid, could it be? In the square hall, Shi Zhongshan had been paying attention to Lin Ming. Seeing Lin Ming walk to a remote corner and start to meditate and circulate his true essence, he was suddenly shocked. The true essence broke through the bones and flowed into the meridians. This was clearly a breakthrough in the condensation meridian stage. It's the condensation vein stage. He broke through so quickly. This means that his meridians have been connected for a long time, but he has been suppressing his true essence and doesn't want to break through until his bones are fully forged. Shi Zhongshan had a keen eye and saw Lin Ming's situation at a glance. The wrinkled face of the old woman from Qin sect suddenly became extremely ugly. She had just asserted that Lin Ming would never be able to break through the condensation vein stage. In less than half an incense stick of time, Lin Ming actually started to meditate and break through. This was simply a slap in her face. He has just turned 16 and reached the condensation vein stage. He is the only one in the past few hundred years in Qianxue Valley. Even in a 4th grade sect like Shenhuang Island, he is top notch. The great elder of giant sect was also extremely surprised. This kid has a promising future. Haha, with Jiang Lanjian and this kid here, my Qianxue Valley may usher in a prosperous era. The surrounding elders talked about it, and the higher their evaluation of Lin Ming, the uglier the face of the Qin sect master became. At this moment, Shi Zongshan suddenly exclaimed, "No, this kid seems to have comprehended a kind of martial spirit." Chapter 278, Marrow Tempering Realm. Wu Yi. With Shi Zongshan's words, the elders present were all shocked. Looking carefully, Lin Ming had indeed entered a strange state. Everything around him could not have any effect on him. This state was very consistent with the auxiliary Wu Yi described in the classics. Wu Yi is something that can be encountered but not sought. It has nothing to do with the talent of the warrior. It is very likely to appear in an ordinary person, or even a useless person. Geniuses can be cultivated by selecting excellent genes, but Wu Yi cannot. Among the many geniuses of the younger generation of Qianxue Valley, no one has Wu Yi. He actually comprehended Wu Yi. This guy's really lucky, and his ancestors' graves are smoking. The old woman of Qin sect gritted her teeth, stared with a pair of old eyes, and her chest rose and fell like a frog. She was so angry that she couldn't say a word. A country boy suddenly appeared from the 36 kingdoms, not to mention defeating her beloved disciple, but also breaking their Qin sect's core practice Feng Shui and 8 sounds. The most infuriating thing is that this guy actually broke through in the battle, and now he showed Wu Yi again, slapping her face hard. She felt that Qinzong had now completely become a foil to Lin Ming's genius, which made her, who had always been proud and arrogant, unbearable. Shi Zongshan did not care about the reaction of the Qinzong leader, but just looked at Mu Qianxue with some worry. Now he was in a very conflicted mood. On the one hand, he hoped that Lin Ming would be more outstanding, and on the other hand, he was worried that Shenhuang Island would poach him. It can be said that he was worried about gains and losses. Mu Qianxue smiled without saying anything. She knew that Lin Ming had opened up the meridians in his body and there was no bottleneck from forging bones to solidifying meridians, but she did not expect him to break through so quickly. He has just turned 16 and has reached the condensation meridian stage, 8 months later than Qianxue who did at the beginning. This speed is already extremely rare. I wonder how far this little guy can go in the future. Mu Qianxue was full of expectations. Mu Qianxue's fire talent, Mu Bingyan's ice talent, plus Lin Ming's thunder talent, 3 peerless geniuses have emerged. In the near future, they will be enough to affect the situation in the southern sky region and even shock the behemoth lurking in the South China Sea. The 9th round of the game ended, and it was lunchtime. Lin Ming, who was meditating, was still immersed in the ethereal martial spirit. Qin Qianxue would naturally not leave his post to eat. For a warrior, it would not be a big deal to skip a few meals or a few days of sleep. Jiang Boyan did not leave either. He held his sword in his arms and sat on a chair in the contestant area in a casual posture, looking at Lin Ming from a distance. Condensation meridian stage. Jiang Lanjian sat beside Jiang Boyan and said silently, "HMM." Jiang Boyan nodded. A talented warrior can easily break through in a battle with similar strength. Many geniuses participated in the martial arts competition for this opportunity. It's getting more and more interesting. I thought Lin Ming was just trying to make me take it seriously. Now, Jiang Boyan didn't say anything else. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. Do you think he could beat you? It's hard to say. Jiang Lanjian was slightly stunned. In his mind, Jiang Boyan always thought highly of himself and seldom took opponents of the same age seriously. This time, his evaluation of Lin Ming was surprisingly high. Jiang Lanjian said, "I have fought with him. Although I was no match for him, I was not completely powerless. My wind realm ultimate killing left him with some minor injuries. But facing you, my wind realm ultimate killing couldn't even touch the corner of your clothes." These gaps sometimes don't explain the problem. Didn't you notice that after his battles with you and Qin Wuxin, his strength has been constantly increasing? I have noticed. but I still don't think his improvements can make up for the gap between him and you, including the fact that he has just broken through to the condensed veins realm, and his strength growth is relatively limited. We'll know after we wait and see. If nothing unexpected happens, Mu Qianxue will fight Lin Ming before me. Mu Qianxue's strength should not be underestimated. This guy is very strange. Even I dare not say that I'm sure to win him. After Lin Ming's battle with Mu Qianxue, we can see where his limit is. As time passed, Lin Ming's breakthrough gradually entered a critical stage. The true essence flowed from the skin and flesh into the internal organs, then from the internal organs into the muscles and bones, and then from the bones into the meridians, and circulated along the meridians to the limbs and bones of the whole body, feeding the muscles and internal organs, thus forming a cycle. Let the true essence flow in the meridians and form a cycle in the body. This is the biggest difference between the condensation of meridians and the bone forging stage. If the true essence flows in the flesh, bones and internal organs, it is like a carriage running into a muddy swamp. Then the true essence flows in the connected meridians, which is like a fast horse running on a wide road. The two are incomparable. After several cycles of this cycle, Lin Ming suddenly felt a chill in his heart. This is. At that moment, Lin Ming clearly felt that there was such a tiny trace of true essence drilling into the depths of the bones and merging into the bone marrow. True essence tempering the marrow. Lin Ming was ecstatic. The Chaos Gang Daojing is a body training method that has been accumulated by the God Realm for millions of years. Although this set of exercises is not very precious in the God Realm, it is definitely the most complete and advanced method in the body training stage, without a doubt. The body training method of Xiaonan continent has only 6 levels. Above the 6th level of body training, the condensation of the meridians, is the gathering of the essence stage, which is the acquired and innate. This has already left the scope of body training, and turned to the transition, to true essence cultivation and soul cultivation. And the Chaos Gang Daojing has the condensation of the meridians, and the quenching of the marrow, and then the opening of the 8 gates of escape. The 9 stars of the Dao Palace, until the fist breaks the blue sky, the feet crack the earth, and the full roar is like a thunder catastrophe coming to the world, and the full force attack will destroy the moon and sink the stars. Although Lin Ming believes in such an exaggerated memory description, he is always a little worried in his subconscious. He was worried whether it was really possible to reach the marrow hardening realm above the condensing veins stage, whether the Chaos Gang Dao Sutra he practiced would be missing, and even wondered whether the people of Xiaonan continent and the divine realm had different constitutions and could not reach the marrow hardening realm at all. Now that Lin Ming had entered the condensing veins stage, he finally felt a trace of true essence entering his bone marrow. How could he not be excited? If he could really open the 8 gates of Dunjia and the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, even if Lin Ming gave up entering the acquired and innate realms and only practiced physical training, he would be enough to become a powerful person of the generation. After this trace of true essence, Lin Ming tried to continue to activate the true essence marrow hardening, but no matter how he activated it, the true essence just stayed on the periosteum and could no longer enter the bone marrow. Until the end, when the true essence broke the bone, only such an insignificant trace of true essence entered the bone marrow. Sighing, Lin Ming shook his head slightly in his heart, as recorded in the Chaos Gang Dao Sutra. If you want to temper your marrow, you must use the best grade cleansing tendons and marrow pills to remove the acquired turbid ki in your body. I don't know how difficult this process is, but it won't be harder than entering the innate stage from the acquired stage. Top grade pills. How top grade must they be to be called top grade pills by the great powers of the divine realm? Will the heaven entering pill be okay? Lin Ming had no idea at all. Even if he was about to become a core disciple of the 7 profound valley, pills of the heaven entering pill level were not so easy to get. The value of a heaven entering pill was inestimable, and it was still in short supply. If I get first place this time, I will be promised a heaven entering pill, which will only be fulfilled when I reach the peak of the acquired stage. I have to get it out in advance, otherwise I don't know how long it will take to reach the peak of the acquired stage. Thinking of this, Lin Ming opened his eyes. He had officially entered the condensing veins stage. Lin Ming, you really broke through. Qin Xingxuan had been guarding Lin Ming all the time, not leaving him. Naturally, no one could disturb Lin Ming at such an important moment. Qin Xingxuan still liked the feeling of being trusted by Lin Ming. I just broke through, and my cultivation has not been consolidated yet. My strength may not increase much, Lin Ming said, and inadvertently glanced at Jiang Boyan in the audience. The other party smiled and nodded from a distance, which was considered a greeting. Lin Ming also smiled in return, thinking, this Jiang Boyan's eyes are like a sharp sword, as if he can see through me. It's not that he doesn't understand my strength, but he roughly guessed my strength and still has this kind of confidence. I underestimated him before. At this time, the lunch break had just passed, and the contestants were entering. Most of them would look at Lin Ming when they entered. Some of them were envious, some were in awe, some admired, and some were jealous. Originally, Lin Ming was already very strong, and now he has gone a step further and become more abnormal. The afternoon competition officially began. As of now, only 5 people, Lin Ming, Huo Yanluo, Mu Qianxue, Bao Ming, and Jiang Boyan, have won all the victories. The battles were extremely fierce, and clashes between masters occurred frequently. Top masters such as Jiang Lanjian and Qin Wuxin were defeated one after another. In the 5th match of the 10th round, Huan Xiaodi faced Huo Yanluo. Huan Xiaodi used all kinds of moves and illusions, but Huo Yanluo just played steadily, mobilizing his whole body's true essence, and summoning fire spirits to attack and defend. The middle grade human level fire spirits formed a series of fire nets around Huo Yanluo, and all the illusions were broken by the fire of the abyss. Huo Yanluo approached step by step, and Huan Xiaodi's moves were ineffective, and she was defeated in the end. The audience exclaimed, especially the disciples of the Zenzang, who were even more excited. Haha, senior brother is so awesome, he won again. Our weapon refining sect has great hope of making it to the top 5 this time. Of course, our senior brother is one of the only 5 undefeated players left. Don't you see who the other 4 are? Jiang Lanjian and Mu Qianxue are definitely perverts, and the other 2, Lin Ming and Bao Ming, are also beasts. Our senior brother is no worse than them. With a human level mid-grade fire essence in his hand, who can stop him? Several members of the weapon refining sect were talking excitedly, but the Qin sect girl was unhappy when she heard this. What do you mean? If our senior sister hadn't met a pervert, she would have definitely won all the games until now. So what you mean is that our senior sister is not as good as Huo Yanluo. Chapter 279, Fire Dragon. Several disciples of the weapon refining sect were talking excitedly, and the Qin sect girl beside them was not happy to hear it. What do you mean? If our senior sister hadn't met a pervert, she would definitely have won all the battles until now. So what you mean is that our senior sister is not as good as Huo Yanluo. We didn't say that. Several disciples of the weapon refining sect laughed, and their eyes couldn't help but glance at the Qin sect girls. The disciples of the weapon refining sect are almost all men. This profession is like blacksmiths in the secular world. Generally, there are few women who come to forge iron. Therefore, these fireworking disciples of the weapon refining sect have been in an environment where there are more wolves than meat for a long time. Now seeing such a row of Qin sect beautiful girls standing here at once, the visual shock is quite strong, and they can't help but start to swallow their saliva. The girls from Qin sect looked at them with disgust and said in a cold voice, just wait, your senior brother surnamed Huo will fight with our senior sister Qin sooner or later and let you know how powerful Feng Zuanbain is. You're still using Feng Zuanbain to scare people. Wasn't it broken in one go by Lin Ming from the 36 nations this morning? Our senior brother Huo has a human level mid-grade fire spirit in his hand. This thing is real and no one can break it, let alone Lin Ming. Even if Jiang Lanjian and Mu Qianxue run into our senior brother Huo's fire spirit, they will have to retreat. Aren't you afraid that the wind will flick your tongue? According to you, your senior brother Huo is going to take first place. We didn't say we can take first place. We just said that no one can stop senior brother Huo's fire spirit. We can only avoid it at best. A mid-level human grade fire spirit is not something a vain condensation stage warrior can resist. The weapon refining sect disciple who spoke waved his hand with a sense of superiority and continued, "You are not weapon refining sect disciples, so you don't understand what the word "fire spirit" represents. Besides, it is a fact that your senior sister Qin lost to Lin Ming, but our senior brother Huo is still on a winning streak. Even if he meets Yang Ming and Lin Ming, our senior brother Huo will still be able to fight. When the fire spirit takes action, the odds of winning and losing are 50-50. If it were to face your senior sister Qin, I'm afraid that the fire would burn your senior sister's clothes. You are shameless." The weapon refining sect girls glared angrily. "Hey, our brother's teeth are fine, how about I give them to you to try?" The two sides of the disciples were standing together, arguing more and more fiercely. The disciples of the weapon refining sect had a mean look on their faces. Although they couldn't eat the beauties in front of them, it was nice to tease them. As for the girls of the Qin sect, they all had disgusted looks on their faces. At this time, the referee announced the first match of the 11th round, Lin Ming vs. Huo Yanluo. The disciples of the weapon refining sect were a little confused when they heard it, but the eyes of the Qin sect girls lit up. They had been looking forward to Huo Yanluo fighting with Qin Wuxin and giving the weapon refining sect a slap in the face. Although they couldn't fight Qin Wuxin now, it was good to fight Lin Ming. "Come on, junior brother Lin. Junior brother Lin, you beat that guy named Huo in seconds. Junior brother Lin, we are counting on you." In the audience, the beautiful girls of Qin sect began to cheer for Lin Ming. Their voices were sweet and clear. Perhaps because they had been influenced by music for a long time, their cheers soon found the same rhythm. When they shouted together, the shocking power was not to be underestimated and immediately attracted the attention of the whole audience. Lin Ming was also stunned. Looking at the group of beautiful girls who were cheering for him, he touched his nose with a strange look on his face. "I don't think I know them." After so many games, because he was in the home court of Kixuan Valley, Lin Ming basically encountered boos. This time, someone actually cheered for him, and it was a group of beautiful girls, which made Lin Ming a little uncomfortable. Qin Xingxuan in the audience looked at the girls of Qin sect who were cheering for Lin Ming with confusion at first, and then this confusion turned into a vigilant look. Although Qin Xingxuan was calm by nature, she was also sensitive like a girl. She soon realized that Lin Ming was destined to join the Seven Mysterious Valley after this competition, and she might have to wait for a few years. Thinking of the girls from the Qin sect and the Huan sect, Qin Xingxuan felt a sense of crisis. It has only been a few days and there are already fan clubs. Who knows what will happen in the future? The girls from the Qin sect were cheering for Lin Ming, and the disciples from the refining sect were naturally not to be outdone. "Come on, senior brother Huo. Senior brother Huo, kill instantly." The voices of the two sides were tit for tat. On the stage, Huo Yanluo was not very sure about this game. Lin Ming's strength was obvious to all, but with the fire spirit in hand, Huo Yanluo also had the confidence to fight. "You are very strong. Before the match, I never thought you could make it this far, defeating Fang Qi, Jiang Lanjian, and Qin Wuxin one after another. However, don't think you can beat me. My fighting style is different from this," Huo Yanluo said, and pulled out a red sword with an exaggerated shape from the Zumi ring. Before he could infuse his true energy, a scorching heat wave rushed towards him, as if he was holding a red-hot iron. "No more talk, let's fight." Lin Ming drew out the heavy profound soft silver spear, and a sharp aura emanated from it. "The match begins." As the referee announced, Huo Yanluo urged all his true energy, and the human level top grade sword in his hand ignited the scorching fire of the abyss. This precious sword is called the Sword of the Abyss. It was made for Huo Yanluo by the elders of the weapon refining sect after Huo Yanluo obtained the fire essence. A large amount of precious materials were used, and the cost was as high as that of ordinary earth grade treasures. However, because too much attention was paid to the increase in the fire energy of the treasure during the forging, its quality was slightly affected and failed to reach the standard of earth grade treasures. However, it was also the top level among the top grade treasures of the human grade. Under the blessing of the Sword of the Abyss, the fire of the abyss burned fiercely, and layers of heat waves spread out. The floor tiles of the arena were soon burned to the point of melting. Fierce fire burns the city. Huo Yanluo shouted loudly, and the red sword of the abyss in his hand suddenly turned into a roaring fire dragon, rushing towards Lin Ming with an unstoppable attitude. As the fire essence made a shocking appearance, the disciples of the weapon refining sect shouted and cheered desperately. With the fire essence in hand and the increase in the power of the sword of the abyss, Huo Yanluo's attack was so fierce that even Mu Gubuyu, Oyu Yangming and others had to avoid it. Seeing the fire dragon rushing towards him, Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, and it was this hesitation that caused the fire dragon to rush in front of Lin Ming. With his whole body's true essence running, Lin Ming infused the King Kang true essence into his spear and stabbed the abyss fire with one spear. 10,000 true essences roared towards the fire dragon, and all the audience present were stunned when they saw this scene. Hard take? No one thought that Huo Yanluo could win the championship, and it was basically impossible to even enter the top 3, but no one would doubt the power of the fire spirit, especially under the amplification of the abyss sword. That was a high temperature that could melt even black iron in an instant. If a general treasure lost the protection of true essence, it would be directly burned and melted under the abyss fire. In the eyes of most people, even if Jiang Boyan faced Huo Yanluo, he could only avoid the abyss fire and rely on the quick sword to attack Huo Yanluo himself and win in one fell swoop. Lin Ming actually wanted to take it hard. The girls of the Qin sect exclaimed and covered their mouths, while the disciples of the refining sect were excited, just waiting for Lin Ming to suffer. In a flash, before people could react too much, Lin Ming's gun had already been inserted into the big mouth of the flame dragon, and the King Kang true essence was whistling. Huo Yanluo's mouth was ferocious. He had no confidence in facing Lin Ming because of Lin Ming's erratic body movements and the strange wind artistic conception contained in his gun moves. He was afraid that Lin Ming would avoid the abyss fire and attack him directly. If they really went head to head, Huo Yanluo was very confident. He desperately urged the true essence in his body, and the burning flame power poured into the heavy mysterious soft silver gun like a tide, rushing towards Lin Ming along the gun barrel. The flame power was violent, and it launched a crazy attack to destroy Lin Ming's meridians. At this moment, Lin Ming's true essence burst out, and the evil god seed made an excited hum. A huge pressure enveloped him, directly imprisoning the flame power that rushed into Lin Ming's body. Then, a huge suction force burst out from the evil god seed, directly sucking the flame power over to nourish the weak fire spirit hidden in the evil god seed. If we divide them by grade, the fire essence in Lin Ming's body can barely reach the lowest level of the human level lower grade fire essence, and this is only achieved after absorbing the pseudo fire essence of the fireworker. However, the fire essence in Huo Yanluo's body is the abyss fire of the human level middle grade. Generally speaking, the flame released by the fire essence is one level higher than the fire essence itself. In other words, the abyss fire released by Huo Yanluo is a human level upper grade. Coupled with the increase of the abyss sword, this flame power is already the top grade flame among the human level upper grade. The top grade human level upper grade flame is undoubtedly a great tonic for the fire essence in the evil god seed. The tiny fire essence in the evil god seed began to greedily devour this flame power and slowly grew. Seeing the scene on the ring, all the audience present were dumbfounded. Lin Ming stood in a bow step, holding the heavy and soft silver spear, and piercing the thick fire column. No matter how Huo Yanluo urged the fire essence, Lin Ming did not retreat a step. The flames burned, and the tiles under Lin Ming's feet melted, forming a blue-green shield around his body. The fire snakes raged on the surface of the blue shield, but the shield never showed any signs of melting. Such a scene was like the arrogant sea god piercing a sea dragon with a trident. No matter how the sea dragon struggled, it could not escape the control of the sea god. Such momentum made people palpitate. Impossible. How is this possible? The most shocked were the disciples of the refining sect. The abyss fire was a human level middle grade fire essence, which could only be absorbed by the peak of the acquired realm. Moreover, now that the fire essence has the amplification of the abyss sword, if you want to resist it, you need a higher level of cultivation, at least the strength of the acquired realm limit. Although these geniuses are powerful, no one thinks that their own strength can reach the acquired realm limit, not even Jiang Boyan. These geniuses are said to be comparable to the acquired realm middle stage masters, and they are only compared with the lowest level acquired realm middle stage masters in the 36 countries. The internet has been disconnected until now. I'm speechless. I was using China Unicom's internet, alas. I apologize to everyone. Chapter 280. The battle situation is clear. The power of flames was continuously absorbed by the evil god seed. Lin Ming's King Qianxue essence was surging all over his body. When the power of flames flowed through his meridians, he felt a strong burning pain. However, it was just a burning pain. With the endless King Qianxue essence protecting him, Lin Ming's meridians were extremely strong and could not be burned by this little flame. At the beginning, Lin Ming absorbed the purple dragon divine thunder with the help of Mu Qianxue and Yuan Stone embryo. That was a thunder spirit of the lower grade of the earth rank. Now facing the fire spirit of the middle grade of the human rank, Lin Ming can completely deal with it on his own. Of course, Lin Ming only absorbed some of the abyss fire. Lin Ming would not touch the fire spirit in Huo Yanluo's body. That would be equivalent to turning against the 7 mysterious Valley Array sect. Even with Mu Qianxue's support, he could not do too much. The fire spirit is immortal. Even if Lin Ming took away a lot of the flame power, he only needed to use some fire materials to replenish it to grow it back. The 7 mysterious valley has accumulated countless resources over the years. A little fire material used to nourish the fire spirit is not even a drop in the bucket. For a full 10 breaths, Lin Ming held the flame dragon of the abyss fire with a spear, without retreating a single step. During this period, Huo Yanluo desperately poured his true essence into the fire spirit, even using all his strength, but Lin Ming was completely unmoved. Huo Yanluo's face was as ugly as it could be. He couldn't accept this fact. He also thought that there was a high possibility that he would lose this match to Lin Ming. He thought that Lin Ming would use his speed to dodge his abyss fire and defeat him with a spear, move at close range. He could barely accept this result. After all, Huo Yanluo also understood that, if he put aside the fire spirit, his personal strength would not necessarily be much stronger than Fang Qi. However, he never expected that Lin Ming would face his fire spirit without dodging or evading, and blocked it with a spear, and it took a full 10 breaths. Huo Yanluo poured his true essence into the fire spirit, as if it was free. In such a short while, he had consumed 40% of his true essence, but Lin Ming was like a mountain, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not be shaken. This is impossible. This is a human level middle grade abyss fire. Even with my 6th grade fire vitality, I had to consume a large amount of Hanbing Shengpan and sit on the Hanyu bed with the help of my father to barely absorb it. He actually blocked it with a gun. Huo Yanluo was filled with a sense of defeat. This was like a chess master playing chess with a Go master. In the end, the chess master was not only defeated in Go, but also lost in chess. This is the most self-defeating thing. In the hall, the face of the Zenzang sect master Huo Zuan was also very ugly. Huo Yanluo was his son, who was very talented. He spared no expense on his son. He invested so many resources and originally expected Huo Yanluo to shine in the main sect martial arts competition. Unexpectedly, in front of Lin Ming, he was just like a child against an adult, with no power to resist. Lin Ming's body seems to have something special. Shi Zhongshan felt the flame power of the abyss fire constantly pouring into Lin Ming's body, and then disappeared without a trace. Could it be because of the King Qianxue essence? When he spoke, his eyes could not help but glance at Mu Qianxue, trying to find some information from the other party's expression. In Shi Zhongshan's opinion, Mu Qianxue's understanding of Lin Ming was definitely more thorough than his own. However, he found that Mu Qianxue also looked at Lin Ming with an incredible face. Obviously, this scene on the ring was also full of confusion. Shi Zhongshan's heart was immediately balanced. Who, on the ring, Huo Yanluo finally stopped the meaningless attack. As soon as the true essence was cut off, the abyss fire was immediately extinguished. At this time, except for a small area under Lin Ming's feet protected by the King Qianxue essence, the rest of the circle of floor tiles were all melted into dark brown magma. I admit defeat. Huo Yanluo gritted his teeth and spat out these 3 words. As a disciple of the 7 mysterious valley, he was born with a sense of pride. Huo Yanluo lost too badly in this battle, which made him difficult to accept for a while. Thank you. Lin Ming looked inward. The fire essence in the evil god seed did not increase much. Although the grade of the abyss fire was very high, it was just a fire after all, and the increase in the fire essence was relatively limited. However, Lin Ming chose to resist the abyss fire this time, not only to absorb the power of the fire, to refine the fire essence, but also to verify one thing. When Lin Ming faced the headmaster Huo Kai in the southern border, because the gap in strength was too big, he had no way to deal with the fire attack of the headmaster Huo Kai. Not to mention absorbing it, it was even difficult to resist it. Now that his strength has increased greatly, he wants to verify to what extent the evil god seed can suppress the power of fire. The immortal holy fire of Huo Kai is almost the same as Huo Yanluo's abyssal fire. Since I can withstand Huo Yanluo's attack, I should not be helpless against Huo Kai again like last time. After the martial arts competition, I will go to South Xinjiang again to settle the grudge. Lin Ming almost died in the hands of Huo Kai in the Blackwater Swamp. It is not his style to not take revenge. Moreover, Huo Kai also has a grudge with the Na sisters for killing their master. The Na sisters have done Lin Ming a favor. If it were not for them, Lin Ming would not be able to enter the Witch God Tower, and he would have died in Thunder Mountain. He should help them avenge this grudge. Of course, there is another very important point. That is the immortal holy fire of Huo Kai tribe. The thunder spirit in Lin Ming's evil god seed has taken shape, but the fire spirit is still very weak. If he gets this immortal holy fire, his strength will be greatly improved. Whether it is the Huo Kai tribe or the Huo Kai master, they have killed countless people and committed many evils. Eliminating such people can be regarded as acting in the name of justice. After Lin Ming decided to participate in the martial arts competition, he would first go to Qianxue Mountain in Hualuo Kingdom to bathe in the water of Qianxue to consolidate his strength. After that, he would go to southern Xinjiang to find the Huo Kai master to end the war. When Lin Ming walked off the stage, he heard a series of clear and pleasant cheers from the audience. Junior brother Lin is great. Junior brother Lin, you did a good job. Junior brother Lin, you are so handsome. The first shouts were not a big deal, but the last sentence, Junior brother Lin, you are so handsome, was shouted out in public by some bold girl, and the voice was so clear that Lin Ming was embarrassed on the spot. The style of the Xianan people is conservative. Although Lin Ming vaguely guessed that some girls might be interested in him, no one had ever said it out loud, let alone experienced such a scene. He turned his head and saw that the girls from Qin sect were cheering for him. The clear and pleasant cheers, the graceful figures, and the laughter of the beautiful girls made Lin Ming feel at a loss. Beside the Qin sect girl, the disciples of the weapon refining sect were like defeated roosters. They had just said that the outcome was 50-50, and they claimed in front of the Qin sect disciples that Qin Wuxin was not as good as Huo Yanluo. However, Qin Wuxin had fought with Lin Ming for a long time, while Huo Yanluo was defeated in just one move. This made them want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. The Qin sect girls naturally would not miss this opportunity to ridicule them. While cheering for Lin Ming, they sneered at the disciples of the battle sect. Amid the cheers of the Qin sect girls, Lin Ming walked to the contestant area somewhat awkwardly and met Qin Xingxuan, who was walking from the audience. Xingxuan, what's up? Well, I think you were busy practicing at noon and didn't eat lunch. There's still a long time before the next round of competition. How about we go eat something? Lin Ming was slightly stunned, and then he remembered that Qin Xingxuan was protecting him and didn't eat anything, so he nodded and said, okay, I'm a little hungry. Thank you for your hard work at noon today. It's not hard. Qin Xingxuan smiled and gently pulled Lin Ming's sleeve. Although it was just pulling the sleeve, it was also an extremely intimate move for Qin Xingxuan. Pulling Lin Ming with one hand, Qin Xingxuan turned his head and glanced at the Qin sect girls in the audience with a hint of a protesting smile on his face. The schedule has been more than halfway through, and the only people who have maintained an undefeated record are Lin Ming, Mu Gubuiyu, Bao Hangming and Jiang Boyan. It can be said that, if nothing unexpected happens, the top 3 will be among them. In the 13th round, Zhang Yan's Heo played against Qin Wuxin. Zhang Yan's Heo's blood wave blade energy was easily dispersed by Qin Wuxin's piano sound, and facing Qin Wuxin's invisible and intangible Qingai in attack, Zhang Yan's Heo couldn't even feel it, and didn't know how to block it at all, and lost without suspense. Then, Mu Qianxue faced Jiang Lanjian, and the result was no suspense. Jiang Lanjian's sword was too fast, and the winner was decided in 5 moves. The blade pointed directly at Mu Qianxue's throat. From beginning to end, Jiang Lanjian didn't even use the win state of mind. In fact, except for the duel with Lin Ming, Jiang Lanjian had never used the win state of mind. In the 14th round, Huo Yanluo finally faced Qin Wuxin, and the result was predictable. Facing Qin Wuxin's invisible and intangible Feng Sonate sounds, Huo Yanluo could not resist it with the Abyss Fire alone. In the final analysis, Huo Yanluo's own strength was limited. The attack of the Abyss Fire alone was too simple and lacked changes, and it was easy to be targeted. Of course, the incident like Lin Ming, who directly took on the Abyss Fire with a long spear, did not happen again. Qin Wuxin won consecutive battles. In the 16th round, she defeated Huan Xiaodi of the Illusion Sect with an overwhelming advantage. The 108 illusions created by Huan Xiaodi were all destroyed by Qin Wuxin's piano music. People thought that the strength of this pair of talented girls who became the peerless twins of the 7 Mysterious Valley was not much different, but they didn't expect it to be so. Many people couldn't help but wonder, if Qin Wuxin hadn't met Lin Ming, how could she lose so easily? As a result, the limit of Lin Ming's strength became more and more confusing. Many people even felt that he might not lose to Jiang Lanjian and Mu Qianxue by much, and there was even a chance that he could compete for the first place. The battle situation became clearer and clearer. The top 4 were basically locked into Lin Ming, Mu Qianxue, Bao Hangming and Jiang Boyan, and the 5th place was Jiang Lanjian and Qin Wuxin. Zhang Yan's Heo and Huo Yanluo, who were previously expected to compete for the top 5, were all eliminated. The sun gradually set, and today's competition ended. There was only 1 day left in the finals tomorrow, with only 10 games, and everything would be revealed by then. Chapter 281 The Last Day. At night, the moon was above the willow branches, and the sky was full of clear light. The night sky of the 7 Mysterious Valley was particularly clean, as if it had been washed by water. With the support of the earth veins and the confinement of the mountain ceiling formation, the vitality of the heaven and earth here was particularly rich, and cultivation was twice as effective with half the effort. Lin Ming sat alone in the room, holding a pill the size of a langan in one hand. The pill was emerald green and crystal clear like a beautiful jade. This was the billing pill treasured by the 7 Zuanwu mansion of Xianan country. Qin Zia had promised it to Lin Ming as a reward for defeating Tuoku. Even for the disciples of the 7 Mysterious Valley, the billing pill was a rare pill, much more precious than the red gold dragon marrow pill that Lin Ming had obtained before. So when Lin Ming was fighting with Wang Wu, he used the billing pill and the body purifying spirit liquid as a bet, which attracted Wang Wu's heart and lost a place in the Xianqi to Lin Ming. The stock of this kind of pill was also very few in the 7 Zuanwu mansion of Hualuo country. However, even the most precious elixir inevitably has elixir poison. After taking it, one must refine the impurities, remove the elixir poison, and then consolidate the cultivation. This is an extremely tedious process. When Lin Ming first got the billing pill, he was about to break through the condensation meridian. In order to make the foundation more solid, Lin Ming did not take the billing pill to break through, but waited for the overflow of the true essence and naturally broke through. Such a breakthrough can be called perfect. After swallowing the billing pill in one gulp, Lin Ming jumped into the bathtub and began to meditate and regulate his breath. These days, he ate spiritual grains and spiritual vegetables that contained rich heaven and earth vitality. He usually practiced in the rich heaven and earth vitality, accumulating a large amount of true essence in his body. Now that he took another billing pill, Lin Ming only felt a burst of numbness in his bones, and his true essence surged, flowing continuously into the meridians throughout his body. His cultivation in the condensation meridian stage was slowly consolidated without him noticing. The water vapor rose, and the whole room was covered with a thick layer of white mist. The cold moonlight sprinkled in from the window, adding a layer of coldness to the water mist. For several hours, Lin Ming patiently urged the true essence in his body to complete one cycle after another. As Lin Ming's cultivation level further improved, the blood of the true dragon and Lin Ming became more closely integrated. Now, without Lin Ming's deliberate urging, his true essence would also take on a green color. This green true essence was as full of vigorous vitality as the verdant pine and cypress. Not only could the green true essence be reflected in the face of the enemy, but during normal cultivation, this green true essence seemed to be able to subtly nourish Lin Ming's body, making his meridians more resilient and his bones more dense and strong. It was not until late at night that Lin Ming completed the absorption of the billing pill. His initial stage of congealing meridians had been completely consolidated. Then, Lin Ming took out a small porcelain bottle and uncorked it. Inside the porcelain bottle was a crystal clear and viscous green liquid. This was the body cleansing spirit liquid, a reward for defeating Ling Senator. The body cleansing spirit liquid was specifically used to remove the poison in the body. When used in conjunction with the billing pill, the effect was particularly good. Of course, the body cleansing spirit liquid only plays an auxiliary role. To truly completely refine the poison, it depends on Lin Ming himself. Lin Ming is not in a hurry. He is only at the primary stage of congealing meridians, and there is still a long way to go before the postnatal realm. He has plenty of time to eliminate the poison. Whether it is the fire spirit or the thunder spirit, they are both excellent means to refine the poison, so as not to make the foundation unstable. The mist in the room became thicker and thicker. Lin Ming sat quietly in the water, completing one Zaoshan cycle after another. The next morning, the sky was bright, and the Zhangzhang martial arts competition that lasted for several days finally entered the last day. Today will be the final of the finals. In the 10 rounds of competition, there are 11 people who are the most concerned, namely Lin Ming, Bao Hangming, Jiang Boyan, Mu Gubuiyu, Jiang Lanjian, Qin Wuxin, Hoyan Luo, Zhang Yanzhao, Huan Xiaodi, Fang Qi, and Mu Gujirang. These 11 people will frequently clash in the 10 rounds of competition, and the other players will become foils. It was only 5 o'clock when Lin Ming arrived. There were few people in the square, and only vague shadows could be seen. At this time, Jiang Boyan was already standing quietly in the contestant seat with his sword in his arms, his eyes closed, and a stream of heaven and earth energy flowed into his body, and then slowly flowed out, completing a cycle. Lin Ming watched from afar, secretly observing the flow of each stream of heaven and earth energy, and thought to himself, Jiang Boyan is indeed a half-step postnatal cultivation. If he really entered the postnatal period, there is no reason for him to suppress his cultivation until now. Before this, Lin Ming had always suspected that Jiang Boyan had entered the postnatal period, but just like himself, he suppressed his cultivation and did not break through, so he was so confident. But today, observing Jiang Boyan's cultivation, he was clearly a half-step postnatal cultivation. No matter what, today's battle will show what the source of his confidence is. Lin Ming muttered to himself. At this time, Jiang Boyan felt Lin Ming's gaze and opened his eyes. For a moment, Jiang Boyan's eyes penetrated the darkness of the early morning, like the shining stars in the night sky. He smiled at Lin Ming and said, before sunrise in the early morning, the vitality of heaven and earth is the most abundant, especially in the 7 profound valley. When the first ray of sunlight shines from the horizon, my sword sect calls it the purple sun rising in the east. This is what the so-called purple key coming from the east means. Absorbing this energy is very beneficial for cultivation. Lin Ming said, the 7 profound valley is indeed a holy place for cultivation. Thank you, senior brother Jiang, for your warning. You're welcome. You will enter the 7 profound valley sooner or later. If you are willing, you can join the sword sect. You are most welcome. Jiang Boyan said sincerely, but Lin Ming was slightly stunned. Inviting himself to join the sword sect? Isn't he afraid that he will take away his resources? Looking at Jiang Boyan's expression, it is clear that it is a sincere invitation, and there is no intention to pretend, and there is no need for him to pretend. This person is really confident. Lin Ming sighed in his heart. He had a premonition that, if Jiang Boyan did not die, he would become a great sword master. More and more people came to the square. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the square of the main hall, the referee stood up and said loudly, the game begins. The first match of the 19th round, Jiang Boyan vs. Qin Wuxin. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere of the whole venue suddenly became high. The first match was a heavyweight match. Qin Wuxin's strength was obvious to all. Although no one thought that Qin Wuxin could win, at least he could force out Jiang Boyan's strength. Lin Ming was also waiting to see this match. He knew nothing about Jiang Boyan so far. Before the match started, Qin Wuxin had already opened up a distance of 30 feet. Jiang Boyan's sword was too fast. If the distance was not enough, Qin Wuxin would not even have time to make a sound of the piano and would have been defeated. The game begins. As the referee announced, Qin Wuxin used Feng Shui 8 sounds at the first time. Facing Jiang Boyan, she had no hidden tricks and went all out at the beginning. Qin Wuxin knew that if she did not use her ultimate move at the first time, she would not even have the chance to use it. Feng Shui 8 sounds is invisible and intangible, and it changes in 1,000 ways. Among the contestants present, few could catch the trajectory of Feng Shui Bayan's attack except Lin Ming. This was the terrifying part of Qin Zhang. How could they fight if they couldn't even see the attack? Jiang Boyan flicked his 10 fingers, condensing into sword lights and shadows in the air. It was still a sword finger. With a sound of kai 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 like a brocade being pierced, all the Feng Shui Bayan hidden in the air were broken. Qin Wuxin's mind trembled. She had expected that Feng Shui Bayan would be broken by Jiang Boyan, but it was not so easy. The opponent still only used a sword finger. It easily broke Feng Shui Bayan. Jiang Boyan put his fingers together to form a sword. A sword light shot straight at Qin Wuxin. This sword was extremely fast. Qin Wuxin gritted her teeth and pulled up the strings of the zither with her right hand. With a sound of breaking silk, several zither sounds shot out and collided with the sword light. Kai kai kai. The sword light broke 3 zither sounds in a row, collided with the last one, and finally dissipated. A palm sword broke 3 piano sounds in a row. Qin Wuxin exhaled a breath of cold air, put away the piano, hugged it in her arms, and said coldly, "I give up." Jiang Boyan smiled slightly. "I haven't seen you for 3 years. Junior sister Qin has made amazing progress. I'm afraid that in less than 2 years, I will have to go all out when I face junior sister Qin again." Qin Wuxin is the youngest of all the direct disciples. She is only 18 years old, 1.5 years younger than Jiang Boyan. In terms of talent, she is second only to Jiang Boyan among the direct disciples, and is even better than Jiang Lanjian and Yang Ming. Qin Wuxin looked at Jiang Boyan seriously and said word by word, "At least I will force you to draw your sword then." "Of course. In fact, you have already broken my palm sword today. If you continue to fight, I'm afraid I will also draw my sword." Qin Wuxin turned and walked off the stage. The referee announced that Jiang Boyan won. For a moment, the audience gasped. They had expected Jiang Boyan to win this match, but they did not expect him to win so easily. He broke Qin Wuxin's Feng Shui 8 sounds with a wave of his hand, without even drawing his sword. The gap between the disciples was much greater than they had imagined. Jiang Boyan is too strong. Who can beat him? He even beat Qin Wuxin so easily. Lin Ming and Yang Ming are simply not Jiang Boyan's opponents. If Jiang Boyan goes all out, Lin Ming and Yang Ming will probably lose in less than 5 moves. Yeah, even Mu Qianxue may not be able to win. I thought Mu Qianxue would be able to suppress Jiang Lanjian after reaching the Rangyuan realm. Now it seems that it would be good enough to force Jiang Boyan to reveal his trump card. The audience was talking about it, and Lin Ming was also shocked. Just as Lin Ming kept surprising Jiang Boyan also kept surprising Lin Ming. Before the finals, they were like an iceberg floating on the sea, and what was revealed to others was just the tip of the iceberg. After Jiang Boyan and Qin Wuxin, there were several less important duels, followed by another shocking match, Lin Ming vs. Yang Ming. This was a match that the audience had been looking forward to for a long time. On one side was Yang Ming, who ranked 3rd in the last Zhang Wushu competition, and on the other side was Lin Ming, the biggest dark horse in this Zhang Wushu competition. This match was confusing. Chapter 282, Strength Leap. Yang Ming had met very few masters along the way, only Fang Qi, Mu Zhirong and Huan Xiaodi. In these 3 games, Bao Yangming won all of them with overwhelming advantages, without showing any strength at all. However, no one would doubt Bao Yangming's strength. In the last Zhangzhang martial arts competition, even Jiang Boyan, who participated in the competition for the first time, was defeated by Bao Yangming. At that time, he was once considered to be the candidate for the next martial arts competition champion, but unexpectedly, Jiang Boyan came from behind and overshadowed Bao Yangming. Compared with Bao Yangming's unimpeded winning streak, Lin Ming can be said to have won all the way. Now his reputation is second only to Jiang Lanjian and Mu Gubuyu, and is tied with Bao Yangming. As the referee announced the start of the game, the audience instantly boiled, and those who were optimistic about Lin Ming and Bao Yangming accounted for almost half. Many Hehuan sect disciples screamed and cheered for Bao Yangming. In comparison, Lin Ming, who was playing away, cheered much less. In addition to the warriors from the 36 countries, there were only a few sect girls who had a good impression of Lin Ming cheering for him. On the stage, Bao Yangming was dressed in white, holding a folding fan, and wearing a hair-binding scarf. He looked like a handsome young man, with a graceful temperament. As a Hehuan sect disciple, Bao Yangming was naturally surrounded by beautiful women and concubines. However, even so, there were still many beautiful girls who took the initiative to throw themselves into his arms. On the one hand, Bao Yangming himself had an outstanding appearance and temperament, and on the other hand, because of Bao Yangming's status as a core disciple, following him and getting some resources was enough for those girls to break through the condensation vein stage. 20 feet in front of Bao Yangming, Lin Ming was holding a silver spear, standing straight, with an upright posture. In the past 6 months, because of practicing top-level exercises to train his body, Lin Ming's body has grown rapidly. Now, at the age of 16, he is only a little shorter than the tall Bao Yangming. This kid, I don't know where the limit of his strength is. Bao Yangming looked at Lin Ming, without any confidence in his victory. This feeling was just like when he faced Mu Gubuyu. Before this, he had never thought that a disciple from the 36 kingdoms could bring him such pressure. Lin Ming is a combat all-rounder. Such people are rare. Most geniuses have a certain advantage in corresponding weaknesses. For example, Qin Wuxin's attack is invisible and intangible, and it is difficult to dodge, but she is not good at close combat. Once the opponent gets close to her, she loses more than she wins. For example, Huo Yan Luo and Zhang Yan's Heo, their attacks are extremely powerful, but their combat effectiveness is limited. Once their attacks are avoided, the result is also a loss. Even the seemingly omnipotent Jiang Lanjian has the weaknesses of insufficient attack momentum and insufficient defense. Because of the different strengths and weaknesses between geniuses, they will restrain each other. Geniuses with the same strength often have their own wins and losses because of their strengths. But Lin Ming is simply an all-around battle king. His attack momentum is strong, his spear moves are sharp, and his attack contains the artistic conception of wind. His attack speed is extremely fast. As for his defense, it goes without saying that he can withstand Jiang Lan's sword attack. In terms of body speed and evasion ability, he is also like a ghost, with no weaknesses at all. Facing such a master without weaknesses, Bao Yangming has no idea how to win. The game officially started. Bao Yangming didn't say a word and spread the iron fan in his hand. Absolute life purple flame. With a hissing sound, a large amount of purple fire emerged from the iron fan and burned fiercely. The color of this purple fire is much richer than the purple flame bone spear used by Yang Zifeng. The flames rushed towards Lin Ming with a whistling breath, and a cold breath came towards him. The cold flames were extremely weird. King Kang's true essence burst out. Lin Ming took a step forward, stabbed out with a spear, and 10,000 vibrating true essence rushed out fiercely. Boom. The purple flames fell apart directly, and were completely disintegrated by Lian Li Rusi. After reaching the initial stage of condensing meridians, coupled with the breakthrough of Lian Li Rusi itself, now Lin Ming uses vibrating true essence again. The power is incomparable to before. Bao Yangming's face changed. Although he did not expect Zhu Shengziyan to win, he did not expect to be broken by the opponent so easily. Purple flame bone spear. Death scythe. Bao Yangming shouted, and a bone spear formed by flames appeared at his side. Compared with Bao Yang's at the beginning, Bao Ming's bone spear appeared almost instantly, without any process of condensing true essence. Not only that, he waved his iron fan, and another purple sickle appeared, just to take Lin Ming's head. Facing the whistling attack, Lin Ming looked indifferent, stepped on the golden peng-breaking void step, and his speed instantly reached the extreme. Crack. On the side of the figure, Lin Ming actually rushed out from the gap between the bone spear and the death sickle. Purple lightning flashed, and a spear containing the artistic conception of wind and the power of thunder pierced Bao Ming's face. Bao Ming's heart trembled, and his figure retreated violently. At the same time, he pushed the iron fan wantonly, and purple flames bloomed in front of him like clouds, protecting his body layer by layer. Boom. 10,000 strands of King Kang true essence burst out, and thick thunder danced like purple snakes. The purple flame shield only lasted for a moment, before being torn apart by the spear. Seeing the cold silver spear stabbing at him, Bao Ming's pupils shrank. He never thought that Lin Ming's seemingly random spear would be so powerful that it broke 3 of his purple flame shields. He knew that, if he was stabbed by this spear, he would definitely lose. At the beginning, Fang Qi was broken by 5 9-turn green light arrays with one shot. Bao Ming did not think that his body protecting true essence would be stronger than Fang Qi's 9-turn green light array. This Lin Ming, his attack power is too abnormal. Butterfly dance 100 flowers. Bao Ming's body instantly turned into a series of afterimages, narrowly avoiding the shot. A physical martial arts? Lin Ming watched Bao Ming's figure fluttering like a butterfly picking flowers. Obviously, this is an extremely gorgeous evasive physical technique. There are more than a dozen figures, real and fake. Ordinary warriors can't tell where Bao Ming's real body is. They can't attack, and can only passively take the beating. Moreover, they don't know where Bao Ming's attack will come from. However, this is not a problem for Lin Ming at all. He simply closed his eyes, and his soul power merged into the artistic conception of wind. Lin Ming's figure suddenly disappeared. Sweep the thousands of troops. It was still the eternal basic spear technique. Lin Ming swept the void with a spear, and Bao Ming appeared under Lin Ming's gun the moment Lin Ming fired the gun, as if he had bumped into him. Bao Ming's face changed drastically. His butterfly dance 100 flowers physical technique was actually seen through in an instant. Question mark? At this time, Bao Ming had no way to avoid it, and could only resist it. Pa. The iron fan opened, Bao Ming shouted, and urged all his true energy. The blue-purple evil flames rushed out of the iron fan, and slashed directly at the tip of the spear. Boom. The blue-purple evil flames collided with the purple thunder, and the power of thunder and fire exploded. The moment the iron fan touched the tip of the spear, Bao Ming felt as if he had hit a mountain with one blow. 10,000 vibrating true energy flowed upstream. The immense vibration force directly cracked Bao Ming's tiger mouth, and his right arm lost its intuition. This is. Bao Ming felt as if his chest was hit by a heavy hammer. His throat felt sweet. Bao Ming spat out a mouthful of blood in the air, and his figure flew backwards and fell heavily on the protective light curtain. This sudden result made the audience stunned. Even Jiang Lanjian, who had always admired Lin Ming very much, was full of disbelief. Bao Ming, who ranked 3rd in the last Zhangzhang martial arts competition, was defeated so easily? Jiang Lanjian had expected Lin Ming to win, but he thought that the two would have a fierce fight, and Lin Ming would win the match with a small advantage after all the trump cards were revealed. However, he didn't expect that the two would win after only 10 moves. Bao Ming lost so easily? It seems that he didn't reveal his trump cards. Jiang Lanjian couldn't believe it. He lost to Bao Ming in the last Zhangzhang Wushu competition, and he didn't have the confidence to win this time, but Lin Ming won Bao Ming so easily. Jiang Boyan said slowly, Bao Ming's trump card has been revealed. That is his 5th level perfect Heho and divine art. His absolute life purple flame and death scythe were both used with the blessing of the 5th level Heho and divine art, but they were easily broken by Lin Ming. So many people did not see the power of Bao Ming's moves. It's not that Bao Ming is weak, but that Lin Ming is too strong. After breaking through the condensation vein stage, his strength has increased by a large margin. Jiang Boyan took a deep breath. Generally, when a warrior breaks through the condensation vein stage from the peak of bone forging, His strength will not increase so much, but Lin Ming is not an ordinary warrior. His entry into the condensation vein stage is a perfect breakthrough, and his foundation is extremely solid. Moreover, he is practicing the Chaos Gang Dao Sutra. After each realm breakthrough, the increase in true essence brought by Lin Ming is more condensed than that of warriors of the same level. Not only that, Lin Ming's King Kang true essence, Lianli Rusi and Zijiao Shenlei are all abnormal moves. The stronger the true essence is, the more powerful the moves will be. Therefore, from the peak of bone forging to the stage of vein condensation, Lin Ming ushered in a huge leap in strength. Gao Yangming also lost. So far, there are only 3 people who have maintained a winning streak. Except for Mu Gubuai and Jiang Boyan, Lin Ming has fought with most of the masters. As for Hu and Xiaodi and Mu Gujirong, who have not fought, they will not be Lin Ming's opponents. In other words, even if Lin Ming loses to Mu Gubuai and Jiang Boyan in succession, he will definitely enter the top 3. People were discussing the situation of the game. Lin Ming, the dark horse, has been dark all the way. A disciple of the 36 countries has entered the top 3 in his first participation in the general martial arts competition, and the other party has just turned 16. This is really shocking. After Lin Ming stepped down from the stage, he met Mu Gubuai. On his skinny face, he still had his signature sinister smile, but the look he gave Lin Ming was no longer with the previous teasing and contempt, but with a slight solemnity. Obviously, Mu Gubuai also felt the threat of Lin Ming. Chapter 283 Entering the top 3. After one match after another, the top talents frequently collided. In the 20th round, Jiang Lanjian faced Qin Wuxin. This was an extremely important duel, which largely determined the top 5. Qin Wuxin and Jiang Lanjian could be said to restrain each other. Qin Wuxin was slow and not good at close combat, while Jiang Lanjian was just the opposite. Qin Wuxin's attack was sharp, invisible, and intangible, while Jiang Lanjian's defense was insufficient. It was hard to say whether this battle would win. On the ring, Qin Wuxin was dressed in a white robe, while Jiang Lanjian was wearing a green robe and holding a sword. At a distance of 20 feet, if Jiang Lanjian rushed over, he would win. If he couldn't rush over, he would definitely lose. After the game started, the two immediately went all out. Qin Wuxin performed Feng Shui 8 sounds, and Jiang Lanjian integrated the artistic conception of wind into his sword moves. This was the first time that Jiang Lanjian used the artistic conception of wind against an enemy other than Lin Ming, and he used it at the beginning. Jiang Lanjian knew very well that, if he didn't do this, he would have no chance. The attack of the piano sound was invisible and intangible. Jiang Lanjian's soul power was limited, and he could not detect it at all. He could only use the sword light to protect his whole body. Under the blessing of the artistic conception of wind, a vortex of sword energy formed around Jiang Lanjian, and dozens of wind blades flew out in all directions, hitting the murderous intent hidden in the void. Ding ding ding. A sound as clear as the breaking of a string sounded, and Jiang Lanjian broke through the piano sound one by one, and his sword light was constantly shattering. Qin Wuxin's Feng Shui 8 sounds was extremely mysterious. The piano sound contained a powerful vibration force. One piano sound could break through several sword lights. Jiang Lanjian was repeatedly trapped by the piano sound and could not rush to Qin Wuxin's side. Qin Wuxin would not be arrogant at this time. As long as there was a chance, she would tap her toes and take the opportunity to distance herself from Jiang Lanjian. Qin Wuxin's speed was not fast, but when she was moving, her piano was always suspended in front of her, and she could attack continuously. In this way, Jiang Lanjian could not catch up with her. Ordinary clear sound, Feng Shui 8 sounds, mixed with some harmless piano sounds came like a tide. Jiang Lanjian was trapped by the piano sound, as if he was trapped in a quagmire, and his wind state of mind was constantly broken. Jiang Lanjian knew very well that, if he only defended and did not attack, it would be a matter of time before he lost. As long as he missed a piano sound, he would be in danger. Shocking sword. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Lanjian gave up the sword-like defense and used all his strength to activate the body protection essence, exerting the maximum speed, and stabbed Qin Wuxin's throat with a sword. His speed was extremely fast, and a distance of dozens of feet was just a matter of moment for him, provided that he was not hit by the piano sound. Crack. A piano sound hit Jiang Lanjian's body protection essence, and the vibration force exploded. Just a piano sound. Jiang Lanjian's clothes were torn into pieces, as if he was hit hard. His body suddenly paused, and the maximum speed was broken. At this time, Qin Wuxin, who had been concentrating on the game, and did not give up any chance to win, how could he miss this excellent attack time? With a flick of his fingers, 2 sounds of the zither hit Jiang Lanjian's body. Jiang Lanjian's protective essence was broken, and he flew backwards. Qin Wuxin wins. As the referee announced, Qin Wuxin breathed a sigh of relief. She won this battle with great difficulty. Her own strength was similar to Jiang Lanjian's. There was some luck involved in her victory this time. If Jiang Lanjian had made a desperate move, and had not hit the zither sound hidden in the void, when he used the stunning sword, then she would have been the loser. As Qin Wuxin won, the girls of the Qin sect cheered. In this way, even if Qin Wuxin lost to Liang Ming, Mu Qianxue and others, she would have been in the top 5. In the 21st round, Lin Ming faced Mu Qianxue. The opponent admitted defeat very straightforwardly. There was nothing he could do about it. Although puppeteers were powerful, they also had a weakness. That was that once they lost their puppets, they were nothing. Mu Qianxue now only had 3 puppets left, and Lin Ming's attack power was so abnormal. If he lost 1 or 2 puppets, Mu Qianxue would be in tears. He still wanted to compete for the top 10. In the 22nd round, Lin Ming faced Huan Xiaodi. This was also a match without suspense in the eyes of the audience. Even the boys and girls of Huan sect did not think highly of their senior sister Huan. At the beginning of the match, Huan Xiaodi cast 108 illusions, but Lin Ming used his training force like silk, and pounced on them with 10,000 vibration true essences, killing them all. Then Huan Xiaodi symbolically cast some illusions, which were easily broken by Lin Ming again. In Liang Ming's words, Lin Ming was almost an all-round genius. In terms of defense alone, Lin Ming not only had abnormal physical defense, but also soul defense. The Sea of Spirit was integrated with the purple dragon god Thunder, and Lin Ming could almost stand still and let Huan Xiaodi attack with illusions. Lin Ming could sense that Huan Xiaodi had not used her full strength. She had just fought symbolically to save face. Since that was the case, he would not lose face for a girl. After a few moves, Huan Xiaodi smiled and said, "Junior brother Lin is amazingly strong. I admit defeat." Then she turned and stepped down. Lin Ming suddenly had an idea and said, "Senior sister Huan, wait a moment." HMM. Huan Xiaodi turned around, her beautiful eyes blinking. "Junior brother Lin, is there anything else?" "Excuse me, senior sister Huan, does the Huan sect have a disguise technique that can change one's appearance so that people with similar cultivation cannot see through it?" Huan Xiaodi said, "Yes, what's up, junior brother Lin, are you interested?" Lin Ming nodded. Ever since he was tricked by Billuo with the disguise technique, he has been very interested in it. This technique is a must-have for traveling at home, killing people, setting fires, and escaping. With this technique, it is much easier to hide one's identity. Huan Xiaodi chuckled and said, "This move is not considered a core move in Huan sect. Disciples from other branches can learn it if they want to. They just need to pay a certain amount of Zenyuan stones. However, if junior brother Lin is interested, you don't need Zenyuan stones, and I can teach you in person." Huan Xiaodi's voice ended with a very tempting tremor, which made people feel soft in their hearts. Lin Ming nodded subconsciously and said, "Thank you, senior sister." He suddenly understood why Qin Wuxin and Huan Xiaodi were both called the peerless twins of the Seven Profound Valley, but the gap in strength was so big. One of them was devoted to martial arts, pure-hearted and abstinent, and devoted himself to practicing the Qin until the Qin heart was perfected, while the other was laughing and playing tricks most of the time, and didn't care about any martial arts illusions. Naturally, the gap in strength became larger and larger. Of course, these things had nothing to do with Lin Ming. If Huan Xiaodi taught him, he would definitely learn the best and most comprehensive disguise technique, which Lin Ming wanted. The 5th match of the 22nd round, Liang Ming vs. Qin Wuxin. Although Liang Ming gave people a stronger impression, Qin Wuxin was also in a strong position, and it was definitely not a one-sided battle. The problem was how Yang Ming could block Qin Wuxin's invisible and intangible piano attack. At the beginning of the match, Yang Ming used the 5th level of the perfect Hehuan divine art, and his whole body was ablaze with purple flames. Under his control, the purple flames surrounded his body like clouds, forming a thick flame shield. The audience was familiar with this purple flame shield. When facing Lin Ming, Yang Ming also used the purple flame shield, but was pierced by Lin Ming's gun. As a result, Yang Ming had to give up the purple flame shield and use the butterfly dance of 100 flowers to escape. However, he escaped on the first day, but not on the 15th day. In the end, he was swept away by Lin Ming's gun. Because of this, the audience was not optimistic about the purple flame shield. However, Qin Wuxin used the Fengxian 8 sounds, and the invisible and intangible piano sound attacked the purple flame shield, but failed to shatter the purple flame shield. The vibration force almost broke the purple flame shield, but at the same time, new flame power continued to flow in to fill the gap. After completing the 5th level of the Hehuan divine art, Yang Ming's true essence was so condensed that it was shocking. If he could not break the purple flame shield directly with one shot like Lin Ming did, he would have a continuous supply of true essence. Yang Ming opened the folding fan in his hand and slashed at Qin Wuxin with a death sickle. Qin Wuxin gritted his teeth and plucked the strings with his right hand. Fengxian 8 sounds. Bang 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 bang. 8 sounds of the piano hit the death sickle, shaking the purple flame sickle apart. However, taking this opportunity, Yang Ming took a step forward and was less than 10 feet away from Qin Wuxin. Junior Sister Qin, your piano attack is very powerful, but unfortunately, your moves are too simple and easy to be targeted. The purple flame shield exploded and blocked Qin Wuxin's second round of piano attack. Qin Wuxin took the opportunity to distance herself, but Yang Ming kept pressing. As the piano sounds came out, although Yang Ming's speed was greatly hindered, he was eventually chasing closer and closer, because Qin Wuxin's Fengxian 8 sounds continued, and her true essence could no longer support it, while Yang Ming's true essence was very condensed, and did not consume much. The iron fan opened again, only 3 feet away from Qin Wuxin's jade neck. At this point in the battle, there was no suspense, and Qin Wuxin was defeated. The audience breathed a sigh of relief. In the finals, Yang Ming had not encountered any strong enemies, and had come smoothly until now. The only person he met was Lin Ming, and he was defeated thoroughly, so many people subconsciously felt that Yang Ming was not that powerful, until this game. Yang Ming defeated Qin Wuxin with a considerable advantage. The people present suddenly realized that Yang Ming, as the 3rd place in the last martial arts competition of the main sect, was undoubtedly very strong. The reason why Yang Ming lost to Lin Ming was because Lin Ming was stronger. Lin Ming is already in the top 3, only Jiang Boyan and Mu Gubuayu are ahead. I'm really looking forward to the duel between the 3 of them. If Lin Ming can beat 1, he will be 2nd, and if he beats 2, he will be 1st. First? How is 1st possible? Jiang Boyan is too abnormal. When he faced Qin Wuxin, he didn't even use his sword. No matter how strong Lin Ming is, he will not be Jiang Boyan's opponent. At most, he can compete with Mu Gubuayu. It depends on what strength Mu Gubuayu has not yet revealed. As everyone was talking, a heavyweight match began again. Mu Gubuayu vs. Jiang Lanjian. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284 Lin Ming vs the Wooden Drum. Generally, puppeteers can only reach the Rangyuan realm after entering the Xianshan realm, but Mu Gubuayu has only reached it half a step after the Xianshan realm. Based on this alone, no one thinks Jiang Lanjian can win. After the game started, Mu Gubuayu released his spider puppet from his pocket. He has only used this spider puppet since the finals. Now it seems that he still plans to use a single spider puppet to deal with Jiang Lanjian. Or that spider puppet? Mu Gubuayu is too arrogant. Jiang Lanjian frowned slightly. He thought he was not Mu Qianxue's opponent, but the other party only used a puppet that was probably the weakest to deal with him, which was too contemptuous. The artistic conception of wind. Jiang Lanjian's true energy flowed all over his body. He waved the long sword in his hand, and dozens of sword lights pierced Mu Qianxue. At the same time, he moved his feet and his figure disappeared instantly. Swoosh! Jiang Lanjian appeared beside Mu Qianxue like a ghost. The spider puppet was indeed powerful, but its reaction was extremely slow. At Jiang Lanjian's extreme speed, it could not react at all. It was just like a decoration, and was bypassed by Jiang Lanjian in one step. Although the puppeteer is powerful in combat, he also has a fatal weakness, that is, the puppeteer himself. The puppeteer is slow, weak in defense, and almost negligible in close combat ability, just like the disciples of sect. But Jiang Lanjian is just the opposite. He is extremely fast and his attack is extremely fierce. Once he gets close to him, his attack will be like a storm. Seeing that Jiang Lanjian and Mu Qianxue are already close, the audience widened their eyes in an instant. Is Mu Qianxue going to capsize in the gutter? Facing Jiang Lanjian, Mu Qianxue was too careless to only produce the weakest puppet. The whirlwind whistled, and Jiang Lanjian slashed down with one sword. He was determined to win this attack. Clang! It was like the sound of metal colliding. Jiang Lanjian's sword failed to cut down after all. He looked at the sword in his hand in disbelief. The sword that contained the artistic conception of wind was actually blocked by Mu Qianxue's hand. How is this possible? Even Lin Ming, who had a strong defensive power, used a clever force to deflect his sword. It was impossible for him to block the sword with his hand like Mu Qianxue did. Jiang Lanjian knew that something was wrong and wanted to withdraw his sword. However, at this time, he was shocked to find that his sword was stuck. In Mu Qianxue's forearm, black tentacles like earthworms grew and entangled his sword. Jiang Lanjian's face changed. What is this? Is this still a human body? Die! Mu Qianxue screamed, and the nails on his left hand suddenly turned into a foot-long sharp barb, grabbing Jiang Lanjian. At this time, Jiang Lanjian could only avoid this attack if he gave up the sword in his hand, but for a swordsman, the sword in his hand is like life. He would rather break his arm than give up the sword. The artistic conception of wind. Jiang Lanjian shouted, his whole body bursting with true energy. The long sword in his hand twisted into a vortex of wind like a sharp knife. The black tentacles were cut off by Jiang Lanjian, but his speed was slow after all. Mu Qianxue grabbed Jiang Lanjian's chest with a heavy claw, and the sharp claw pierced into his chest, and blood splattered. Jiang Lanjian's chest was instantly bloody. Gritting his teeth, and pulling out the sword stuck in Mu Qianxue's forearm, Jiang Lanjian knelt on one knee, blood gushing from his chest. The 1-foot-long spike was enough to pierce his internal organs. You would rather die than draw your sword? It's really stupid. Mu Qianxue kicked Jiang Lanjian away and sneered. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the sword sect below the stage were indignant. Mu Qianxue was too arrogant. This was simply an insult to Jiang Lanjian. But although they were angry, they could not do anything to Mu Qianxue. After all, Mu Qianxue defeated Jiang Lanjian in a fair duel, and no one could say that he was wrong. They wanted to get back their position, unless they defeated Mu Qianxue openly in the ring. Unfortunately, none of them was Mu Qianxue's opponent, so they could only swallow their anger. Jiang Lanjian was carried down on a stretcher. He was seriously injured. Although Qianxue Valley had a large number of healing holy medicines, it was impossible for Jiang Lanjian to recover all his fighting power within an hour. Jiang Boyan looked at the wound on Jiang Lanjian's chest. His face was as cold as water, and he raised his head to meet Mu Qianxue's disdainful eyes. He laughed strangely and said, "The defense of your sword sect disciples is really as weak as paper. I just grabbed him lightly, and he became like this. If I hadn't stopped in time, his heart would have been crushed by me." Jiang Boyan didn't get angry, but said coldly, "There's no point in talking more. Let's see who will win in the ring." Mu Qianxue's provocation sent a signal to all the audience. He was not afraid of anyone, and Jiang Boyan was no exception. Not only Lin Ming and Jiang Boyan were constantly showing strength that surprised the audience, but Mu Qianxue was also like this. He was like an iceberg floating on the sea. What he showed before was just the tip of the iceberg. The three giants of the young generation were much stronger than the champions of the previous general sect martial arts competition. If it weren't for the three of them, Bao Ming's strength would have been enough to win the championship. What's going on with Mu Gubuayu? Why can his arm block Jiang Boyan's sword? And what are those black tentacles? How should I know? The guys in the puppet sect are all very weird. They don't contact other sects. Who knows what they are doing? Could it be they have transformed their bodies? What a bunch of lunatics. The audience below the stage talked a lot. No matter which possibility it was, one thing was certain, that is, close combat was no longer Mu Gubuayu's weakness. Strong defense, strong close combat ability, more outstanding long-range attack, and many puppets cooperated to form a multi-type and all-round three-dimensional attack system. Mu Gubuayu, like Lin Ming, is also an all-round combat genius. Moreover, he is obviously more powerful than Lin Ming. Realizing this, the disciples of the sword sect were secretly sweating. Can Jiang Boyan really do it? At this point, it was no longer just a battle between Jiang Boyan and Mu Gubuayu, it even rose to the honor of the sect. If Jiang Boyan was defeated again after the sword sect was insulted this time, then the sword sect would really not be able to raise its head. However, the fight between Mu Gubuayu and Jiang Boyan never happened. On the contrary, the person who collided with Mu Gubuayu first was Lin Ming. As the referee announced the match, the audience was boiling. Lin Ming vs Mu Gubuayu. This was a peak showdown between two all-round fighting geniuses. For the first time, the cheers Lin Ming received when he was playing away from home far overshadowed his opponent. The disciples of the sword sect and the girls of the kin sect were all cheering for Lin Ming, but on the other hand, no one was cheering for Mu Gubuayu. The puppet sect was originally sparsely populated, and few people came to watch the martial arts competition. Moreover, they were all eccentric, and would not do boring things like cheering. In addition, the puppet sect had always been unpopular, and the erase sect, the refining sect and other sects did not have a good impression of them, so naturally they would not cheer for Mu Gubuayu. However, although there were many people cheering for Lin Ming, there were not many people who really had confidence in Lin Ming. It is true that Lin Ming's strength exceeded people's expectations. He defeated Fang Qi, Jiang Lanjian, Qin Wuxin, and Ao Ming, and he refreshed his strength limit again and again. But Mu Gubuayu was also like this. First, he was in the Rangyuan realm, and then he had a strong melee ability. His current momentum was not inferior to Jiang Boyan at all. On the stage, Lin Ming and Mu Gubuayu were 10 feet apart. This time, the martial arts competition of the main sect had broadened his horizons. He had seen 3 special combat professions, the Zither Master, the Array Master, and the Puppet Master. This was only in the small Kixuan area. When it expanded to the entire Xianan continent, who knows how many more strange professions would emerge. Mu Gubuayu opened a cloth bag on his back, and 3 puppets jumped out in succession. The first one was a spider puppet, a mummy, and the last one was a giant crocodile with 8 claws. Mu Gubuayu finally took out the other puppets, and he took them out right from the start. Before this, I didn't expect you to get to this point. I was very surprised when you defeated our Ming. You are the first young generation that can surprise me, but that is because of your growth speed, not your strength. You are proud enough to let me use 3 puppets at the beginning. No more words. Let's fight. As soon as the voice fell, the heavy and soft silver spear in Lin Ming's hand appeared a layer of green, and the endless vibration of true energy was shot out wantonly, shaking the air. Facing Mu Gubuayu, Lin Ming would not be careless at all. This is a very difficult opponent. It is said to be a one-on-one fight, but in fact, Lin Ming is equivalent to facing 4 or 5 powerful enemies at the same time. Crack. Among the 3 puppets, the mummy moved first. It slowly pulled out a piece of bone from its body. The bone was pale and colorless. As the bone was pulled out, Lin Ming could clearly hear the crackling sound of the bones colliding. It was a 4-foot-long bone spur, and the tip of the bone spur glowed green, which seemed to be poisonous. Ah! The mummy screamed, holding the bone spur in his hand, and stabbed Lin Ming directly. His speed was extremely fast, and even compared to Jiang Lanjian, it was not much slower. Lin Ming turned the spear in his hand and shot at the mummy. After infusing 10,000 vibration forces, Lin Ming's spear could be said to be able to injure anyone who touched it, and kill anyone who touched it. The white bone spur was definitely not able to block Lin Ming's shot. However, at this moment, the bone spur in the mummy's hand suddenly exploded. A 4-foot-long bone spur turned into hundreds of 3-inch long bone needles in an instant, all shooting towards Lin Ming. Among these bone needles, a small half glowed green, which obviously contained a highly poisonous substance. As the attack approached, a poisonous hidden weapon suddenly burst out. It was an extremely vicious move. Lin Ming snorted coldly, and the vibration force burst out. 10,000 vibration true essences rushed out from the heavy, mysterious soft silver spear. For a moment, the surroundings were all green. Puff 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 puff. Like the dense explosions of rain hitting banana leaves, hundreds of bone needles were all shattered into bone powder by the green true essence. Chapter 285 Puppet Combat Body. Bone fragments flew, and the aftermath of the explosion of true energy directly bounced the mummy puppet away. Lin Ming's whole body of true energy burst out, and he shook his spear, unfolding the golden peng-breaking void body technique, and his speed was like a ghost. He ignored the mummy puppet, and rushed directly to Mu Qianxue. The distance of 20 feet passed in a flash under Lin Ming's feet, and Lin Ming's gun pointed directly at Mu Qianxue's chest. Bypassing the puppet and attacking the puppeteer is the best way to deal with the puppeteer, but Mu Qianxue is not an ordinary puppeteer, and his melee ability is also abnormal. If Lin Ming attacks at close range, will he repeat the same mistake and end up like Jiang Lanjian? People can't help but have such doubts in their hearts. As a disciple of the sword sect, Jiang Lanjian's melee ability is unquestionable, but he was still defeated thoroughly. Mu Qianxue's defense is too amazing, and he is basically invulnerable to swords and guns. So is it possible for Lin Ming's gun to threaten Mu Qianxue? Everyone stared at the arena with wide eyes, staring at it without blinking. Seeing Lin Ming rushing over, Mu Qianxue had a sly smile on his face. His body had been transformed with countless rare materials when he was 12 years old. Zhengjin was mixed into the bones, and the flesh was injected with heavy black iron essence, and then soaked in calcined heavy water for 49 days. This step was repeated 6 times, twice a year, for 3 years. That kind of inhuman pain and torture is simply unbearable for humans. Because of these transformations, his hair fell out, and his skin became dry and wrinkled like dead ash, making him look like a mummy at such a young age. To some extent, it can be said that Mu Qianxue has turned his body into a living puppet. He paid so much just to get rid of the curse that puppeteers are not good at close combat. He wants to create a legend belonging to puppeteers, and the Kixuan Valley Zhangzhangwu is where his ambition begins. Zhengjin armor. Mu Qianxue shouted, his bones crackling. A layer of metal emerged from his flesh and covered his arms. At that moment, Mu Qianxue's 2 hands turned into the color of black gold. Facing Lin Ming's attack, Mu Qianxue did not dodge, but grabbed the heavy black soft silver spear. The sudden change shocked the audience. Is this still a human body? Mu Qianxue grabbed the tip of the spear directly. As long as he grabbed the tip of the spear and attacked with the puppet, Lin Ming would face 2 choices like Jiang Lanjian, either abandoning the spear and running away, or being seriously injured and defeated. However, the moment he grasped the tip of the spear, the smile just appeared, but it immediately solidified on his face. At that moment, 10,000 vibration true essences exploded like explosives. Do you really think you are invulnerable? Lin Ming snorted in his heart, and the King Kang true essence that was integrated with the power of the true dragon rushed into Mu Qianxue's body frantically. The vibration force ignored the surface deafened and directly destroyed the essence. Mu Qianxue groaned miserably, and his body was directly blown away by Lin Ming's shot. What? Seeing this scene, everyone in the audience was stunned. At the beginning, Mu Qianxue easily blocked the edge of Jiang Lanjian's sword, and at that time, the Zhengjin armor had not yet appeared on his hand. Now, the Zhengjin armor appeared, but he was still swept away by Lin Ming's shot. How could this happen? Mu Qianxue climbed up with a ferocious face. His arms were still trembling, and streams of bright red blood flowed out along the gaps in the Zhengjin armor. Mu Qianxue is injured. How did Lin Ming do it? By shooting him? How could Lin Ming's attack power be so abnormal? Didn't he use his full strength before? In the eyes of most viewers, although Lin Ming is stronger than Jiang Lanjian, he is not several times stronger. at least in terms of attack power. Jiang Lanjian, as a disciple of the sword sect, is good at attack power. His attack is not much inferior to Lin Ming's. However, the shot just now by Lin Ming completely overturned the audience's cognition. Lin Ming glanced at Mu Qianxue's arm and said, "So you can bleed too." Mu Qianxue's defense power really exceeded his expectations. Now Lin Ming has broken through the condensation vein stage, and his training force has reached 10,000 strands. He also contains King Kang's Anyuan and thunder power at the same time. Such vibrations Anyuan has extremely powerful destructive power. Once it hits the enemy's body, it will ignore the surface defense and directly destroy the enemy's internal organs and bones. In other words, Mu Qianxue's Zhengjin armor actually had no effect on Lin Ming, but even in this case, Mu Qianxue actually took his attack. At least his bones and meridians were not destroyed. This guy has even transformed his own meridians and bones. His body has been transformed almost like a puppet. There are so many martial arts, and there are so many wonders. Good. Very good. Mu Qianxue's face was as gloomy as water, and his burning eyes stared at Lin Ming like a ferocious beast that was choosing a person to devour. You have completely angered me, and I will make you pay the price. Puppet combat body. Mu Qianxue's body bones made crackling sounds, and his rag-like clothes were torn apart. Two bloody arms stretched out from his back. In the blink of an eye, Mu Qianxue turned into a monster with 4 hands. Even though Lin Ming had experienced a lot of disgusting and weird things in southern Xinjiang, he felt his scalp tingling when he saw this scene. The pair of arms did not look like they were made of materials, but seemed to be a real person's arms that were cut off and pressed on. This Mu Qianxue is really a lunatic. Crack, crack, crack. 4 different weapons were pulled out from the Zumi ring by Mu Qianxue, a sickle, and an extra long sword that was more than 5 feet long and only 1 inch wide. The 2 long weapons were held by the 2 hands behind Mu Qianxue, and his 2 hands in front of him. One hand held a hammer, and the other hand held a 3-foot long iron nail as thick as a thumb. This kind of nail is specially used by the puppet sect to nail people's chests, to fix the human body on the wooden frame, to facilitate the production of puppets. Most of the time, it is only used to fix corpses, but sometimes it is also used to fix living people. When Mu Qianxue took out the 4 weapons, Lin Ming moved. He didn't intend to wait for Mu Qianxue to complete his transformation ceremony. A spear stabbed, and the tip of the spear flashed with lightning. The purple dragon divine thunder was specifically used to suppress evil spirits and yin spirits. Mu Qianxue had a very heavy corpse spirit on his body. If he was stabbed by this spear, he would definitely suffer additional heavy damage. At this moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt a huge pulling force pulling his body, as if his body was a piece of pure iron, attracted by a magnet. Turning around, he saw the giant crocodile puppet opened its mouth. In its mouth, there was a pure black vortex, emitting a strong attraction, that pulled at his body. Devouring power. What kind of skill is this? Before Lin Ming could react, he heard a whoosh and a silver spider web fell from the sky and enveloped him. It was the spider web spit out by the spider puppet. After the puppeteer reaches a Rangyuan realm, the puppets he makes can retain some of their abilities in life, such as the spider's web. At the same time, the mummy also moved, holding the half-bone spear in his hand, and stabbed Lin Ming's chest with 1 blow. At this time, Lin Ming was pulled by the devouring power, and could not dodge at all. There was a spider web above, and a bone spear below, which almost made it a deadly situation. The audience was shocked, and several Kinsect girls couldn't help but scream. At this moment, a dazzling purple light suddenly burst out from Lin Ming's body, and a thick purple arc of electricity jumped out of Lin Ming's body like a giant snake, and rushed straight to the spider web. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A spider web that was tougher than silkworm silk was burned to ashes by the purple dragon god thunder. In a flash, the mummy rushed over with a bone spear. Lin Ming shouted, and thrust the spear in his hand like a venomous snake. Puff. The spear pierced the mummy's chest with full of momentum. The thunder force that specifically suppressed the evil spirit radiated in all directions. The mummy was enveloped by the electric net and its body shook like a sieve. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The mummy, whose body was burned black by the thunder, suddenly opened its mouth and spit out a large cloud of purple smoke. Corpse poison? The purple smoke was burned clean by the thunder force without any suspense as soon as it appeared. However, this scene still shocked Lin Ming. The devouring power restrained the opponent's actions, and the spider puppet in the mummy puppet surrounded and killed him. The puppet would release poison before dying. There were many killing moves. If he did not have the purple dragon god thunder and King Kang vibrating true essence that could attack and defend, he would probably find it difficult to block such an attack. Go to hell. Lin Ming snorted coldly, and 10,000 vibration essences flowed into the mummy's body and then exploded, and the mummy on the tip of the gun was directly blown into pieces. Killed a puppet? Awesome. Although it was just a puppet, it still shocked everyone present. Before this, Mu Qianxue's puppet seemed to be immortal. No matter how the opponent attacked, it could not break the puppet's defense. Even if the puppet was occasionally injured, the puppet seemed to be unaware. Lin Ming's ability to completely kill a puppet immediately made the audience's eyes light up. The puppeteer has a limited number of puppets. Every time a puppet dies, the puppeteer's power is weakened by 1 point. On the stage, Lin Ming shook his spear and looked at Mu Qianxue coldly. Finally completed your puppet combat body? At this time, Mu Qianxue's body had shrunk into a thick layer of carapace, with only 4 golden arms with Zhengjin armor attached to them exposed outside, supporting the ground in a strange posture, like a giant beetle. This is the strongest defensive puppet I built, the red golden turtle. The armor layer of the red golden turtle can resist the penetration of the true essence. Your true essence is very strange. It can penetrate the Zhengjin armor and hurt me, but now, it is useless to the red golden turtle. As long as I hide in it, I will be invincible. Mu Qianxue laughed strangely. Lin Ming used his soul power to explore the armor of the red golden turtle. As Mu Qianxue said, there seemed to be a strange twisted force field sealed in the red golden turtle armor, blocking the fluctuation of the true essence. The puppet sect has so many secrets. Although Lin Ming did not understand the principle of the force field at all, he could guess that it was something close to a law. A small puppet sect actually had such a powerful inheritance. One should not underestimate any small sect. I didn't expect that I would be forced to use my final move just by fighting Mu Qianxue. What about Jiang Boyan? Chapter 286. Fire Evil God vs. Purple Dragon Divine Thunder. In the main hall of Qianxue Valley, Shi Zhongshan's face changed slightly. Red golden turtle. I didn't expect that Mu Qianxue can already drive the red golden turtle puppet. As the master of Qianxue Valley, Shi Zhongshan is quite familiar with some of the techniques of the puppet sect. For example, the defensive puppets such as the red golden turtle contain the true yuan force field in the puppet armor. This is a kind of law power that is even above the realm of wind. The true yuan force field is profound and obscure. Only geniuses among geniuses can comprehend it. It is the secret of the puppet sect. The true yuan force field and the Rang yuan realm have become the 2 supreme inheritances of the puppet sect. And the difficulty of comprehending the true yuan force field is even more difficult than the Rang yuan realm. Shi Zhongshan never thought that Mu Qianxue, at such a young age, actually comprehended the 2 supreme inheritances of the puppet sect at the same time. This is truly the first genius of the puppet sect in hundreds of years. He even has a higher status than Jiang Boyan in the sword sect. Shi Zhongshan turned and looked at the puppet sect's great elder who was sitting in the corner of the hall. Surprisingly, this old monster with a zombie face showed an extremely ugly smile and was obviously very satisfied with Mu Qianxue. Noticing Shi Zhongshan's gaze, the puppet sect's great elder laughed and said, Qianxue has only learned a little bit of the true yuan force field and can barely drive the lowest level red golden turtle. But, although it's just a little bit of the true yuan force field, it's more than enough to win the game. The puppet sect's great elder's words were full of confidence, and he did have reason to be confident. The true yuan force field was known as the absolute defense of the puppet armor. As long as he shrank in the red golden turtle, Mu Qianxue would be invincible. Moreover, Mu Qianxue also had a puppet made by a peak-acquired master. This puppet had been used by Mu Qianxue once a year ago. At that time, its combat power was already very amazing. Now that another year has passed, its power must be even stronger. The combination of the true energy force field and the puppet of a peak-acquired master, let alone Lin Ming, even Jiang Boyan would find it difficult to defeat Mu Qianxue. No wonder Mu Qianxue is so arrogant. He does have the capital to be arrogant. Thinking of this, Shi Zhongshan glanced at the great elder of the sword sect, but saw that he looked solemn, and was obviously a little worried about the duel between Jiang Boyan and Mu Qianxue. On the ring, after the mummy puppet was strangled by Lin Ming, Mu Qianxue, who was shrinking in the red golden turtle, released a new puppet, still a human-shaped puppet. It was wearing bright red armor, burning with scorching flames all over its body, and it looked like a fire god born from fire. Shishi. One foot stepped on the ground, and the floor tiles actually melted directly. The true energy emanating from it was many times stronger than the previous mummy. It's the fire evil god. After the puppet sect wiped out the fire cult of Jingchen country, they used the corpse of their leader to make a puppet. It's a master at the peak of the acquired realm. It's more powerful than when I saw the fire evil god a year ago. At that time, it didn't have a battle armor and the flames weren't so hot. The audience around couldn't help but exclaimed. Compared with a true energy force field, it's obvious that the deterrent power brought by a famous master at the peak of the acquired realm is naturally greater. Facing such a Mu Qianxue, how can Lin Ming fight? It turns out that it's a puppet made with the corpse of a master at the peak of the acquired realm as a blueprint. Lin Ming's eyes condensed. The master at the peak of the acquired realm who was chosen by Mu Qianxue as the puppet material is definitely not an ordinary person. He is at least at the level of Qinziya, or even stronger than Qinziya. He is definitely not comparable to ordinary masters at the peak of the acquired realm from the 36 countries. After being made into a puppet, due to Mu Qianxue's cultivation, its strength would be weakened a lot, but it was not so easy to deal with. In addition, there was a Mu Qianxue shrinking in the red golden turtle, and 2 giant crocodile puppets and spider puppets with the ability to contain. The 4 combined to form an attack and defense system with no weaknesses, and no dead angles. Even Jiang Boyan looked solemn when he saw Mu Qianxue in this combat state. In the past 3 years, not only he has made rapid progress, but also Mu Qianxue. He has special abilities, and Mu Qianxue is no exception. You have initially mastered the 2 supreme inheritances of the puppet sect, and the fire evil god who became famous a year ago, and has greatly improved his strength now. Lin Ming, I really want to see how you can stop it. Jiang Boyan looked at Lin Ming in the center of the field with burning eyes. In this situation, most people have no hope for Lin Ming. Mu Qianxue has repeatedly shown his powerful side beyond people's imagination. It is not an exaggeration to describe him as the first genius of the puppet sect in 600 years. Lin Ming silently watched the fire evil god. True essence continued to pour into the evil god seed. With a light sound of crack, an inconspicuous purple steel needle jumped into Lin Ming's palm. The steel needle was only 2 inches long, and a purple dragon was engraved on the needle. The dragon circled the needle 9 times, baring its fangs and claws, and it was aggressive. The purple dragon god Thunder Spirit, which had been sleeping in the evil god seed for a month, finally reappeared. Although the coiled dragon steel needle contained extremely violent thunder power, from the outside, there was nothing unusual at all. The thunder power was all highly compressed inside the steel needle, without any overflow. Even a congenital master would find it difficult to detect that the steel needle in Lin Ming's hand was made of energy, and would think it was a real needle. This is the sign of high-level lightning. Lightning transformation. Energy and mass are essentially the same. When mass burns, it will turn into energy. When energy is highly compressed, it will also evolve into substantial mass. The so-called true essence transformation and lightning transformation are all like this. Therefore, no one except Mu Qianxue noticed the purple steel needle that suddenly appeared in Lin Ming's hand. Even Shi Zhongshan was no exception. If Shi Zhongshan used his soul power to explore, he could find that the needle was unusual, but how could he have thought that the steel needle that Lin Ming took out casually would contain earth-shaking power? Finally, it's used. This is the thunder spirit of the purple dragon divine thunder. If Qianxue hadn't told me in advance, I wouldn't have noticed this tiny thing. Mu Qianxue looked at the Panlong steel needle and was shocked. The power of thunder and lightning had been compressed to a terrifying degree. It was hard to imagine that this was a low-grade thunder spirit of the earth rank. At this time, on the stage, Mu Qianxue, who was firing at full power, laughed loudly. "Lin Ming, you are proud of yourself for being able to force out all my strength. Take my strongest attack, the flame hell." Whoosh, whoosh, the spider puppet spit out spider silk, and the giant crocodile puppet opened its mouth and released the devouring power, which directly acted on Lin Ming's body, instantly blocking his unparalleled speed. At the same time, the fire evil god pulled out a blazing giant sword from his back. The giant sword appeared, and layers of heat waves rushed towards him like a tide, as if the air was ignited. Under such a terrifying wave of energy, the protective light curtain trembled slightly. Just the aftermath had such power, which showed how powerful Mu Qianxue's attack was. All the audience widened their eyes and held their breath. Qin Xingxuan's heart was already in her throat, and her two small hands were tightly clenched together. How could Lin Ming block such a powerful attack? Mu Qianxue was definitely a ruthless person. Just look at his treatment of Jiang Lanjian. Although the Zhang Wu did not allow killing, what if? Or if it caused some irreversible serious injuries, wouldn't it ruin Lin Ming's life? Realizing this, Qin Xingxuan's palms were already sweating. At this time, the fire evil god moved, waving the flaming giant sword in his hand, and slashed at Lin Ming. The space seemed to be torn apart, leaving only the red flying all over the sky. At that moment, even the Judge Elder was mobilizing his true energy, alerted, ready to rescue Lin Ming at any time. If such a genius was to be killed in the martial arts arena, it would be an immeasurable loss. Buzz buzz buzz. The air trembled, the giant sword whistled, and the flames rose up, but Lin Ming, who was immersed in the flames, closed his eyes and his mind was empty. His soul had already penetrated the flames, controlling the flow of every bit of flame energy in his heart. The power of fire that is more powerful than the fire of the abyss is not controlled by the fire spirit, but supported by 9 pseudo fire spirits. It's incredible that one body can contain 9 pseudo fire spirits without conflicting with each other. Is this an ability that only puppets can have? The power of fire without the support of the fire spirit is easily controlled by the evil god seed. Lin Ming is not afraid at all. The true energy of his whole body is poured into the Panlang steel needle, and Lin Ming flicks his finger. Crack. Or 3-foot thick purple light column shot straight into the sky, as if a thunderbolt had fallen from the sky. The highly compressed thunder power in the purple dragon god thunder completely exploded. Thunder roared and purple snakes danced wildly. The thunder power and the fire power swirled together. Even without Lin Ming's deliberate control, the two extremely violent energies exploded violently, similar to the thunder and fire killing. Boom. The terrible thunder and fire power surged wantonly, forming a red and purple shock wave that shot out in all directions, all pouring onto the light curtain of the protective array. Such a terrifying explosion occurred in a completely enclosed space. The protective light curtain instantly trembled and expanded violently. With the sound of crackling, cracks appeared in the light curtain, and the entire protective array exploded with a bang. Lin Ming had expected this long ago. He stepped forward and quickly retreated with the golden peng breaking void body technique. Under the support of the evil god's power, the highly compressed King Kang Zenyuan spread throughout his body, guarding the major vital points. As for the fire evil god puppet at the peak of the acquired realm, how could it have the same awareness as Lin Ming? It was almost at the center of the explosion. As the terrifying energy was released, its armor was directly shattered, and its body was torn apart. What? How is it possible? Whether it was the audience or the elders in the hall, including Jiang Boyan, Jiang Lanjian and others, they were all shocked when they saw the fire evil god shatter. They thought that Mu Qianxue had already won most of the battle after taking out the strongest puppet fire evil god to form a perfect attack system. They never expected that the seemingly powerful fire evil god would shatter under one blow. The evening chapter was updated in advance. Chapter 287 Unstoppable. The energy released by the explosion was so strong that Lin Ming's clothes were shredded in many places, and his arms and legs were injured to varying degrees. This was because his King Kang body protecting true essence was strong and his physical defense was strong, so he could withstand such an attack. As for Mu Qianxue, his defense was much stronger than Lin Ming's, but he was more embarrassed than Lin Ming when he shrank into the red golden turtle puppet. In the wanton energy flow, he and the red golden turtle were blown away together and hit the edge of the ring heavily, falling like a turtle that was turned upside down, and even the weapons in his hands fell off. In the center of the ring, the terrifying explosion force completely tore the floor tiles of the ring that had just been repaired last night, and the fire evil god was torn apart and half dead. As for the other two puppets, their bodies were also shattered by the explosion. The giant crocodile puppet's tail was broken, and as for the spider puppet, 5 of its 8 long legs were broken. There were gasps from the audience. Is the fire evil god finished? I can't believe it. I saw Mu Qianxue take action with my own eyes a year ago. At that time, the fire evil god was almost comparable to the deputy master of the 7 Zuanwu mansions of Sunai country. A year later, the fire evil god had a red battle armor on his body, and his power was probably much stronger. He was defeated in one move. No, it should be said that he was directly destroyed. Too terrible. Even the protective light curtain was blown to pieces. Is he still a human? What kind of attack did Lin Ming use? Was it pure thunder power? Everyone present had cultivation, and at the moment of the explosion, they naturally felt the extremely powerful thunder power, and such a thick purple lightning rushed straight into the sky. Anyone with eyes could see it, but they couldn't believe that the thunder power released by Lin Ming could cause such terrible destructive power. At this time, the sound of thunder and lightning roared in the sky, and looking up, there was actually flashing lightning, like thunder clouds on a summer rainy day. There is no doubt that this was caused by the lightning that shot up into the sky just now. It can make the power of thunder rush into the sky and exist between the clouds for a long time. The intensity of this lightning is amazing. Mu Qianxue turned over from the pile of rubble. His deep-set eyes looked at Lin Ming in disbelief, and his lips twitched. Impossible. How could he have such a powerful attack? Question mark? Crack, crack, crack. With a few soft sounds, several pieces of the red golden turtle's shell fell off. It was obvious that it was traumatized by the impact just now, so that cracks appeared. Even the red golden turtle broke. Mu Qianxue took a breath of cold air. The true energy field was a low-level inheritance, but it couldn't block Lin Ming's attack. What a terrifying move. Even the best among the acquired peak masters is no more than this. To be able to launch such an attack, this guy must have used some secret technique, and there will definitely not be too many times. And my true energy force field has not been broken. I will not be afraid of his attack. Mu Qianxue thought so, and his heart was slightly relieved. You have destroyed so many of my puppets, even including the fire evil god. I will make you pay the price. Mu Qianxue gritted his teeth, and a hint of viciousness and ferocity appeared at the corners of his mouth. Each puppet is extremely precious to the puppeteer. The spider puppet and the giant crocodile puppet were seriously damaged. The fire evil god was scrapped, and the red golden turtle was slightly injured. After this series of losses, Mu Qianxue's heart was bleeding. It takes a lot of time and energy to build a puppet, and various precious and rare materials are required. Mu Qianxue can't afford to lose these puppets, especially the fire evil god. Mu Qianxue spent a lot of effort and cost, and now he was scrapped by Lin Ming, just like cutting off his limbs. Grabbing his 4 weapons, Mu Qianxue wanted to cut Lin Ming into pieces. At this moment, Mu Qianxue's eyelids jumped. He saw Lin Ming snap his fingers and a purple steel needle appeared in his palm, spinning around. Just now, it seems that this kid used this steel needle as a prop to launch such a terrifying attack. Mu Qianxue couldn't be sure. From the appearance, this purple steel needle was nothing special. Whether the terrifying attack was launched by this steel needle or not, he can't fire it continuously. I don't need to be afraid at all. Mu Qianxue thought so, and drove away the fear in his heart. He grabbed all 4 weapons in his hands. Mu Qianxue was fully focused, thinking that as long as this steel needle flew over, he would shoot it down with lightning speed. In the hall, when Shi Zhongshan saw the coiling dragon needle appear again, he stood up from his chair in shock. What is this? He was a man of extraordinary eyesight. The first time Lin Ming took out the coiling dragon needle, he did not pay much attention. This time, he deliberately used his soul power to explore it, but as soon as his soul power extended to the edge of the needle, it was bounced off by the thunder force compressed to a terrifying degree. How could it actually bounce off my exploration? Shi Zhongshan was shocked. He was an extremely innate cultivator. How could he be bounced off by a small steel needle taken out by a junior? With such a strong thunder force, Could it be that the steel needle was actually a thunder energy body condensed from thunder and lightning? Question mark. Shi Zhongshan was about to continue exploring, but at this time, Lin Ming flicked his finger, and the coiling dragon needle flew out with a sharp roar. Mu Qianxue was, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He had a premonition that this steel needle was not simple. However, the 4 weapons in his hands were all top-grade human-level treasures, and they were engraved with special puppet runes, which were in tune with his true essence. They were almost tailor-made for him. With these 4 special treasures that cost a lot to build, Mu Qianxue didn't believe that he couldn't block a small steel needle. Even if Lin Ming was a genius, he was just a commoner in the 36 kingdoms. How could he get a treasure that was higher in grade than himself? Break it for me. Mu Qianxue shouted, waving his 4 hands with treasures, and attacking the Panlang steel needle. The sickle, the long sword, the iron nail, and the heavy hammer, the 4 weapons, each of which was thousands of times larger than the Panlang steel needle, collided in a completely disproportionate way. Even though everyone knew that Lin Ming's strength was unfathomable, they had never thought about how powerful this steel needle would burst out. However, when the 4 treasures of Mu Qianxue hit the Panlang steel needle at the same time, an unexpected scene happened. Boom. It was as if a thunderclap sounded in the flat ground, and the terrifying purple light shot up into the sky. Dozens of thick electric snakes danced wildly, and Mu Qianxue, who was shrinking in the golden tortoise shell, was instantly knocked away like a polo ball hit by a polo stick. The audience was stunned. How could this happen? There was no time to react. A voice suddenly sounded at this time. Be careful of the aftermath of the explosion. Because the previous ring guard formation had exploded and lost the protection of the light curtain, the purple explosive energy mixed with flashing electric light rushed out of the ring. The nearby disciples exclaimed and tried their best to activate the body protection true essence to resist the aftermath of the energy. They were not weak, but even so, they were hit by the purple light aftermath and their blood rolled, and their bodies were numb. Several warriors whose cultivation was not enough for the bone forging stage were even injured. Too horrible. The aftermath of the true essence alone has such power. How strong would it be to face it head on? Zhang Yan's Heo in the contestant area waved his sword to block a true essence aftermath. Feeling the power of this key, Zhang Yan's Heo laughed bitterly in his heart and muttered to himself, it's ridiculous. I thought that, although my strength was not ranked in the top 5, I was the best in the whole field in terms of attack power. But now compared with Lin Ming, even if I use the most powerful of the Blood King's 3 kills, the Blood King's ultimate killing, the collapse of heaven and earth, I can't compare with him at all. The aftermath of the explosion passed, and the audience was in a mess. At this time, everyone couldn't help but have an idea in their minds. What happened to Mu Qianxue who was hit head on? For a moment, everyone turned their heads to look, but saw that at this time, Mu Qianxue had already smashed into the stone wall with his tortoise shell, and his body was deeply trapped in the pile of rubble, motionless. Seeing this scene, people's Adam's apples couldn't help but twitch fiercely. Such a terrifying collision, even with the defense of the red golden turtle, the impact alone can shake people apart, right? Too scary. With the sound of rolling rocks, Mu Qianxue crawled out of the rubble. It must be said that the defense of this red golden turtle was very strong. Even under the second attack of the Panlang steel needle, it did not explode, but only had many more cracks. However, no matter how strong the red golden turtle's defense was, it could not resist the electric shock and the huge shock caused by the collision. Mu Qianxue's body was burnt in many places and his internal organs were dislocated. Kakaka. More fragments of the red golden turtle rolled down, and the true energy force field was already in danger. Mu Qianxue was completely scared. The Lin Ming in front of him was simply a pervert. This inhuman attack could actually be fired continuously. Although the second attack was much weaker, it was definitely comparable to the full strength attack of an average level of acquired peak master. If it continued to fight, I'm afraid the red golden turtle would be finished. In that case, Mu Qianxue's combat effectiveness would be reduced to a low point, and the loss would be unimaginable. Mu Qianxue stared at Lin Ming with red eyes, and it seemed that he wanted to swallow Lin Ming, but he could only grit his teeth and said, I give up. Puppet masters can fight on multiple fronts and form a 3-dimensional attack system. Compared with ordinary warriors, they have great advantages, but the disadvantage is also obvious. Once the puppet is damaged, it will be very troublesome to repair it. It is not like ordinary warriors who can just take some high efficiency healing medicine. Mu Qianxue actually gave up. Horrible. Lin Ming can force Mu Qianxue to this point. I don't think Jiang Boyan can beat Lin Ming at all. I also think Jiang Boyan has no hope. He is probably at the same level as Mu Qianxue. A disciple of the Seven Mysterious Valley slapped his thigh and said in annoyance, "If I had known, I would have bet on Lin Ming to win. Even if I only bought 10 true essence stones, I would have made a lot of money now. Thank you Royang Fu Gyoksu and Junki for the accumulated rewards. Thank you. Dash." Chapter 288 The Final. Many people regretted not betting on Lin Ming to win. The audience had limited vision. When Jiang Boyan showed his amazing strength, they thought Jiang Boyan had a good chance of winning. When Mu Qianxue showed his Rang Yuan realm and Zen Yuan force field, they thought Mu Qianxue would win. Now, Mu Qianxue was killed by Lin Ming, and they turned to support Lin Ming again. At this time, a voice said coldly, "The battle has not yet started. No one can say for sure. Lin Ming may not be able to beat Jiang Boyan." The most terrifying thing about Mu Qianxue is his defense, but Lin Ming's attack power is even better than that of a peak acquired master, so he can restrain Mu Qianxue, but Jiang Boyan is different. His most terrifying thing is his attack power and speed. If Lin Ming's move can't hit Jiang Boyan, then Lin Ming will definitely lose. When this person said this, everyone thought it made sense. Masters restrain each other. Mu Qianxue and his puppet are not fast, which is like a perfect target for Lin Ming. But Jiang Boyan is different. His sword is extremely fast. His body movements are extremely fast. His attacks are extremely fierce. This is a completely different type of master from Mu Qianxue. As a result, the result of the final seems to be confusing again. While everyone was discussing, Lin Ming was also imagining his battle with Jiang Boyan. He once had full confidence in himself, but until now, he has not been able to see Jiang Boyan's true strength, and he doesn't know what Jiang Boyan's confidence is. It's a pity that my fire essence is weak now, otherwise, with the cooperation of thunder and fire, it would be much easier to deal with Jiang Boyan. Although the fire essence in Lin Ming's evil god seed is much stronger than before, it has not been substantially enhanced. It is still the lowest level of human level inferior. Through the roasting of fire essence these days, plus the collection of some information, Lin Ming has summed up a lot of experience. The fire essence of ordinary warriors, such as the immortal holy fire of the head of Nanjiang Huo Kai and the abyss fire of Huo Yanluo, the weapon refining sect, is fixed at a fixed level, and can never be upgraded. Collecting various rare materials to roast it will only make the fire spirit stronger than other fire spirits of the same level, but there will be no qualitative change. This is like raising a hunting dog, feeding it with good meat and bones every day, which can indeed make it grow stronger, but no matter how strong a dog is, it will never become a tiger. However, higher level fire spirits are different. For example, the ground level fire spirit is a tiger cub at the beginning. When it is first obtained, it is naturally not as good as an adult hunting dog without roasting. But a tiger is a tiger after all. Even if it is fed with rotten meat every day, when it grows up, it is definitely not something a dog can deal with. Lin Ming's current fire spirit is the weakest level even among earth dogs, but it can grow all the way and undergo a fundamental transformation. In the future, it can turn from a tiger into a dragon and burst out with terrifying power. If you want it to undergo a qualitative change, you can only let it devour the fire spirit. The rest, even the top level fire material, the feather of the vermilion bird, can only increase the power of the fire spirit at the same level, and cannot upgrade the fire spirit. Because of this, Lin Ming still kept most of the vermilion bird feathers that he had tricked from Mu Qianxue's sacred beast Mount Ua, and was reluctant to use them. While Lin Ming was thinking about the difference in fighting power between him and Jiang Boyan, in the square hall, several elders of the Seven Profound Valley were paying attention to Lin Ming and talking about it. The fight just now shocked them too much. Not only Shi Zhongshan, but also several elders noticed the coiling dragon steel needle. It didn't look like a real object, but more like something condensed from energy. The sword sect's great elder's deep eyes flashed with light. He bowed his head and pondered for a while, then slowly said, if my old eyes are not blurry, then it should be a magic weapon condensed from the thunder energy. Even thunder masters in the Xiantian realm may not be able to have such a thing. I can't believe that a teenager in the condensation vein stage can have such a thing. Elder Jiang, do you think that the steel needle was condensed by Lin Ming himself? What a joke. The Kinsect's sect master snorted coldly, obviously disdaining Elder Jiang's statement. A kid in the condensation vein stage, even if he is a genius at the top, can't condense a weapon of pure energy. It requires extremely condensed true essence and extraordinary compatibility with the thunder energy to purify the thunder energy and compress the energy into a weapon. Even if Lin Ming's talent is enough, his true essence is definitely not enough, otherwise he would not be here to compete. He can just sit in the hall. I'll give him my seat. The tone of the Kinsect old woman was somewhat cold. After being repeatedly slapped in the face by Lin Ming, she really had no good feelings towards Lin Ming. Moreover, no matter what sect Lin Ming joined, he would never join her Kinsect. Joining another sect would be equivalent to having one more powerful enemy. Knowing this in her heart, the Kinsect old woman's impression of Lin Ming became even worse. Elder Jiang smiled slightly. Lin Ming would not join the Kinsect, but he would most likely join the sword sect. There were many similarities between the spear and the sword. Although those sword manuals could not be practiced, many exercises for circulating the true essence could be used universally, and the sword sect also had the most abundant resources. If that were the case, the sword sect would have three great geniuses, Jiang Boyan, Jiang Lanjian and Lin Ming. Thinking of this, the smile on Elder Jiang's face became even wider. He stroked his beard and said, even if it was not condensed by Lin Ming himself, it is also a remarkable thing that he can drive an innate level vitality weapon. It's just good luck. It's nothing more than a stroke of luck that he got the inheritance of a certain innate master. With such an opportunity, you can naturally make rapid progress within a period of time, but after this period of time, you will be just like everyone else. Just when the leader of the Kinsect was sneering, Mu Qianxue suddenly interrupted coldly, there are countless opportunities in the Xianan continent, but there are very few people who can get them. What they lack is not luck, but ability and courage. Mu Qianxue knew how Lin Ming got the purple dragon divine thunder. At the beginning, he broke into the Thunder Mountain with the cultivation level of the bone tempering stage, and even broke into the Dragon Cave, and obtained the Yuan magnetic stone embryo. This kind of courage is not something that ordinary people can have. This is also why Mu Qianxue admires Lin Ming very much. There are countless geniuses in Xianan continent, but there are only a few truly powerful masters. Talent alone is far from enough. One also needs comprehension, courage and a tenacious heart for martial arts. Mu Qianxue is in a superior position. When she said this, the old woman of Kinsect immediately stopped talking. Shi Zhongshan smiled and said, Fairy Qianxue is right. Opportunities are only for those who are prepared. Every opportunity is accompanied by a corresponding danger. There is only a fine line between gaining an opportunity and dying. While the elders were discussing, several battles had already been fought on the stage. Huo Yanluo vs. Zhang Yan's Heo, two masters with top attack power collided. In the end, Huo Yanluo's fire spirit was better and broke Zhang Yan's Heo's Blood King 3 kills, which made the audience amazed. The power of the Abyss Fire was so terrifying. If it weren't for the lightning attack released by Lin Ming, the Abyss Fire would definitely be the most powerful move in this general martial arts meeting. Then Fang Qi vs. Mu Qianxue. Fang Qi, who had lost the golden light array flag, was almost at the bottom of the 11. However, Mu Qianxue was not much stronger. In the previous battle with Huo burned 3 of his puppets in one breath, which greatly reduced his strength. The two of them were now in trouble. After a fierce battle, Mu Qianxue won with difficulty. This victory basically established Mu Qianxue's 10th place, while Fang Qi could only be ranked 11th. In the 23rd round, Zhang Yan's Heo faced Huan Xiaodi. People were more optimistic about Zhang Yan's Heo, but the game was often unexpected. Under Huan Xiaodi's endless illusions, Zhang Yan's Heo, who was dazzled by his shots, missed his target, and was defeated by Huan Xiaodi's counterattack. In this way, the 8th and 9th places were basically determined. Zhang Yan's Heo, who participated in the Zhongzhong Wuhu with the blood wave knife, only got the 9th place in the end. This result was much worse than the Zhang family elders expected. It can only be said that there were too many top talents in this Zhongzhong Wuhu. After the 24th round, the referee team temporarily decided to postpone the match between Lin Ming, Qin Wuxin, Jiang Lanjian, Jiang Boyan, Mu Qianxue, and Ao Ming for 3 days, and the other matches would continue as usual. Because the 6 people fought with great power, they needed to repair the protective array of the ring. At the same time, Jiang Lanjian was seriously injured, and Mu Qianxue's puppet was seriously damaged, which greatly affected the combat power of the two. If they continued to fight, they would not be able to exert their strongest strength, so they made such a decision. Lin Ming didn't care about this decision. Among the 11 opponents, there was only one person he had not fought, and that was Jiang Boyan. This was also the final decisive battle. For 3 days, Lin Ming was specially arranged by Qianxue Valley to stay in a quiet room built on the Eye of the Earth vein. The Eye of the Earth vein is the gushing mouth of the underground vitality. The concentration of heaven and earth vitality here is twice that of other places in Qianxue Valley, and it is even more different from that of Xianan country. At the same time, the food Lin Ming ate was also top-grade spiritual grains and vegetables. The heaven and earth vitality contained in these meals was more refined than the food in Nanhua building. Lin Ming suspected that the value of this meal was probably more than 100 true yuan stones, which would be 100,000 taels of gold. One meal cost 100,000 gold. The annual expenses of the prince's mansion were gone after a few meals. This was something Lin Ming could not imagine before. The food was provided free of charge, so Lin Ming naturally ate with an open stomach. The 7 mysterious valley had plundered so many resources, so he ate with peace of mind. During these 3 days, Lin Ming did not go out, but meditated in the room. With the support of the ethereal martial spirit, the medicinal power of the billing pill, even the heaven and earth vitality in the spiritual food was completely absorbed by him without a trace, and his cultivation in the early stage of condensing veins was further consolidated. 3 days passed quietly. After meditating all night, Lin Ming slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, a flash of lightning flashed in his eyes. Today is the day of the final battle, and Lin Ming only has one match, which is against Jiang Boyan. Recommend a book, The Great Forbidden Spell Master of Online Games, book number 2,570,768, author, Mu Qianxue. Chapter 289 Blue and Black Swords. In the early morning, when the east was just beginning to turn pale, the entire Qianxue Valley was in a frenzy. Because there were only a few matches left today and there was plenty of time, the first match was postponed until the sun was high in the sky. Even so, at dawn, dense crowds of people could be seen everywhere walking towards the square in front of the palace. In 3 days, except for the final, all the other matches were completed, including the duel between the 2nd and 3rd echelons, and the Wanshazhen points competition from the 100th to the 200th place. Qin Qianxue finally got a total ranking of 169, and Ling Xian ranked 72nd. These 2 results were already quite good. 3 people from Xianan country made it into the top 200 at once, and Qin Qianxue was very proud. Especially Lin Ming brought him such a big surprise. After defeating Mu Qianxue, Lin Ming was expected to win the first place. Once Lin Ming won the championship, Qin Qianxue could get a coveted Xiandan. The Xianshan realm is the pursuit of countless warriors. Even Qin Qianxue, who is indifferent by nature, was very excited to think of stepping into the Xianshan realm. However, Qin Qianxue also knew that the Xianshan realm might be the end of his martial arts path. Among the masters at the peak of the acquired realm, he was the best and few could match him. However, after entering the Xianshan realm, he became the most ordinary Xianshan warrior, that is, the kind of person who was easily surpassed by geniuses. Even so, Qin Qianxue had nothing to be dissatisfied with. There were countless warriors in Xianan continent who were stuck at the Xianshan bottleneck, and could not break through in their lifetime, and died in depression. When Lin Ming walked onto the square, he found an elder in green clothes with a long sword on his back looking at him with a smile. Seeing this elder, Lin Ming was shocked. The other party was just standing casually, but there seemed to be an invisible and intangible sword intent around him, cutting everything. An extremely Xiantian master? Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat. Even in the Seven Profound Valley, extremely Xiantian masters were rare, and even many sect masters of branch sects could not reach the extremely Xiantian realm. Lin Ming. The smile on the face of the elder in green clothes was friendly, which formed a sharp contrast with the sharp sword intent that seemed to be condensed into substance. Senior. Lin Ming bowed respectfully. After the competition, go to the sword ceiling platform at Jujian Peak to find me, my old man Jiang Wuji. Jiang Wuji. Lin Ming took a breath of cold air. It turned out to be the leader of the sword sect. Although Lin Ming's ambitions were high, for him at this moment, a person like Jiang Wuji was someone he needed to look up to with respect. Yes. Lin Ming replied respectfully. He vaguely guessed what Jiang Wuji wanted to do with him. Since the leader of the sword sect invited him, he naturally could not refuse. At this moment, a hearty laugh came. Jiang Wuji, you are not kind. When the voice just came out, it seemed to be still far away, but later, it was already echoing in his ears. Lin Ming turned his head and saw a handsome man in a white robe walking over calmly. He actually crossed the square in front of the palace, which was dozens of feet long, in just a few steps, as if the road was shortened under his feet. Another innate extreme. Lin Ming's eyelids twitched slightly. He didn't know how many innate masters there were in the Seven Profound Valley. The visitor was obviously a clan leader. If such a person were in the Xiaonan kingdom, the emperor would be trembling with fear. To be precise, the emperor of the mortal world was not qualified to see him. The competition is not over yet, and you sword sect are thinking about snatching people. Lin Ming uses a gun. What can I do in your sword sect? In this case, why don't you join my Hehuan sect? The man in white said, and patted Lin Ming's shoulder casually, revealing a lewd smile that was completely inconsistent with his status. Hehuan sect, you know, if you join our Hehuan sect, you can choose from thousands of beauties, take whoever you like directly, all kinds of styles, all kinds of tastes, 13 or 14 years old, 17 or 18 years old virgin girls, 40s, experienced and plump mature women. They sound old, but they look like they are only in their 20s. What do you think of? Whatever type you want, we can get it for you. Mother and daughter, twins, quadruplets, sisters, everything. And with your status, Lin Ming, those girls will all rush to climb into your bed and try their best to please you. Think about it, this is a man's life. The leader of the Hehuan sect laughed loudly, and Lin Ming was stunned. If it weren't for the cultivation of the guy in front of him, he really couldn't associate him with the leader of a sect. But thinking about the fact that the Hehuan sect was originally a strange sect, he was relieved. Why, you are not interested? Seeing that Lin Ming didn't react, the leader of the Hehuan sect looked a little strange, as if he suspected that Lin Ming had a problem with his body or sexual orientation. Lin Ming was extremely speechless. He said, "Thank you for your kindness, both sect masters. However, joining a sect is a big deal. I haven't made up my mind yet." According to the customs of Xiaonan country, Lin Ming has reached the age to get engaged and fall in love. It is impossible to say that he has no desire for women. It's just that the skills of the Hehuan sect are too low grade in Lin Ming's opinion. He can't practice the Hehuan divine skill just to play with women. Haha, that's right. Of course, you have to think more about this kind of thing. After the game, come to my Hehuan sect when you have time. I have prepared a few gifts for you, the leader of the Hehuan sect said, showing a smile that all men understand. It's easy to imagine what those so-called gifts are. Lin Ming was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Since the appearance of the leader of the Hehuan sect, Jiang Wuji has been sullen. The relationship between the major sects in the Seven Profound Valley is not harmonious, especially the Sword sect and the Hehuan sect. One is a self-proclaimed righteous sect, and the other is an evil sect that emphasizes doing whatever one wants. The two have diametrically opposed philosophies. How can they get along harmoniously? When the two leaders of the largest sects in the Seven Mysterious Valleys were facing each other, the competition had already begun. Today, there were only 6 contestants: Lin Ming, Qin Wuxin, Jiang Lanjian, Jiang Boyan, Mu Gubuiyu, and Ao Yang Ming. These 6 people were destined to be the top 6 of this general sect martial arts competition. The first to go on stage was Mu Qianxue. He had already changed a new puppet. It was a tedious task to repair a severely damaged puppet. Mu Qianxue took out a spare puppet. In terms of power, it was obviously not as powerful as the previous combination. However, even so, his strength was surprisingly strong. In the battle against Qin Wuxin, Mu Qianxue easily won, because Qin Wuxin's piano sound could not break his true energy force field at all. After that, Yang Ming fought Jiang Lanjian. Jiang Lanjian's attack was extremely fierce, but he was still defeated by Yang Ming. In this way, the 5th and 6th places were determined. Qin Wuxin was 5th, and Jiang Lanjian was 6th. Next, it was the competition for the top 4. Yang Ming vs. Jiang Boyan. This battle attracted a lot of attention. People originally thought that this would be the final of this Zhangzhang martial arts competition. Jiang Boyan drew out his sword for the first time. What surprised people was that there were 2 swords in the sword box behind him, one green and one black. Both swords were thin and long. The surface of the green sword was covered with green scales, and the color was cold and the cold light was wanton. The black sword was inserted into the scabbard, which seemed to be made of some black crystal stone, which was very strange. These 2 swords immediately aroused great interest in the audience. Lin Ming was also very concerned about this. He had a vague feeling that these 2 swords were not simple. As a swordsman, the first time he drew his sword, after fighting all the way to now, was enough to prove Jiang Boyan's terrible strength. Now he drew 2 swords at once, which made the audience inexplicably excited. Could it be that Jiang Boyan is learning the double sword style? That's impossible. The sword sect of Arkixian Valley practices the one-handed sword, and the double sword style is not orthodox. Jiang Boyan can't give up the essence for the sake of trivial things. The double sword style has its advantages, but the orthodox sword is still based on the single sword. Those who truly pursue the ultimate in swordsmanship basically use a single sword. Since ancient times, those who have been called kings and saints in swordsmanship are also rare in the double sword style. When the game started, Jiang Boyan did not use the black sword at all, but only the green sword. The sharp sword light poured down like a blue rainbow in the sky, and the purple flames released by Yang Ming were cut into pieces. With the sword in hand, Jiang Boyan's momentum has completely changed. The battle with Yang Ming is almost a one-sided battle. Within 10 breaths, the battle ended, and Yang Ming admitted defeat. Jiang Boyan put the green sword back into the sword box, but he did not move the black sword. 2 swords in hand, but only one. No one thought that the second sword in Jiang Boyan's sword case was just for show. It must have extremely terrifying power. The reason why it was not used was probably because Yang Ming was not qualified. Jiang Boyan should not be a double sword style, but just has 2 swords. The second sword should be used in conjunction with some of his special moves. Lin Ming pondered for a moment. When he looked at Jiang Boyan, he always felt a little unpredictable. The other party was so calm and confident, so he had the capital to be confident. The audience was full of curiosity about Jiang Boyan's second sword, and looked forward to its appearance. They had placed their hopes on Mu Qianxue, but they were disappointed. After the referee announced that Jiang Boyan would fight Mu Qianxue, Jiang Boyan refused to fight. Jiang Boyan, why don't you fight? Mu Qianxue's face was completely twisted like a mummy, and it was as ugly as it could be. I just don't want to win unfairly. The fire evil god has been abolished, and the red golden turtle is not in the best condition. You can no longer be my opponent. Jiang Boyan said calmly, while holding the sword case. Mu Qianxue bit his white teeth and sneered, so you were pitying me. I never thought that I, Mu Qianxue, would end up like this one day and be pitied. Although he hated him to the extreme, he had to admit that he could not be Jiang Boyan's opponent in his current state. Jiang Boyan said, it's useless to say more. You are probably not even qualified to force me to use the black crystal sword. When you think you have recovered to your peak state, you can come to Jujian Peak to find me. We will fight to decide the winner. So, the battle between Jiang Boyan and Mu Qianxue was put on hold, and Yang Ming's 4th place was basically confirmed. The only thing left was the final championship competition, Lin Ming vs. Jiang Boyan. PS. Thank you for the reward of 10,000 yuan from the head of the head. Thank you very much. Dash. Chapter 290 Peak Battle. The referee team intentionally put the duel between Lin Ming and Jiang Boyan at the end, hoping that both of them could adjust to their peak state. Before the last battle began, the game was suspended for 3 hours until the end of lunchtime. In fact, at this time, many people had no mood to eat lunch. They simply sat in the audience waiting and excitedly discussed the next duel. Most of these ordinary disciples of Qianxue Valley had limited vision, but their ability to make up their minds and argue on their own was extremely outstanding. Before Lin Ming and Jiang Boyan fought, countless battle versions had been deduced, including the role of Jiang Boyan's black crystal sword, which was studied very thoroughly by them, especially the disciples of the refining sect, who were not good at fighting at ordinary times. Now was a great opportunity to use their professional expertise. They analyzed the properties of Jiang Boyan's black crystal sword from various professional perspectives. If people who didn't know the situation, they would think that this sword was made by them. The sun in the winter afternoon was a little weak. Afternoon, the last match of the general sect martial arts competition finally kicked off. This was the top genius duel in the Qianxue area with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles in hundreds of years. After this moment came, the whole audience cheered. At this time, few people bothered about the fact that Lin Ming was not a disciple of the Seven Mysterious Valley. What they wanted to see was just this peak talent showdown. It was an opportunity that only came once every few hundred years. It was hard to come by. You have to know that if a warrior does not step into the innate realm, his lifespan is at most 200 years. He will not be able to wait for a chance in his whole life. This alone was exciting. On the stage, Lin Ming and Jiang Lanjian stood 20 feet apart. Jiang Boyan opened the sword box on his back and drew out the green long sword. With the sword in hand, Jiang Boyan's originally restrained momentum suddenly changed. His eyes became like a materialized sword light, piercing people's hearts. If Jiang Boyan had always been like a gentle young man before, now he has the quality of a sword, sharp, cold, and murderous. Jiang Boyan pointed his sword at Lin Ming and said, "Before the martial arts competition, the sect leader once told me that I lost to Ao Yang in the last martial arts competition. 3 years later, Ao Yang reached the peak of condensed veins and was my biggest opponent. He warned me to be careful, but I replied that Ao Yang was not my biggest opponent. My biggest opponent was only myself. If I can't even defeat the genius of the third grade sect I'm in, how can I pursue the ultimate in swordsmanship?" But now Jiang Boyan took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with dazzling brilliance, like the stars in the dark night. "I have to admit that your talent has surpassed mine. I didn't have this strength when I was the same age as you. However, the more this happened, the more excited I became. The growth of a peerless powerhouse requires a huge stage. The small Qianxue region is not at this level. It doesn't make any sense for me to be ranked first in the Qianxue region. I will even be blinded by the title of first place and become an nincompoop. So I started to challenge the geniuses of other third grade sects, including Peacock Mountain, when I was 18 years old. At the beginning, I lost more than I won, but later I won more than I lost. This year, I have fought 4 games without a single defeat. I was confused again because of this, until you appeared. You are my destined opponent. If I surpass you, I will also become the protagonist of the era. The higher your talent, the more I will be eager to fight. Lin Ming, don't let me down." Lin Ming looked at Jiang Boyan in surprise. He didn't expect that Jiang Boyan had such a vision. Fighting 4 games within a year without a single defeat is an incredible achievement. You know, Qianxue Valley is not the top among the third grade sects. No wonder Jiang Boyan, although he lost to Ao Yang in the last martial arts competition, is now far more powerful than Ao Yang, and his position in the hearts of the 7 Profound Valley disciples is unshakable. It turns out that all of this was achieved with his sword. Lin Ming also understood why Jiang Boyan had invited him to join the sword sect before. He was not afraid of fighting, and was eager for challenges. This was the martial arts heart that a strong man should have. Lin Ming said slowly, "From the moment I stepped into the road of martial arts, I have heard of the name of Qianxue Valley. To me at that time, Kixuan Valley was like a high temple that people could not look up to. After stepping into the Kixuanwu mansion of Xianan country, I understood the horror of Kixuan Valley more deeply. Because of your existence, many civilian warriors like me have lost the opportunity to practice martial arts. This is a destiny engraved in their bones since they were born. From then on, I determined that one day, I would step here with my gun, break through the shackles of fate, fight for what belongs to me, and control my own destiny. Now, what I want to say is that if you want to take me as your destined opponent, then I want to tell you that I will not let you down, but whether you can keep up with me depends on you. When Lin Ming said this, the whole audience was shocked. This was really too arrogant. A warrior from the 36 kingdoms said such arrogant words. A few days ago, these arrogant disciples of the Seven Profound Valley would probably burst out laughing. But now, no one laughed. Lin Ming had the capital to say this. Okay. Jiang Boyan laughed. Lin Ming, shoot. This powerful word resounded like thunder throughout the Xiangsuan mountain. Shoot, 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 shoot. The echo soared into the sky and reverberated between the peaks of the sky and the earth. At that moment, the atmosphere of the whole venue was ignited, and thunderous cheers rang out again. This time, the cheers were not for Jiang Boyan or Lin Ming, but just for this peak showdown. Lin Ming flipped his hand, and the heavy profound soft silver spear appeared in his palm, and a calm and steady momentum burst out. At this time, Jiang Boyan moved. He slowly walked towards Lin Ming. However, his steps had an indescribable sense of disharmony. After a few steps, an incredible scene happened. As Jiang Boyan walked, he left behind a shadow that looked exactly like him. The shadow was also wearing green clothes and holding the King Feng sword. There was no difference between him and Jiang Boyan. Illusion? Lin Ming frowned and extended his soul power. He clearly felt the murderous intent from the shadow. It was not an illusion. This was a shadow with attack power, and it was not even weaker than Jiang Boyan's own attack power. Lin Ming took a breath. Is there such a skill in this world? Suddenly two Jiang Boyans appeared, and the audience was stunned. Jiang Boyan said, "You should have guessed it from your expression." That's right, the shadow behind me is not an illusion. It is a real swordsman with the same speed and attack power as me. It is my sword spirit clone. You are fighting two of me at the same time. What? Fighting two Jiang Boyans at the same time? Many people were already scared. One Jiang Boyan was already abnormal. His sword was extremely fast and his attacks were extremely sharp. Now fighting two Jiang Boyans at the same time, what would that mean? Everyone knew how terrifying Jiang Boyan was. He challenged 4 geniuses from 3rd grade sects within a year and won consecutive battles. However, because Jiang Boyan always fought away from home, these people had no idea what kind of moves he had and what his strength limit was. Qin Xingxuan in the audience clenched his hands nervously and sweat was already oozing out of his palms. Could Lin Ming block it? And Jiang Boyan still had a black crystal sword that he hadn't used yet. Sword spirit clone. Lin Ming's eyes were finally opened. There were countless martial arts, and there were too many strange fields that he didn't understand at all, had never heard of, and even couldn't think of. Although most of these fields were second-rate inheritances, due to the large number of them, there were always rare and precious skills that could shine even in the divine realm, waiting for him to discover. A stunning sword. Jiang Boyan shouted, and a flash of green light passed by. The green light was so fast that it suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ming like teleportation. Lin Ming's pupils contracted. The golden rock broke through the void. Crack. The sword light directly pierced Lin Ming, and Jiang Boyan passed through Lin Ming's body with the sword. Obviously, it was an afterimage. Jiang Boyan didn't even look at it, and the shadow behind him took a step forward, just as fast and unstoppable. Another flash of green sword light passed by, piercing Lin Ming's throat, and Lin Ming was in the air at this time, almost unable to avoid it. Ah! People's exclamations were too late to be shouted out. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, the artistic conception of wind. Crack. The shadow was chopped into pieces, and Lin Ming fell to the ground with a gun. His plain blue shirt was cut open with a foot-long cut. What a fast speed. Lin Ming was secretly shocked. In fact, Lin Ming's speed was not slow. He integrated the artistic conception of wind into his attack and steps. His body speed and attack speed far exceeded those of warriors of the same level. However, he could not catch up with Jiang Boyan in speed. It can only be said that the opponent's speed was too abnormal. How could this be? Lin Ming found it unbelievable. Is this really the speed that a warrior in the condensation vein stage can achieve? It turns out that Jiang Boyan already has his own sword steps. In the main hall of the Seven Mysterious Valley, Shi Zhongshan looked at Jiang Boyan and his mood was difficult to calm down. The so-called sword steps are to integrate one's body skills into the sword intent and achieve the state of unity between man and sword in the movement. When the man moves, the sword moves, and when the sword moves, the man moves. So Jiang Boyan has such a terrifying speed. To cultivate the sword, one must not only have profound cultivation, but also extremely high comprehension. Jiang Boyan can reach his current state, and both talent and comprehension are indispensable. Not only Shi Zhongshan, but also several other elders of the sect were all shocked. Lin Ming's speed was already amazing, but Jiang Boyan's speed was even faster. Born with a sword spirit body, he had already comprehended the sword steps at the age of 19. This kind of sword genius has not appeared in the Kixuan area for nearly 1,000 years. Huo Zuan, the leader of the refining weapon sect, couldn't help but say, Elder Jiang, what level has Jiang Boyan reached? I just saw him take action a year ago, and he is completely different from today. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 Extreme Speed. The great elder of the sword sect shook his head and said, since Boyan's sword spirit body awakened, his realm has improved by leaps and bounds. Even I find it difficult to estimate his realm. I accompanied him in 3 of his 4 challenges this year. In each of them, he made progress that surprised me. Hearing what the great elder of the sword sect said, everyone present was shocked again. Even the great elder of the sword sect did not know the limit of Jiang Boyan's strength. This speed of progress was too amazing. People like Jiang Boyan who constantly create miracles are like the protagonists of biographical novels. Shi Zhongshan's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help thinking in his heart, Jiang Boyan of the sword sect, Mu Gubuyu of the puppet sect, Qin Wuxin of the Qin sect, and Lin Ming, who is even more talented. 4 geniuses gathered in this generation. Is my Kixuan Valley going to usher in a great era of the ages? Swish. In the center of the arena, an ice blue light lit up, and the 2 Jiang Boyans drew their swords at the same time. The 2 sword energies intertwined in midair, and the momentum instantly became extremely sharp. The 2 swords joined together, the sword energy broke through the air, and the arena, that was specially reinforced by the formation, was cut open like tofu by a sword. The fierce momentum of the wanton attack made the audience's backs chill, and the cold sword intent seemed to be against their backs. Facing this sword energy that merged into one, Lin Ming held the spear with both hands, and the King Kang true essence burst out. A low dragon roar burst out, and a King Lang phantom appeared behind him. After the true essence was completely consolidated in the condensation vein stage, Lin Ming released the strongest true dragon power for the first time. Crack. The arena shook violently, and the rock under Lin Ming's feet was washed out by the ki force, and cracks like spider webs appeared. A spear was stabbed out, and the shaking true essence was divided into 10,000 strands, whistling out. The knife is like a tiger, and the spear is like a dragon. The power of the true dragon is attached to the spear, and it will exert its ultimate power. Boom. The 2 terrifying energies collided with each other, and the terrible true essence aftermath was wantonly vented, and the entire arena was shaking. Crack, crack, crack. The ice blue sword energy was constantly shattered, and the blue true essence was constantly melting. However, the impact point of the energy was moving towards Jiang Boyan, which meant that Jiang Boyan's sword energy was faintly at a disadvantage in the fight. The 2 sword energies merged into one, but Jiang Boyan was at a disadvantage. Lin Ming's attack power is too abnormal. In terms of attack power, Jiang Boyan is not as good as Lin Ming. The audience had seen clearly how powerful Jiang Boyan's sword light was. When fighting against Yang Ming, he just casually slashed with sword energy and broke Yang Ming's 5th level perfect Hehuan divine art. to release the absolute life purple flame. At that time, Jiang Boyan only used one sword, but now, Jiang Boyan's sword spirit clone, the combination of two swords, was actually no match for Lin Ming's shot. Bang! The true essence aftermath exploded, and Jiang Boyan and his sword spirit clone disappeared in an instant. Although they were inferior in attack power, Jiang Boyan had the advantage of speed. Crack. Two sword energies stabbed at Lin Ming from two directions, so fast that the eyes could not see clearly. Lin Ming did not see at all. He completely let go of his perception, relying on the information transmitted by his soul power to judge Jiang Boyan's attack. Practice strength like silk. The King Kang true essence that had been condensed long ago burst out. Lin Ming aimed at the sword energy and stabbed it, and 10,000 vibrating true essences were divided into two, each with 5,000, and rushed straight to the two sword energies. Boom. The sword energy exploded, and at the same time, a purple thunder force rushed out from the aftermath of the sword energy, shooting straight at Jiang Boyan like a sharp sword. Crack. At the moment the lightning struck, Jiang Boyan's body left only a blurred afterimage, not giving Lin Ming any chance to attack. Too fast. Lin Ming was shocked. This was the first time he encountered an opponent whose speed was so fast that he could not reach it. With his solid cultivation and sword steps, Jiang Boyan's speed has indeed exceeded the limit of a warrior in the condensation vein stage. Although Lin Ming's golden rock breaking void body movement was powerful, firstly, his cultivation was not enough. He was only at the initial stage of condensing veins, and secondly, he did not learn it thoroughly. There were 12 levels of golden rock breaking void in total, and the dead great man remembered that there were 8 levels, and Lin Ming had only learned the first level. With only a superficial understanding of golden rock breaking void, coupled with Lin Ming's disadvantage in cultivation, he was naturally no match for Jiang Boyan's sword steps. Lin Ming was considering whether he should take advantage of the purple dragon divine thunder after the martial arts competition of the main sect and practice a thunder type body movement to make up for the lack of speed. After all, thunder type warriors have great advantages in body movement and speed. Bang bang bang. 3 more sword lights were broken. Deep gullies were plowed out on the ring. Jiang Boyan's sword light was so terrifying, but Lin Ming was able to break several of them with one shot. The combination of King Kang's true essence and training power was like silk, which was really too strong. Swoosh. The two people on the stage were so fast that ordinary audiences could only barely see a blurry afterimage. Apart from that, there was the ice blue sword light and the blue-green vibration of the true essence. The two intertwined and burst out a dreamy blue-green light. It was said that Lin Ming's speed was not as fast as Jiang Boyan's, but for ordinary audiences, it was beyond the limit of their vision. Only when Lin Ming slowed down and fired the gun could they barely see Lin Ming's movements. This extremely short movement, because of the momentary visual residue, had already become a phantom. In other words, Lin Ming would fire at least dozens of times in one breath. These dozens of shots were not fired randomly. Each shot would break through the 3 or 4 sword energies emitted by Jiang Boyan. In other words, Jiang Boyan and his sword shadow clones would fire hundreds of swords in one breath. The protective light curtain that had just been set up a day ago was shaking violently. The entire ring was blown up by a whirlwind out of thin air. The broken ring rubble was swept up by the wind and scattered like arrows and darts. The audience was dumbfounded. They could only see the gullies and cracks on the ring increasing at a terrifying speed. When had they seen such a competition with extreme speed? Was this still a duel between warriors in the condensation vein stage? I'm afraid that even the acquired warriors are not so abnormal. Too fast, so fast that it's unbelievable. Even senior sister Huan, who claims to be extremely fast, can't catch up with half of her. A Kinsect girl muttered to herself. Huan Xiaodi is best at speed, but she is so much worse than Jiang Boyan and Lin Ming in the field she is good at, and there is no comparison in other areas. In the past, although most of the direct disciples of the Huan sect were not as good as the sword sect, the gap would never be so big. At most, it was equivalent to the gap between Huan Xiaodi and Jiang Lanjian now. It can only be said that Jiang Boyan is too abnormal. But Jiang Boyan is abnormal, so why can Lin Ming, who was born in the 36 countries, be so evil? He tied with Jiang Boyan with the cultivation of the initial stage of condensation veins. At this time, Jiang Boyan on the stage was also surprised. Lin Ming's body movement speed and gun speed were not as fast as his. However, he and the sword spirit clone launched 5 swords, and Lin Ming was able to dodge 2 swords. He only needed 1 gun to block the remaining 3 swords. The King Qianxue Yuan attached to the silver spear was too strong, endless, and with a strange vibration force. Lin Ming's speed was not good, but with his strong attack and defense power, he was not at a disadvantage at all. The overlapping 10,000 King Qianxue Yuans were all around Lin Ming. Jiang Boyan's sword energy penetrated, and the true Yuan was quickly consumed. In the end, it could not cause any harm to Lin Ming at all, and the consumed King Qianxue Yuan would be replenished immediately. Lin Ming is really an all-round combat genius. I can't beat him just by the advantage of speed. Jiang Boyan remembered that when Jiang Lanjian used the wind state to fight Lin Ming, his situation was similar to his own. Jiang Lanjian's wind blades and sword energy had no effect on Lin Ming at all. In the end, he could only attack at close range and fight head-on. The swordsman's sword spirit essence and sharp sword force can only exert their ultimate power when attached to the sword. The attack power of the long-range sword energy is naturally not as good as that of a direct sword attack. 7-star sword step. Jiang Boyan's eyes flashed, and he and the sword spirit clone simultaneously performed the 7-star sword step. The man and the sword became one, and they seemed to be integrated into the sword light, and instantly came to Lin Ming's eyes. Such a fast speed has completely exceeded the limit of human reaction. Crack. The 2 cold swords stabbed Lin Ming's body one after another with the speed of thunder and lightning. The 2 swords were infused with all of Jiang Boyan's sword force, and the attack power reached the limit of his instantaneous sword moves. Such a sharp sword move could not be blocked by the King Kang essence that covered the whole body. It must be blocked directly with the heavy mysterious soft silver gun. However, the key is, with such an extreme attack speed, how can Lin Ming have time to swing the gun? Even if he had time to swing the gun, how could he block the 2 swords attacking from the front and back at the same time? At that moment, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with brilliance, and a real thunder burst out from his pupils. Purple dragon god thunder. The true essence was poured into the evil god seed, and the thunder spirit power that had been prepared for a long time exploded. Crack. The thick purple electric python rushed out of Lin Ming's body and rushed to the surroundings wantonly. At that moment, Lin Ming's body burst out with this dazzling purple light, just like the thunder god descending to the world. At such a close distance, even if Jiang Boyan was fast, he couldn't dodge. The lightning entered his body, and Jiang Boyan's body was numb. A fierce thunder force rushed into his meridians and destroyed him wantonly. The sword force condensed on his sword was also instantly dispersed by most of it, and the attack power on Lin Ming was greatly reduced. Facing Jiang Boyan's sword, Lin Ming had no way to dodge. Since he was destined to be unable to dodge, he hid. From the beginning, he had the idea of killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of himself, and just urged King Kang's true essence to resist. Puff. With 2 light sounds, the sword blade broke through Lin Ming's body protecting true energy and pierced into his body. 2 blood arrows burst out from his lower abdomen and back. The blood flew, but Lin Ming didn't care at all. He shouted, bone-shattering fist. Bang bang. He let go of the spear with both hands and punched out 2 times, one in front and one behind, directly hitting Jiang Boyan and the sword spirit clone in the face. In a close-range rapid attack, a fist is faster than a gun. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Boyan could have used his extreme speed to avoid Lin Ming's punch, but now, Jiang Boyan's body was still surging with violent thunder power, and Lin Ming's sudden attack caught him off guard. Chapter 292. The Second Sword. Jiang Boyan's body protecting essence was quite strong compared to that of ordinary warriors, but in front of Lin Ming, it was no different from paper. Jiang Boyan clearly remembered how miserable Mu Qianxue, who had fully opened his defense, was under Lin Ming's full strength attack. 7-star sword step. Biting the tip of his tongue fiercely, using the intense pain to force his numb body to recover its mobility, Jiang Boyan retreated instantly, but even so, he was still swept by the fist wind, and a vast and powerful vibration force immediately poured into Jiang Boyan's internal organs, almost stopping his heart. His throat felt sweet, and blood flowed from the corners of Jiang Boyan's mouth. As for his sword spirit clone, it was even worse. He was hit in the face by Lin Ming's punch, and the King Kang essence burst out. The sword spirit clone had no body protecting essence at all, and its defense was zero. The whole head exploded directly, and its body slowly dissipated. Jiang Boyan's face turned pale, and his body staggered back a few steps. As long as his original body is not dead, the sword spirit clone is also immortal, but the clone is connected to his original body. Once it dissipates, Jiang Boyan will also suffer a big blow. Awesome. Jiang Boyan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The reason why he chose to attack from a distance at the beginning was because he was afraid of Lin Ming's terrifying explosive power. Take the Panlong steel needle for example. If the distance is far, Jiang Boyan is confident that he can definitely dodge it with his speed, but if he gets close, it is not certain. Suddenly using the 7-star sword step, almost at the speed of teleportation, he came in front of Lin Ming and issued the strongest instant sword move. Jiang Boyan expected that with such an extreme speed, Lin Ming must not be able to react in time, and it is impossible to use the Panlong steel needle. However, he never expected that Lin Ming seemed to have integrated the Panlong steel needle of the energy body into his body, and the thunder power was highly compressed, just waiting for him to come over and burst out instantly, resulting in a big loss for himself. As a swordsman, Jiang Boyan's melee ability is very strong. He never thought that there would be such a day when someone would force him not to dare to fight in close combat. Lin Ming gave people the feeling of a dangerous beast that could not be approached. Seeing the sword spirit clone being blown up by Lin Ming's punch and Jiang Boyan being injured, the audience gasped. The battle was too fierce. In just a moment, both of them were seriously injured. Said a disciple of the 7th Profound Valley who was about 16 or 17 years old. With his cultivation level, he could not see the movements of Lin Ming and Jiang Boyan at all. Both were seriously injured. You are too naive. I don't know how serious Jiang Boyan's injury is, but Lin Ming is fine. Just now, the swords of Jiang Boyan and the sword spirit clone only penetrated a little less than half a foot. Said a disciple who participated in the main sect martial arts competition. His cultivation level has reached the condensation vein stage, and his eyesight is better than most people present. A small half foot is about 3 or 4 inches. For a warrior in the condensed veins stage, such a deep wound is not considered a serious injury. Jiang Boyan's sword is sharp, but most of the sword force was dispersed by the purple dragon divine thunder, and the remaining part was offset by the King Kang True Yuan. After it really pierced into Lin Ming's body, the power was greatly reduced. In addition, Lin Ming's physical defense was greatly strengthened in the Washan Tower, so he was only slightly injured. It was just a moment of close combat, and Jiang Boyan suffered a loss. Lin Ming is simply a barrel of explosives that will explode. Who dares to fight Lin Ming in close combat? He was stabbed twice and acted like nothing happened. He is simply a human-shaped beast. That was Jiang Boyan's sword, not a sword of a cat or dog. Could it be that Lin Ming's body has been transformed like Mu Qianxue? How can a human body be so strong? While people were talking, the blood from the wounds on Lin Ming's chest and back had stopped. Lin Ming was already activating the blood and ki in his body to repair his wounds quickly. After the life and death test in the Tower of the Sorcerer God, the blood and ki in his body was much stronger than that of warriors of the same level. The blood and ki were strong. Not only did he have strong endurance, but he also had a strong self-healing ability. Although he could not be completely healed in a short period of time, it would only take a few breaths for the bleeding to stop automatically. Jiang Boyan looked at Lin Ming and took a deep breath. I understand. You really can't be dealt with by the King Feng sword alone. Jiang Boyan took out the sword box and pulled out the black sword. He finally took out the black crystal sword. Jiang Boyan has taken out the second sword. Finally. I wonder what tricks I can use with this sword. The audience on the ring were all excited to look at the sword in Jiang Boyan's hand. The dark sword body did not reflect light at all. The material did not look like metal or jade, but no one knew what material it was made of. After Jiang Boyan drew out the black crystal sword, he casually threw the King Feng sword. The sword spirit that was previously dispersed by Lin Ming's punch turned into a stream of green sword energy that flowed around the King Feng sword and wrapped it up. After a moment, it condensed into a new sword spirit clone, and the original King Feng sword had disappeared. The sword spirit clone reappeared, but this time its body was more real, and the sword energy released from its body at any time was even more powerful, which was shocking. The sword and the sword spirit clone are combined into one. Jiang Boyan's understanding of the sword is too amazing. Two swords. The sword spirit clone uses one, and the original uses the second. Just thinking about it makes people excited. This is the double sword style. On the stands, a sword sect disciple looked at the sword in Jiang Boyan's hand with obsession. His eyes were red. If he could get 2 earth level swords, the sword spirit clone uses one, and he uses one. The original clone and the original clone are in harmony with each other, and attack in coordination, and the two swords are combined. What is this concept? The orthodox sword art is dominated by the single sword, because the single sword is easy to reach the extreme, but under the same cultivation, the double sword style is naturally more powerful. If you can learn Jiang Boyan's attack method, you can be the king of the single sword, and reach the extreme of the sword art, which is enough to make any sword sect disciple crazy. It can be said that Jiang Boyan has opened up a new double sword style to some extent. Of course, the requirements for practicing such a double sword style are extremely harsh, and you must have a sword spirit body. Finally, the black crystal sword is out. I thought you would have it out a long time ago. Lin Ming was also a little afraid of this black crystal sword. Jiang Boyan exhaled lightly and smiled. It's not that I don't want to use it, but I can't control this sword well now, and the strongest point of the black crystal sword is soul attack. Unfortunately, the soul attack doesn't seem to be very effective on you. Well, soul attack. Lin Ming was slightly stunned. The soul attack is contained in the sword move. Jiang Boyan can actually do this? Lin Ming had long thought about incorporating the soul attack of the Samsara martial intention into his spear moves, but he had tried for a long time and failed. This time, before the finals of the general sect martial competition, Lin Ming had not used any other moves except soul attack, just to comprehend the Samsara martial intention more deeply. Now, after Lin Ming had fought with masters such as Betinghe who were good at soul attack, his understanding of the Samsara martial intention had indeed deepened, but he still could not reach the level of including soul attack in his spear moves. Strange. Jiang Boyan is a swordsman. He is devoted to sword training. How could he be distracted to study soul power? If his soul power is not strong, how can he use soul attack? Zing. The black crystal sword made a long and soft sound. The sound had a strange penetrating power, as if it sounded in everyone's ears. The cold winter sun shone down and shone on the black crystal sword, becoming more and more cold and deep, as if an invisible force field was formed around the black crystal sword, swallowing up all the light. Lin Ming, I just said that once the black crystal sword is out, even I can't control its power. If we really fight, someone might be seriously injured or even killed. Of course, it could be you or me who is seriously injured. Jiang Boyan had already listed Lin Ming as an opponent of the same level before he showed the purple dragon divine thunder. He had no intention of looking down on him. At that time, Lin Ming's strength was far inferior to Jiang Boyan's. Jiang Boyan valued Lin Ming purely out of a swordsman's intuition. Okay, I just want to experience your soul attack. Lin Ming was full of expectations for Jiang Boyan's soul attack. He wanted to experience Jiang Boyan's attack method in the battle. At the same time, he was also curious about how Jiang Boyan, a top swordsman who was devoted to swordsmanship, could use soul attacks. With a shake of the spear in his hand, Lin Ming's King Kang's Yuan burned like a green flame. He had already activated the power of the evil god. Now the power of the evil god was enough to last 4 dozens of breaths, which was enough for the final decisive battle. The cheers from the audience were getting louder and louder. Qin Xingxuan clenched her hands nervously. Jiang Boyan had said that even he himself could not control the power of this final sword move, especially the wound on his soul, which was difficult to heal. Although Qin Xingxuan knew that Lin Ming's soul defense was very outstanding, she was still worried, and her heart was in her throat. 7-star sword step. On the stage, the distance of several dozen feet seemed to be non-existent to Jiang Boyan. His speed was as fast as teleportation. This was while Lin Ming wasted a few breaths of time and activated the power of the evil god in advance. Black crystal sword. Jiang Boyan held the black crystal sword and slashed it down heavily. At that moment, the sound seemed to disappear, and the light was twisted and sucked into the black crystal sword. An invisible wave of sword energy emanated. At the moment, when Jiang Boyan drew his sword, the warriors who used swords on the scene felt that their swords were being pulled, as if they were about to be unsheathed. Lin Ming could clearly feel his Qianxue true essence being torn apart. The speed of the sword was not as fast as he had imagined, but it had a steady and heavy feeling. The power of the real dragon. Lin Ming swept his spear across, and a shadow of a blue dragon appeared behind him, and the power of the real dragon exploded. Roar. The high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the sky. Lin Ming thrust out with a spear, carrying an unstoppable momentum, and the airflow suddenly exploded. The Qianxue light and the twisted black light collided with each other, and time seemed to slow down suddenly. There was no expected strong explosion. Jiang Boyan pierced Lin Ming's Qianxue true essence with a sword, and chopped on the tip of Lin Ming's spear. At that moment, an inconspicuous black stream of light sank into the heavy mysterious soft silver spear and instantly pierced into Lin Ming's body. Chapter 293 The Final Blow. At that moment, an inconspicuous black stream of light sank into the heavy and soft silver spear and instantly pierced into Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming's body suddenly shook, and a strange feeling rushed straight into his spiritual sea, as if a crisp sword chant sounded in his ears. The sound was extremely pleasant, and made people feel very comfortable. Soul attack. Lin Ming reacted instantly, and the sword chant entered his ears like an all-piercing Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Boom. A dark giant sword suddenly emerged in Lin Ming's spiritual sea, and it slashed down with one sword. Roar. The sea surface rolled up, and in the rolling waves, a purple dragon soared into the sky, and directly met the giant sword. The two collided, thunder burst out, and the black sword energy radiated around with a sharp roar, and the spiritual sea set off a huge wave. Lin Ming's body shook, and his face turned pale. Could it be that this black giant sword is a so-called sword spirit? Lin Ming had only heard of the so-called sword spirit body. Sword spirit is actually a sword-shaped soul. People with sword spirit bodies are extremely rare. Their souls are born with a trace of sword intent. They have amazing comprehension in the practice of swordsmanship, and they can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Obviously, Jiang Boyan directly attached the sword intent in his soul to the sword moves, so he could make soul attacks. Although Jiang Boyan's soul power is not strong, with the sword intent attached, it is naturally not comparable to ordinary warriors. What a strong sword spirit. The purple dragon god thunder was integrated into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. The soul defense power was so strong that it could not defeat the sword spirit's attack in the first time. However, the tenacity of the sword spirit also aroused the pride of the purple dragon god thunder. Roar. There was another roar, and the purple dragon god thunder was full of purple light. A heavy claw smashed down, which directly shook the sword spirit, and the light suddenly dimmed a lot. Bang! Jiang Boyan put away his sword and retreated several steps. He was not comfortable with the previous attack. Although Jiang Boyan knew that Lin Ming's soul defense was extremely powerful, he did not expect it to be so strong that he could easily break his soul attack. If it were not for the sword spirit in his soul, which made his defense extremely strong, he would have been severely injured just now. Soul attacks were ineffective, and sword energy attacks were also ineffective. With the endless Qianxue body protecting true essence and his own strong physical defense, Lin Ming's defense was already so strong that it was outrageous. The only close-range attack that could break through Lin Ming's defense could not be used, because he was afraid of the purple dragon divine thunder. Even a sword cultivator like Jiang Boyan, who was good at attacking power, felt that he was pushed to the end of his rope. Moreover, Jiang Boyan found that after a series of fierce battles, Lin Ming did not show any signs of being unable to sustain his true essence, which proved that his endurance was far superior to his own. If it dragged on, Jiang Boyan would not be defeated, but as time went on, as his true essence was consumed, it would be a matter of time before he was defeated. Realizing this, Jiang Boyan pointed his sword directly at Lin Ming and said, "Lin Ming, you are the strongest young man under the age of 20 that I have ever met in my life. My speed and soul attack, which I'm proud of, have no effect on you. I only have one last sword left. If you can take it, I will admit defeat." Lin Ming also gained a lot of insights from the soul attack just now. Hearing Jiang Boyan say this, he said. Okay, after this battle, whether we win or lose, I'm willing to continue to fight with senior brother Jiang. After this battle, I have benefited a lot. Haha, same here. Jiang Boyan's momentum burst out again. At that moment, his body was like a sword, and the sword force came out wantonly and was unmatched. Sword breaks the sky. This sword was Jiang Boyan's strongest attack. Driven by the original sword intent of his own soul, he displayed the ultimate sword sect's unique skills. With Jiang Boyan's current cultivation, he could only barely perform the fur of this move, but even so, it still had an unpredictable power. The sword energy broke through the air, and the sharp whistling sound of the energy resounded through the valley. Facing Jiang Boyan's final blow, Lin Ming's eyes were firm, his hands held the gun, his mind had sunk into the gun, the power of the real dragon was running to the extreme, and the shadow of the real dragon appeared again behind Lin Ming. With a faint dragon roar, Lin Ming stabbed out with a gun. The vibrating true essence roared, and collided with Jiang Boyan's sword energy. The floor tiles under their feet were directly crushed into powder. In the fight, they were evenly matched. Jiang Boyan was able to fight the gun with a sword, and at the same time, he fought against Lin Ming's 10,000 King Kang vibrating true essence without losing the upper hand. His sword breaking the blue sky was powerful enough to be imagined. At this moment, another sword chant was heard, and the sword spirit clone that Jiang Boyan had condensed before held the King Feng sword and slashed at Lin Ming with a sword. Ah, the audience couldn't help but exclaimed, and Qin Ziya, Qin Xingxuan and others were so nervous that their heartbeats stopped. The sword breaking the blue sky was unstoppable, and there was a sword spirit clone behind. A double attack. Lin Ming's eyes focused, and his true essence activated the evil god seed. The dragon-shaped steel needle that had been integrated into his body to defend against melee attacks whistled out. Boom. The dragon-shaped steel needle hit the sword light, and the power of thunder burst out. Crack, crack, crack. In the dazzling electric light like the purple sun, the sword spirit clone was directly burned to ashes, and turned into a blue sword that had lost its spiritual power and fell down, piercing the ground obliquely. At the same time, although the power of the dragon-shaped steel needle was greatly reduced, it still whistled towards Jiang Boyan. Puff. The body protecting true essence was directly torn apart, and Jiang Boyan was paralyzed all over. He was blown away by the energy, and vomited blood in the air. Jiang Boyan hit the protective light curtain heavily, and fell to the ground. Because of the previous experience, the protective light curtain he set up this time was enough to withstand the full force of the innate early master, so no matter how fiercely Jiang Boyan and Lin Ming fought, they still couldn't break the protective light curtain. The whole place was dead silent. In fact, Jiang Boyan's defeat was not beyond anyone's expectation. To be precise, it was reasonable for the two to win or lose, which could be seen from the odds of the final battle. However, when the audience saw Jiang Boyan lying on the ring with serious injuries, they still felt like they were in a dream. To them, Jiang Boyan was like a myth. Within a year, he defeated 4 direct disciples of 3rd grade sects, including the top 3rd grade sect Qianxue. Such achievements made them feel out of reach, as if in the 7 profound valley, Jiang Boyan was synonymous with invincibility. Even though Jiang Ming's performance in the last martial arts competition was higher, no one thought that Jiang Ming could suppress Jiang Boyan. But now, Jiang Boyan, who created the legend of the sword sect for 100 years, was defeated by a disciple of the 36 nations, whose cultivation was only at the initial stage of condensation veins. It was like a dream. In the hall, Shi Zhongshan let out a heavy breath. In the last battle, he was originally more optimistic about Lin Ming, but after watching the whole process of the game, he was extremely shocked. The reason was that Pan Lang's steel needle. When Pan Lang's steel needle appeared for the second time, Shi Zhongshan had a guess in his heart, but he was not sure. To be more precise, he did not believe it. But in this duel just now, Lin Ming had obviously integrated Pan Lang's steel needle into his body and used it at any time to resist the close-range attacks of Jiang Boyan and the sword spirit clone to make up for his lack of speed. Being able to use Pan Lang's steel needle to this extent, how could it be an energy artifact picked up from the hands of a powerful person? In this way, Shi Zhongshan once again confirmed his guess in his heart. It was a weapon condensed by a thunder spirit, and the grade was not low. It was at least a human grade upper grade, and it might even be a ground grade 1. Exclamation mark. This speculation was extremely absurd. A human grade upper grade thunder spirit could only be absorbed by a master who had just entered the innate stage. As for the ground grade thunder spirit, even a thunder type expert in the middle stage of the innate stage had to be cautious when absorbing it. How could Lin Ming absorb it? Glancing at the elders present, only the leader of the weapon refining sect and the elder of the array sect were also surprised, while the other elders did not show any abnormality. It was no wonder that they could not recognize it. Thunder spirits were extremely rare, and there were no masters of thunder cultivation in the 7 mysterious valleys. They were not familiar with it, not to mention that the thunder spirit in Lin Ming's hand had changed its form. Only the weapon refining sect and the array sect had more contact with the 7 kinds of heaven and earth energy: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, so they would naturally doubt it. However, it was just a doubt. They were not sure, or in other words, they could not believe it. Shi Zhongshan could not help but glance at Mu Qianxue. Seeing that there was no strange color on the other party's face, his heart sank slightly. This woman must have known it a long time ago. Shi Zhongshan pondered for a while, but still did not say it in public. This kind of thing was too shocking, and it might cause some unnecessary trouble if it was spread out. Mu Qianxue was sitting next to Shi Zhongshan. She pursed her lips and stared at Lin Ming with her beautiful eyes. If he continues to grow like this, Lin Ming will definitely enter the Zuandan realm, and he may even be a Zuandan master who can fight across levels. In the martial arts, the further you go, the harder it is to fight across levels. First, because the gap between realms becomes larger as you go further, and second, because masters at higher realms were also geniuses when they were young. For example, those who can enter the Zuandan realm were at least as good as Jiang Boyan and Mu Gabuayu when they were in the condensation vein stage. It is easy to fight across levels among ordinary warriors, but it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to fight across levels among many geniuses. Therefore, a Zuandan master who can fight across levels is a very important existence in any force in the southern sky region. It seems that even Qianxue underestimated him. He is a real dragon lurking in the abyss. Once there is wind and cloud, he will soar into the sky. I made the right decision to come this time. No, I should let Qianxue come in person. Mu Qianxue had a premonition that in the future, Lin Ming would be on the stage of the entire Xianan continent, become the protagonist of the era, and leave his name for eternity. Such a strong man is second only to those who founded a sacred place and ascended to the divine realm. And that kind of powerful person has been extinct in the entire southern sky region for thousands of years. It can be said that such a person is equivalent to non-existence and can be completely ignored. Thinking of this, Mu Qianxue used the true essence to transmit the sound to the maid behind him. Notify young master Qianxue and ask her to come in person. Chapter 294 Award. The maid was obviously stunned for a moment. She actually wanted the Holy Lady of Vermilion bad to come to the 7 Profound Valley in person. She hesitated for a moment and replied, "My lord, it seems that the Holy Lady has been in seclusion these days to let her natal vermilion bird complete its evolution. It would be inappropriate to disturb her. It has been a month. Hua's evolution should be almost complete. The matter about Lin Ming is of great importance. It is better for the young master to come in person." Yes. The 2 maids brought by Mu Qianxue responded, and then retreated, and began to prepare for long-distance voice transmission. They did not need to hide such things from the 7 Profound Valley. When Shi Zhongshan saw the 2 maids leave, his heart skipped a beat. If they left at this time, he should have figured out with his toes that they were going to report the situation. If the old guys on Shenhuang Island got the news, would they come to poach them immediately? Putting himself in their shoes, Shi Zhongshan felt that, if he was in the position of an elder of Shenhuang Island, he would not let go of such a talent. The 4th grade sect has a natural advantage over the 3rd grade sect in recruiting talents. This is also one of the reasons why the 4th grade sect can always suppress the 3rd grade sect. The stronger the strong, the weaker the weak. Especially since Lin Ming was not a disciple of the 7th Profound Valley at all. He was not like Jiang Boyan, who grew up in the 7th Profound Valley and had his roots in the 7th Profound Valley. It was impossible for him to leave. Thinking of this, Shi Zhongshan's face became even uglier. The gap between the strength of their 7th profound valley and the divine Phoenix Island was too big. If they openly snatched people, Shi Zhongshan would probably have to swallow his anger, and the divine Phoenix Island would at most get a bad reputation for bullying others by taking advantage of their power, and there would be no loss. What should I do? Shi Zhongshan couldn't sit still. At the worst point, he could only settle for the second best and get along well with Lin Ming, and at the same time, ask for compensation from the divine Phoenix Island. The divine Phoenix Island was implicitly the leader of many nearby third-grade sects. If they did such a wicked thing, it would be unreasonable not to compensate them. Valley Master, will the reward still be issued? The elder in charge of the competition had been sitting in the hall. Seeing Shi Zhongshan's face, how could he not know what he was worried about, so he asked this question. If Lin Ming took the reward and changed his sect, then they would become the victims. Give it out. Of course we have to give it out. How can we not give out the promised reward? The heaven entering pill will be given to Lin Ming directly, without waiting for him to reach the peak of the acquired realm. Shi Zhongshan said decisively. The elder who asked the question was a little stunned. Do as I say, and you will be considered as making friends with Lin Ming. Although the heaven entering pill is precious, the 7 profound valley can refine 20 to 30 pills every 3 years. Although it is a bit painful to give one out, it is still affordable. If Lin Ming really joins Shenhuang Island in the future, he will always feel guilty towards the 7 profound valley for this matter. Shi Zhongshan can see that Lin Ming's martial arts is similar to that of the 7 profound valley sword sect. This kind of warriors pay attention to doing things without regrets, and being ungrateful is not in line with their style. It was definitely worth it to use a heaven entering pill and a earth rank treasure to befriend a peerless strongman. Besides, if Shenhuang Island really wanted to poach Lin Ming, it would have to pay a high price to avoid being criticized. The compensation from a top level 4th grade sect would be at least 20 heaven entering pills plus a certain number of mid grade true essence stones. So it would not be a loss for Qixuan Valley to issue the reward immediately. Yes, Valley Master, I'll do it right away. The elder took his leave. Masterkin, congratulations. This time your Xianan kingdom really made a big splash. It's more than just a big splash. It's earth-shattering and will go down in history. In the audience, several masters of neighboring countries congratulated Qinziya. They said nice things, but in fact they were jealous and about to burst into flames. Whoever won the first place in the martial arts competition would also have his master rewarded with a heaven entering pill, and Lin Ming's master was naturally Qinziya. That was a heaven entering pill, and only 20 to 30 were produced in 3 years, an average of less than 10 per year. Apart from the direct disciples and second disciples of the 7 major branches, plus some relatives, the share that other disciples can get is pitifully small. Many disciples have a great chance to break into the Xianshan realm, but they have to die of old age at the peak of the acquired realm, just because they lack the heaven entering pill. Qinziya is not young anymore. It seems that his chance of getting the second heaven entering pill is getting slimmer and slimmer, but he didn't expect that he would have such a bad luck. Once he enters the Xianshan realm, he can be promoted to the outer sect elder. That status is a world of difference from the current lord of a small country. Thinking that Qinziya may become an outer sect elder in the future, these people have to come to please him. Qinziya just came back to his senses at this time, and he felt as if he was dreaming. He smiled and said, "This is all Lin Ming's own hard work. I just followed him and got lucky." Qinziya is a very discerning talent. After seeing Lin Ming's amazing talent, he deliberately cultivated Lin Ming, and did not hesitate to take out some treasures from the 7 Zuanwu mansions of Xianan country, and promised a generous reward to stimulate Lin Ming's potential. At this time, Qinziya only wanted to make Lin Ming shine in the general sect martial arts competition, and never thought that he could enter the top 10. It was not until later that Lin Ming's talent continued to show that Qinziya had the idea of letting Lin Ming win the championship after 2 general sect martial arts competitions. At that time, this idea was so crazy. You know, in all the years since the general sect martial arts competition, no disciples from the 36 nations have ever won the championship, not even the top 5. If Qinziya's idea was known by the disciples of the 7 Mysterious Valley, they would probably laugh to death. However, Qianxue never thought that he still underestimated Lin Ming by a long way. Lin Ming won the championship in just his first participation in the general sect martial arts competition, while his opponents Mu Qianxue and Jiang Boyan were both the top talents of the Seven Mysterious Valley in the past 100 years. At this time, Qianxue suddenly thought of something, squeezed through the crowd, and found the man surnamed Liang from the Hualuo Kingdom. Qianxue clasped his fists and said with a smile, "Palace Master Liang, we have agreed on the matter of Qianxue before. Do you think we can set a date today? I can let Lin Ming arrange the itinerary." If the man surnamed Liang still had resentment before, he would never dare to do so now. Lin Ming is such a person. In the future, he can become a deputy valley master or even a valley master. How can a small palace master like him, Hualuo, offend such a person? He forced a smile that was uglier than crying and said, "Palace Master Qin, you are joking. Brother Lin can come to my Hualuo country whenever he is free. I will be waiting for you at any time." Palace Master Liang almost bit his tongue off with just a short sentence. When encountering such a thing, he could only bow his head and smile to curry favor with the relationship. What else could he do? 300,000 miles south of the Qianxue Valley is Nanjiang, which is 100,000 miles long, and 500,000 miles south is the South China Sea. In the South China Sea, there is an island that looks like a paradise. The sea dwellers who go out to sea all year round call this island the Fairy Island. The island has beautiful scenery and is full of beautiful buildings. Some people have even seen a phoenix hovering over the Fairy Island. Many people want to find the location of the Fairy Island, but this island is like a mirage. It can only be seen. When you really go to find it, you can't find it anyway. This Fairy Island is the location of the top 4 grade sect Shenhuang Island. In the winter, when the sky is full of snow in the Qianxue area, Shenhuang Island is still green and spring water, birds singing and flowers blooming. Mu Qianxue has just finished a month-long retreat. He used the blood of the thunder dragon and various precious natural materials and treasures to help his natal vermilion bird complete its evolution. In this way, Hua's strength has also reached the late stage of the innate. With its sacred beast bloodline, it is enough to become a powerful helper for Mu Qianxue. At this time, Mu Qianxue received Mu Qianxue's million-mile limit voice transmission. The voice transmission detailed the whole process of the Qianxue Valley's main sect martial arts competition, and attached Mu Qianxue's evaluation of Lin Ming. Mu Qianxue's pretty face showed astonishment after listening to it. She didn't expect Mu Qianxue to evaluate Lin Ming so highly. As long as he doesn't die, he will become a Zuandan in the future, and his combat power will exceed that of Zuandan masters of the same level. Mu Qianxue took a breath of cold air. With such an evaluation, Lin Ming's talent is probably not much worse than hers. This little guy, it's really. Mu Qianxue suddenly laughed. No matter what, such talents must not be let go, especially now that Shenhuang Island is in need of people. Thinking of this, Mu Qianxue patted Zuke's head beside him and said, "Hua, come with me to the Qianxue Valley." Hua had just completed his evolution at this time. After a month of pain, he was too lazy to move. When he heard Mu Qianxue say this, his big eyes turned, and he called a few times. Mu Qianxue said with a smile, "You lazy bird, it's only 1 million miles, of which 800,000 miles can be used by the teleportation array, and you only have to fly 200,000 miles. When Hua heard that he had to fly a full 200,000 miles, he immediately wailed. Of course, he had to obey Mu Qianxue, and stood up very reluctantly, looking helpless. Mu Qianxue was amused, and after thinking about it, she suddenly said, "Do you remember the barbecue we had 2 months ago? This time we are going to meet the boy who barbecued, and we can eat as much as we want in the future." Although Hua has completed his evolution, his mind is still in his infancy. For children, eating is their greatest pursuit. Hearing Mu Qianxue's words, Hua's eyes suddenly lit up, flapping his wings, and couldn't wait to set off. Mu Qianxue was amused and confused. This silly bat didn't know that if the spiritual bamboo it ate every day was exchanged for barbecue, it could fill the entire Shenhuang Island. The next morning, Qianxue Valley, HMM. You can give me the heaven entering pill and the earth level treasure now? Lin Ming was very surprised when he received the news from the steward of Qianxue Valley. These 2 items were the rewards for the first place in the general sect martial arts competition. Normally, the heaven entering pill would be given to him when he broke through the peak of the acquired realm, but he didn't expect that he would be given it now. With the spiritual medicine of the heaven entering pill, Lin Ming can try to impact the marrow tempering realm. Thinking of the realms of the 8 gates of Dungia and the 9 stars of Deo Palace recorded in the Chaos Mysterious Bone Sutra, Lin Ming's heartbeat quickened. Well, yes, junior brother Lin can go with me to the treasure pavilion of the Qianxue mansion now, to choose a handy earth level treasure. The elder guarding the pavilion is already waiting. The steward who delivered the message said respectfully. Chapter 295 I provide materials. The Qianxue Valley Treasure Pavilion is located on the main peak of the weapon refining sect. Although the fighting power of the disciples of the Qianxue Valley weapon refining sect and the array sect is a mess, their status in the Qianxue Valley is very important. The resources allocated to the 2 sects every year are not necessarily much less than those of the Sword sect and the Joyous sect. 90% of the treasures used by the disciples of the Qianxue Valley are from the weapon refining sect, and as for those cultivation arrays, spirit gathering arrays, mountain protection arrays, etc., they are all from the array sect. There is a mutual dependence between the 7 major sects of the Qianxue Valley, which is why the Qianxue Valley, despite many internal contradictions, has been able to maintain a delicate balance for 600 years. After Lin Ming arrived at the treasure pavilion, an elder in a red robe was already waiting here. He was Liu Zuan, an outer sect elder of the refining sect. His cultivation was at the initial stage of the Xianshan. At his age, the possibility of reaching the Zuandan level in this life was close to 0. In terms of combat power, he was also at the lowest level among the Xianshan strongmen. Therefore, he did not study those combat martial arts in depth, but devoted himself to refining equipment. Therefore, the treasures he made were very good. Seeing Lin Ming flying over on the divine wind eagle, Liu Zuan smiled from afar and said, "Haha, junior brother Lin, I have been waiting for you for a long time." Lin Ming's status in the 7 Profound Valley is now very popular. Although Liu Zuan is an elder, he still has to be respectful to Lin Ming. "Hello, elder." Lin Ming saluted respectfully. Seeing Lin Ming being so respectful to him, Liu Zuan was in a good mood and said, "Brother Lin, come with me. I will take you to pick out a suitable earth level lower grade treasure. You can pick whatever you like. Human level upper grade treasures are already very precious. They require a refiner in the early stage of the innate realm to forge. Such treasures are in short supply in small countries, and only people like Zhang Guanyu can rely on the United Chamber of Commerce to get one. Earth level lower grade treasures require a refiner in the middle or even late stage of the innate realm to forge, and they have a very high failure rate. Even the 7 Mysterious Valley Treasure Pavilion does not have many in stock. The best of them, such as the Zhang family's blood wave knife, can even make a warrior in the late stage of the innate realm jealous. After Liu Zuan finished speaking, he took out a hexagonal key from the Zumi ring and pressed it into the array plate next to the door of the treasure pavilion. With a rumbling sound, the door of the treasure pavilion slowly opened to both sides. As the door opened, a dark space was revealed, and a murderosaur rushed in. This was the golden murderosaur accumulated by the high-level treasures that had been stored for a long time. "Junior brother Lin, what treasure do you want to see?" "Spear," Lin Ming said without hesitation. Now when fighting with a master, the opponent's treasure is at least human level upper grade, and it is the top level of the same level of treasure, not far from the earth level treasure. In this kind of battle, the heavy mysterious soft silver spear has already seemed a little weak. After the battle with Jiang Boyan this time, even with Lin Ming's true essence protection, the heavy mysterious soft silver spear still left a lot of sword marks. If you encounter a stronger opponent in the future, maybe the heavy mysterious soft silver spear will be cut off directly. "Okay, follow me." Liu Zuan led Lin Ming through rows of weapon racks, and finally came to a side room, twisted the mechanism to open the door, and there was a space of 10 feet square inside. 10 rows of ancient weapon racks were filled with various types of long spears, with dark or silver gun barrels and cold gun heads. The wanton murderosaur rushed towards him, causing the surrounding temperature to drop by several degrees. "They are all here," Liu Zuan said. Suddenly seeing so many treasured guns, Lin Ming took a deep breath. Warriors love treasures, and Lin Ming is no exception. Many warriors even have the habit of collecting treasures, even if they can only use one. There were hundreds of treasured guns, some long, some short, some thick, some thin, some hard, some bullet, and the variety was extremely complicated. However, after looking at them all the way, Lin Ming was a little disappointed. The grade of these treasured guns was lower than other weapons outside. Most of them were middle grade human level guns. There was only one row of weapon racks with upper grade human level guns. As for the treasured guns of the earth level, there were only 3. Liu Zuan saw through Lin Ming's thoughts and said, because there is no spear sect in Qixuan Valley, the weapon refining masters of Qixuan Valley rarely forged spears. Most of the spears here were captured by the disciples of the sect. After 600 years of accumulation, they are gathered in a room like this. If you want to pick a low-grade earth-level spear, there are only those 3. To be honest, these 3 spears are of relatively low quality among the low-grade earth-level treasures. The 3 spears were of low quality among the earth-level treasures. Moreover, when Lin Ming took out the 3 spears, he found that they were all hard spears with no elasticity in the spear barrels, which made him unacceptable. Not to mention the restrictions of hard spears on spear moves. Even his training method of strength like silk requires the cooperation of elastic spears to more easily exert the maximum power. Seeing that Lin Ming was obviously dissatisfied with the 3 spears, Liu Zuan said, Junior brother Lin, I actually have a suggestion. Junior brother Lin is still young, why don't you switch to sword training? My Qixuan Valley happens to have a sword sect. If you join the sword sect, the core skills are all ready, and the treasures are also easy to choose. After hearing Liu Zuan's words, Lin Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Switching to sword training for a ground level treasure and a 3rd grade sect skills? He didn't choose the spear as a weapon on a whim. The skills he practiced, Chaos Gangdao Sutra, were extremely strong and yang, and were suitable for being used on a spear. The sword method emphasizes speed, changeability, and sharpness, which is obviously not suitable for him. What's more, Lin Ming later obtained the power of the real dragon. It is not a random saying that the sword is like a tiger and the spear is like a dragon. Among the weapons, the domineering and imposing manner of the spear is most consistent with the strongest and most yang dragon energy. Lin Ming thought for a moment and said, Elder Liu, if I provide the materials, can I ask the seniors of the refining sect to forge an earth-class treasured spear for me? What materials? Liu Zuan was a little skeptical. The materials needed to forge an earth-class treasured weapon were all priceless. Lin Ming was just a commoner. Could he get them? The materials for the spear shaft. The most difficult part of forging a treasured spear is the spear shaft. Lin Ming provided the materials for the spear shaft, so the spear tip was not a problem. The spear shaft material he was talking about was naturally the purple electric bamboo obtained from the Jianalang cave in Thunder Mountain. The purple electric bamboo has bamboo shoots of 90 years, young bamboo of 900 years, and mature bamboo of 9,000 years. The mature bamboo can produce bamboo shoots, which will drill into the yuan magnetic ore and break out of the stone in the right place like a pangolin, growing into a new bamboo. At the beginning, Lin Ming found a 900-year-old red young bamboo at the foot of the mountain, and then found the mother mature bamboo in the Jianalang cave. The young bamboo has grown to 900 years, which means that the age of the mature bamboo is 9,900 years, almost the same age as the 10,000-year-old Thunder Mountain. The purple lightning divine bamboo has enough elasticity, and as for toughness, it goes without saying that a 900-year-old young bamboo is already difficult to be damaged by swords and knives, and a 9,900-year-old mature bamboo is even difficult to destroy even by an early Xiantian master. Such a bamboo is the best material for making a gun barrel, especially since Lin Ming is a thunder warrior, and his attributes are exactly the same as those of the purple lightning divine bamboo. The material of the gun barrel? Liu Zuan was slightly startled, and then said, the quality of a gun mainly depends on the gun head. To be honest, the gun barrels of these 3 guns are also good. There is no need to rebuild them. Take one gun for example. Zhengjin is mixed with cold star iron, and it is refined with fire essence. It is folded and forged for 9981 days. Its strength is extremely high. Even the masters of the highest innateness find it difficult to destroy it. Lin Ming said, what Elder Liu said is right, but the quality of a hard gun mainly depends on the gun head, while the quality of a bullet gun depends on the gun barrel. This gun has no elasticity, which is not what I want. You want a low-grade earth-level bullet gun? Liu Zuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As an equipment refiner, he knew very well the difficulty of building a low-grade earth-level bullet gun. Not to mention that he might not be able to build it. He couldn't even find the materials. Liu Zuan had never seen the materials that could make a low-grade earth-level bullet gun in his life. He had only read about it in the classics. Liu Zuan was extremely speechless at Lin Ming's almost idiotic request. If it was an ordinary disciple, Liu Zuan would have asked him to stay where he wanted. However, Lin Ming's status was extraordinary, so Liu Zuan had to explain earnestly, Junior brother Lin, you are not a weapon refiner. You don't know how difficult it is to make a low-grade earth-level shotgun. This kind of thing is really several times more expensive than the Zhang family's blood wave knife. We don't have this kind of material in the Seven Profound Valley. Lin Ming said, Elder Liu, I just said that I have the materials. What materials do you have? Heavy mysterious soft silver. 100 forging red gold? Elder Liu casually mentioned 2 materials. These 2 materials are both top grade materials for making guns, sticks, and bows, but they are far from being used to make earth level treasures. Although it is clear that Lin Ming has an extraordinary talent, Liu Zuan still subconsciously thinks that he is from a small place, and he is also young. Just imagine how much concept a 16-year-old child from a commoner family can have about earth-level treasures. It is normal not to understand weapon refinement, thinking that you can make earth-level treasures by just taking out some materials that you think are good. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and felt that it was okay to tell Liu Zuan. In the territory of Qianxue Valley, as long as the other party was not crazy, he would not do anything stupid like robbing money or killing people. At this moment, a fire suddenly lit up in front of Liu Zuan. It was a sound transmission talisman. Liu Zuan was startled. The one who transmitted the sound was actually a deputy valley master, who asked him to take Lin Ming to the main hall of the square of the main peak of Qianxue Valley immediately, to meet the holy envoy of Shenhuang Island. Why did someone come from Shenhuang Island again? Liu Zuan was puzzled. He naturally didn't know who the so-called holy envoy was. He said to Lin Ming, Nephew Lin, let's not pick it first. Let's go to the main peak to meet the holy envoy of Shenhuang Island. Holy envoy of Shenhuang Island? Lin Ming was slightly startled. The word holy made him feel moved. Could it be? Liu Zuan was still persuading him earnestly, Junior brother Lin, you want to make a precious gun. How can it be that easy? Even if Master Shigu collects the materials for you, who can you find to refine it? We have a lot of sword masters in our weapon refining sect, but there are only a few masters who practice guns, and they are part-time. What if they break down? Liu Zuan's words shocked Lin Ming's heart. Yes, no matter how good the materials are, it will be useless if they break down. What should I do? By the way, will there be a weapon refining master on Shenhuang Island? If they were asked to refine it, the effect would definitely be much better. Chapter 296, The 3 Classes of Heaven, Earth, and Man. Lin Ming really needed a good spear now. In the battle with Jiang Boyan, he was almost always suppressed by Jiang Boyan. In the end, it dragged on until Jiang Boyan found that his endurance was not as good as his, and he had to make a final decisive battle. Of course, this was due to Lin Ming's slow speed, but another part of the reason was that the heavy mysterious soft silver spear was insufficient and could not exert the full power of King Kang's neon, especially compared with Jiang Boyan's black crystal sword. It was even more different. If he could use the purple lightning divine bamboo to make a low-grade earth-level precious spear, Lin Ming's strength would be greatly improved, and the power of thunder would be greatly increased. He would not have to fight so hard against Jiang Boyan again. In addition, in a few days, Lin Ming would have to go to the southern border to obtain the immortal holy fire essence. If he could make a precious spear made of purple lightning divine bamboo, it would be like adding wings to a tiger, and it would be a sure thing. Thinking of this, the divine wind eagle had arrived at the main peak of the 7 mysterious valley. Lin Ming jumped off the eagle's back and walked towards the mountain gate. On the main peak of the 7 mysterious valley, the eagle could not fly. I say, nephew Lin, although my achievements are far inferior to yours, I have practiced for so many years and have experience. The power of the spear is great, but there are very few warriors who practice spears, while there are many warriors who practice swords. Why is this so? This proves that swords have many more advantages than spears. No one is a fool. Liu Zuan was still chattering at the side at this time. He was actually using this way of consolation to show his concern for Lin Ming and to maintain a good relationship. Lin Ming felt amused and did not respond. The two walked all the way to the square in front of the temple. At this time, there were already many people gathered on the square. He glanced casually and found that Jiang Boyan, Mu Gubuiyu, Bao Hangming, Qin Wuxin, and Jiang Lanjian were all here. With himself, the top 6 of this general martial arts competition were all here. Are they going to give out awards? Lin Ming was thinking, but he found that there were still many young people on the field who did not look like disciples of the 7 Profound Valley, but he did not know why they came here. Lin Ming, this way. Jiang Boyan waved his hand. Jiang Boyan called out Lin Ming, and the eyes of more than 20 people present were all directed at Lin Ming, as sharp as a flying arrow. Lin Ming paused slightly. What was going on? He is Lin Ming, the rookie who defeated Jiang Boyan. At this age, he must be only 17 or 18 years old. His age is not surprising, but I think he is only at the initial stage of condensation veins. What is Jiang Boyan doing? Did he lose to a kid at the initial stage of condensation veins, or is the 7 Profound Valley playing tricks? Among the more than 20 people present, those who knew each other were communicating with each other through true energy transmission. Jiang Boyan was also very famous this year, defeating 4 geniuses in a row. His strength was beyond doubt, but now he suddenly lost to a kid at the condensation veins stage, which made them wonder if the 7 Profound Valley was playing tricks. Are you Lin Ming? A young man holding an arrow knife looked at Lin Ming wantonly and said sinisterly, exactly. I heard that you defeated Jiang Boyan, right? Very good. You are worthy of being my opponent. After this meeting, come to the foot of Kixuan Mountain and I will challenge you. The young man said, stroking the blade in his hand, looking confident. Lin Ming was extremely speechless. Where did this guy come from? Why does he look so stupid? At this time, Jiang Boyan transmitted his voice. Lin Ming, this person is Zhang Shaoxun of Beifeng sect. He is 20 years old this year. Last year, I went to Beifeng sect to challenge him. He won me with a slight advantage, but later my strength increased greatly. I knew that Zhang Shaoxun was no longer my opponent. Fighting with him would not help my swordsmanship. So this year I did not go to Beifeng sect to waste time. I understand. After listening to Jiang Boyan's words, Lin Ming could not help but admire Jiang Boyan's character. Generally, if a warrior loses to someone, he will definitely come back after a few days to get back at him. Only in this way can his thoughts be clear and his true essence be connected. Jiang Boyan, however, didn't care about winning or losing at all. He only challenged masters who could train him in swordsmanship. He had no interest in those who he knew were not as good as him. Jiang Boyan added, Zhang Shaoxun is not that strong, but there are some of these people that even I'm afraid of. They are very strong. Although Jiang Boyan was extremely talented and had defeated 4 masters in a row this year, it didn't mean that he was the best among the young generation of all the 3rd grade sects nearby. Some of the 20 or so people present were already 21 or 22 years old. Although they were not as talented as Jiang Boyan, they were stronger than Jiang Boyan because of their age advantage. One of the young men, whose cultivation had already entered the early stage of the acquired realm, looked at Lin Ming for a few times and said, Lin Ming, right? I'm Lin Ping from Peacock Mountain. We are actually from the same family. I'm very interested in you, and I'm looking forward to your growth. In 2 or 3 years, you may be qualified to be my opponent. Then, you can go to Peacock Mountain to fight me. Lin Ping's words were filled with extreme confidence, but he did have the capital to be confident. Lin Ping was 21 years old and his cultivation had already entered the early stage of the acquired realm. He was the one with the highest cultivation among all the people present. After Lin Ping and Zhang Shaoxun spoke, 2 more people challenged Lin Ming to a fight. This kind of fight between genius disciples was also encouraged and acquiesced by the major sects. Only by constantly fighting and learning from each other could there be progress. Some disciples with good comprehension would even be inspired by every battle. But there was nothing strange about the challenge. What Lin Ming wondered was why these people came to him. Was he just mocking him like that? At this time, Jiang Boyan smiled and transmitted his voice. You are wondering why these people are targeting you, right? It's like this. Now Shenhuang Island has proposed a plan for joint training of geniuses. Specifically, the genius disciples of the 19 nearby 3rd grade sects are divided into 3 levels: heaven, earth, and human. Shenhuang Island and the major sects will jointly train them. The resources obtained at each level are naturally different, and the difference is quite large. Everyone wants to be at a higher level and get more resources. Senior Mu Qianxue once praised you in front of the elders of other sects. These people know. Lin Ming was extremely speechless after hearing this. He was really shocked even when lying down. These geniuses from the 3rd grade sects were all arrogant and no one would admit defeat to anyone. Although Jiang Boyan defeated 4 masters in a row this year and he defeated Jiang Boyan again, those confident people did not think that the masters from other sects who were defeated by Jiang Boyan were so strong. Who is stronger and who is weaker still needs to fight to see the result. Seeing Lin Ming's speechless expression, Jiang Boyan smiled and said, in fact, except for Lin Ming, the few people who jumped out have no strength. The truly confident ones didn't say anything. They didn't think they would lose to you. They all set their sights on the position of the heavenly genius. It is said that after being rated as a heavenly genius, they will enjoy the same treatment as the core disciples of Shenhuang Island and can stay in Shenhuang Island for a long time. Oh. The same treatment as the core disciples? Lin Ming was surprised and asked with true essence transmission, why did Shenhuang Island propose a plan for the joint training of geniuses? Isn't it good for them? Isn't this using their own rights to support other people's children? Jiang Boyan shook his head and said, I don't know about this either. After Shenhuang Island summoned the elders of all the major sects over the past 2 days, it has been negotiating with all parties. Maybe something big has happened. At this time, an impatient voice interrupted the true essence transmission between Lin Ming and Jiang Boyan. Lin Ming, you are hesitating like a woman. Do you dare to fight me? After being completely ignored by Lin Ming, Zhang Xiaoshan, who had previously challenged him, seemed extremely unhappy. Sorry, I'm not interested. Lin Ming replied calmly. Jiang Boyan had already said that he was not interested in people with weak strength, so he naturally didn't bother to waste time with him. You. Zhang Xiaoshan was about to get angry, but at this moment a spirit boat suddenly appeared above the square hall. From the spirit boat, more than 20 innate masters flew down. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes and saw that among these 20 people, there were the Valley Master and Deputy Valley Master of Qixuan Valley. The others were obviously dressed differently from Qixuan Valley. They should be the elders of the other 19 3rd grade sects. So many core disciples and elders of the 3rd grade sects gathered in Qixuan Valley and proposed a plan for the joint training of geniuses. What was the purpose? After the innate masters settled down, they heard the rustling of clothes, and a graceful and plump female figure slowly fell from the sky. She was wearing a winding fiery red liuxin skirt, with a silk ribbon fluttering in the wind as thin as a cicada's wing silver yarn. Her soft black hair was tied up into a graceful and noble phoenix hair ornament. Her beautiful face had a calm and peaceful aura, like a goddess who ignored the common people. Lin Ming's heart paused slightly. This woman was Mu Qianxue. Because he had already guessed it in his heart, he was not surprised. It was just that when they met in the forest of southern Xinjiang, Lin Ming could still see some of the temperament of an ordinary young girl in Mu Qianxue, but now Mu Qianxue was really like a saint in the sky, so noble that people felt that they could not look up to her. Many of the other sect disciples around Lin Ming were already stunned. It was no wonder that they were so useless. Mu Qianxue was not only beautiful, but also naturally exuded an otherworldly aura. Coupled with her high status, it was inevitable that people would be attracted to her and dream of conquering her nobility and beauty. Although the core disciples of these major sects were amazingly talented, their cultivation was not high after all. They were not as determined in martial arts as Lin Ming, or as accomplished in swordsmanship as Jiang Boyan. Therefore, many people lost their minds for a while when they first saw Mu Qianxue, but most of them were able to adjust quickly. A few, such as Lin Ming from the Hehuan sect, practiced the Hehuan divine art, and it was really difficult for him to adjust. In addition, Zhang Xiaoshan, who had previously challenged Lin Ming, still had an obsessed look on his face, thinking that he could stay on Shenhuang Island for a long time. If he was selected as a heavenly genius, Zhang Xiaoshan's heart became hot. If he could live on Shenhuang Island, wouldn't he be able to see this fairy on Earth every day? Chapter 297 Heavenly Genius. After Mu Qianxue settled down, all the elders and clan masters of the previous third grade sects stood up and saluted. The gap between them and Mu Qianxue was like the gap between Qinzhia and the master of the Seven Mysterious Valley. There was a huge gap between them. After all, Mu Qianxue would enter the Zuandan realm within 10 years, and his future was limitless. Most of the people present would stop at the Xianshan realm, and it would be difficult for them to break through the Zuandan realm in their lifetime. Mu Qianxue glanced at the geniuses in the audience, and her eyes paused on Lin Ming for a very short moment, and then continued to scan past him, without showing any abnormality. After Mu Qianxue sat down in the first seat, the other elders took their seats one after another. The disciples in the audience couldn't help but speculate. Such a big battle, summoning so many important people here, and proposing a plan for the joint training of geniuses. What exactly was the purpose? Although these people didn't know Mu Qianxue, they also knew that the other party was a very important person from Shenhuang Island, and it was very likely that he was the future successor to the island master. There is only one rank 4 sect in the Shenhuang Island within millions of miles. It can be said that Shenhuang Island is the master of 1/3 of the southern region of the entire Xianan continent. Mu Qianxue's noble status can be imagined. At this time, Shi Zongshan, as the host, walked to the front of the stage and said to the core disciples of the major sects below, "Today, I have gathered all my disciples here to announce 2 things. The first thing is about the Ghost Demon Emperor City." The Ghost Demon Emperor City? To the disciples present, this name is a little unfamiliar, but they are not unfamiliar. There are records about the Ghost Demon Emperor City in the classics of the major sects. This is a Holy Land level sect founded 3000 years ago, which is also the top 5th grade sect. In the entire Xianan continent, the number of Holy Lands that have continued to this day is very few. The main difference between a Holy Land and an ordinary 5th grade sect is that a Holy Land needs to give birth to a great power that can ascend to the divine realm. Once a 5th grade sect has such a great power, it will be immediately upgraded to a Holy Land. As the saying goes, 100-year dynasty, or 1000-year sect, and a 10,000-year Holy Land. Sects at the Holy Land level often exist for 10,000 years, but the Ghost Demon Emperor City is an exception. The Nether Emperor who founded the Ghost Demon Emperor City practiced magic skills. The road of martial arts is slow and arduous. Many people are unwilling to practice step by step, so they want to take shortcuts, such as the star absorbing method, the power transformation method, and the male and female collection techniques, which are all magic skills. The Nether Emperor committed many evil things to practice magic skills, killing boys and girls in batches, and at the same time abducting talented girls and wantonly collecting their essence, which aroused public anger. Later, he was so proud of his unparalleled martial arts that he almost touched the daughter of an emperor of the Xianan continent. As a result, the emperor was furious and paid a great price to ask several other emperors of the Xianan continent to join forces to kill this ancient demon in one fell swoop, and the Ghost Demon Emperor City collapsed. All in all, the Ghost Demon City only existed for less than 2000 years, and it has only been 1000 years since its collapse. However, the Ghost Demon City has not been eradicated. 8 of the 36 demon generals under the Nether Emperor are still alive. They fled to the South China Sea and joined some of the former subordinates of the Ghost Demon City to form the later South China Sea Demon Realm. After the death of the Nether Emperor, the Emperor of the Xianan continent would not have nothing better to do to deal with his former subordinates, so the South China Sea Demon Realm has continued. In recent years, as the South China Sea Demon Realm has developed, they have begun to stir. After all, no one wants to stay in the deep sea far away from the mainland. If they want to come back, the first thing they have to do is to break through a barrier, the Shenhuang Island located near the South China Sea. In fact, the South Sea Demon Realm has been coveting Shenhuang Island for a long time. Shenhuang Island is mostly populated by female cultivators, while the South Sea Demon Realm cultivates magic skills. In particular, they lack talented women for them to cultivate. If they can annex Shenhuang Island, they can not only obtain a large amount of resources, but also so many beautiful women with equally outstanding talents and looks. What could be more perfect than this? The South Sea Demon Realm barely reaches the level of a 5th grade sect, and its strength is stronger than that of Shenhuang Island. In this way, Shenhuang Island is facing the greatest crisis since its establishment. Mu Qianxue came to Qixuan Valley on the orders of Mu Qianxue. In addition to observing Lin Ming, he also wanted to test the intentions of Qixuan Valley, Peacock Mountain and other 3rd grade sects to see if they could resist the South Sea Demon Realm together. They also understand the principle of lips and teeth being cold. Later, Mu Qianxue's arrival turned the test into direct implementation. She is now going to unite the 19 3rd grade sects in the Shenhuang area to fight against the South China Sea Demon Realm. Of course, Shenhuang Island will also show enough sincerity. The plan of joint training of geniuses is one of the rewards from Shenhuang Island. Shi Zhongshan finished introducing the current situation concisely and continued. In order to jointly resist the threat of the South China Sea Demon Realm, our 19th grade sect and Shenhuang Island need to work together. Among them, the cooperative training of geniuses is an important plan. This is also the second thing I want to announce today. A total of 108 core disciples from the 19th grade sects will be selected to enter the cooperative training plan. These 108 people are divided into 3 levels of heaven, earth and man according to their degree of genius. I will first announce the list of human level disciples who have been determined. There are a total of 50 people, namely 7 Profound Valley, Jianglanjian, Baoyangming, Peacock Mountain, Sun Yuan, Zhaoguang. There were only 20 or so core disciples present. Many people on the list were unable to come due to time constraints. These 20 or so people had already learned that they were listed as candidates for the joint training plan. What they expected was to be ranked higher, but now, many people have been directly classified into the lowest human level. Many of those whose names were called looked disappointed, and some felt unconvinced. They hadn't even competed, so why were they classified as the lowest level? Zhang Shaoxian of Beifeng sect clenched his fists nervously. He was absolutely confident in his talent. He was afraid that Shenhuang Island would not conduct a thorough investigation and correctly evaluate his talent, and would classify him as the lowest level of the human level list, which would be unfair. Fortunately, when Shi Zhongshan read the name of Beifeng sect, his name was not on it. Zhang Shaoxian let out a long sigh, feeling somewhat proud. It seemed that the people of Shenhuang Island still had some vision. According to his talent, he should be at least an earth-level genius, and he might even become a heaven-level genius. It all depends on how much of the heaven-level geniuses there are. However, thinking that the people of Shenhuang Island also had high hopes for Lin Ming, Zhang Shaoxian became a little unhappy again. Lin Ming's words "sorry, I'm not interested" had greatly embarrassed Zhang Shaoxian, and he felt a little upset. Zhang Shaoxian subconsciously clenched his fists. You actually look down on me. Wait and see. I will let you know how powerful I am. Shi Zhongshan continued. The following is the list of Earth-level geniuses that have been confirmed. A total of 27 people, namely Qixuan Valley, Jiangboyan, Mu Qianxue, Peacock Mountain, Lin Ming, Yanggu, Zhao Zhe, Luanmen. When Shi Zhongshan read out the names, everyone present was confused. There were only 27 people on the list of Earth-level geniuses. There were a total of 108 people, 50 human-level geniuses, and 27 Earth-level geniuses, adding up to a total of 77 people. Could it be that there were 31 heaven-level geniuses? 4 more than the Earth-level geniuses? Thinking of this, many people became excited. It seems that the possibility of becoming a heaven-level genius is very high, especially those whose names were not read out. They were so excited that they couldn't believe that they were selected as heaven-level geniuses. Even better than Jiangboyan of Qixuan Valley and Lin Ming of Peacock Mountain. Zhang Shaoxian was also extremely nervous at this time. Shi Zhongshan did not read Lin Ming's name when he read the 7 mysterious valleys. It seemed that this guy was lucky and had been selected as a heaven level genius. What if I was not selected? If only a dozen people are selected, I can say nothing if I'm not selected. If 31 people are selected, I should not be eliminated. If I'm not selected, I will stand up in public and challenge those who are selected as heaven level geniuses. As long as I win, let's see what they can say. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaoshan breathed a sigh of relief and his heart settled down. Shi Zhongshan did not read Zhang Xiaoshan's name until the end, which made Zhang Xiaoshan completely relieved. The vision of Shenhuang Island is still good. They didn't misjudge me. But did they make a mistake with Jiang Boyan, Lin Ming, and Bei Shuxuan from Loyan sect? Logically, these people should all be selected as heavenly level geniuses. The 19 third grade sects did not communicate much on a normal basis, and Zhang Xiaoshan only knew the strength of a small number of them. As far as he knew, Lin Ming and Bei Shuxuan were both top-notch geniuses in their respective sects. Lin Ming even entered the acquired realm at the age of 21, and his talent was better than his own. As for Jiang Boyan, although he was slightly inferior to his own, he was still better than his junior brother. How come his junior brother was selected as a heavenly level genius, but Jiang Boyan was still at the earth level? Just when Zhang Xiaoshan felt something was wrong, Shi Zhongshan continued, the following are talents between human level geniuses and earth level geniuses. Because of insufficient information, it is difficult to define, so another assessment is required. There are a total of 30 people, including Kixuan Valley, Qin Wuxin. What? After Shi Zhongshan said this, Zhang Xiaoshan was stunned. There were a total of 30 people with talents between human level geniuses and earth level geniuses, plus the previous 77 people, a total of 107 people. Could it be that there was only one heaven level genius? Question mark? Before he had time to think about who that person would be, he heard Shi Zhongshan read his name, Beifeng sect, Zhang Xiaoshan. Zhang Xiaoshan's brain bust, and he didn't hear clearly what Shi Zhongshan said next. He actually listed Lao's talent between human level and earth level. There were a total of 28 earth level geniuses and heaven level geniuses, and he was not selected. Zhang Xiaoshan couldn't accept it. In fact, it was not only him, but also several people who couldn't accept it. They thought they were selected as heaven level geniuses, but they didn't expect to be the candidate for earth level genius. These people immediately felt very unconvinced. Most of those who had not been assessed rarely fought with geniuses from other sects, so they lacked information. Geniuses are always proud. Who would admit defeat without fighting? Jiang Boyan did win a few people, but could he definitely win himself? And that Mu Qianxue, who is he? I've never heard of him. The most infuriating thing is that there is a heavenly genius among the 108 people. They haven't even fought against each other. Why do they think they are not as talented as others? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298 I Don't Accept. As soon as Shi Zhongshan finished reading out the list of 30 people, Zhang Xiaoshan took the lead and said, Master Shi, I have a question. Shi Zhongshan was interrupted, frowned, and said in a low voice, what's the problem? I want to know, who evaluated the talent level? What is the basis? Shi Zhongshan said, the talent list was evaluated by Fairy King Han of Shenhuang Island and an elder of Shenhuang Island, based on the results of the genius battles and martial arts competitions in recent years. In other words, it is based solely on what the sect masters and elders said. It is biased to draw a conclusion without even a competition. Zhang Xiaoshan's words were extremely rude for questioning the judgment made by Shenhuang Island in public, but he also expressed the voice of many people. The competition is about strength. This list is not based on strength, but talent. Moreover, the 30 people whose information is not enough to judge their talent have been selected, and will be assessed again. But, Zhang Xiaoshan wanted to say something else, but Mu Qianxue snorted coldly and said, if you are not satisfied with our decision, you can choose not to participate in this cooperative training program. Don't forget that this is a resource given to you by our Shenhuang Island. It is our Shenhuang Island's right to give it to whom, and how to give it. It is not the turn of outsiders to make decisions. If you think it is unfair, you can withdraw. When Mu Qianxue spoke, the true essence was integrated into the voice, with a strong sense of oppression. Zhang Shaoxun's face turned pale, and he took several steps back. He bit his lip, and didn't say anything after all. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. No one will go against resources. Besides, the resources given by Shenhuang Island are probably much better than those in their sect. At this time, Shi Zhongshan continued, now I will continue to announce the final list of heavenly grade geniuses. There is only one person, Kixuan Valley, Lin Ming. After Shi Zhongshan said this, Lin Ming felt the air around him tightened, and countless eyes suddenly gathered on him, as cold as a sharp sword. Except for Jiang Boyan, Qin Wuxin and others who took it for granted, others seemed to want to eat him. Zhang Shaoxun's eyes were red. This was jealousy and anger. Heavenly grade geniuses can enjoy the same treatment as the core disciples of Shenhuang Island. It is said that the core disciples of Shenhuang Island usually use medium grade Ziniyuan stones for cultivation. One medium grade Ziniyuan stone is worth 100 ordinary pure Ziniyuan stones. Even his father would never be willing to use medium grade Ziniyuan stones for cultivation. It is simply a waste of money. In addition, the heavenly rank geniuses can live on Shenhuang Island for a long time. 90% of the people on Shenhuang Island are women, and there are many single proud daughters of heaven. Even if they dare not have improper thoughts about Mu Qianxue and others, it is a rare opportunity to meet a woman with a cultivation base above the innate level and become a partner to practice together. Thinking that all such good things have fallen on Lin Ming, Zhang Shaoxun was so jealous that his eyes were blazing with anger. However, Shi Zhongshan's next words pushed Zhang Shaoxun's jealousy to the extreme. Shi Zhongshan said, human level geniuses get 500 lower grade Ziniyuan stones per month, and after reaching the late stage of the acquired realm, they can get a heaven entering pill. Earth level geniuses get 500 lower grade Ziniyuan stones and 5 middle grade Ziniyuan stones per month, and after reaching the middle stage of the acquired realm, they can get to heaven entering pills. Heaven level geniuses get 20 middle grade Ziniyuan stones per month and immediately get a heaven entering pill. After reaching the acquired realm, they get 2 more heaven entering pills, can enter the Shenhuang secret realm for training, and receive a set of earth level lower grade soft armor. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. The gap was too big. Compared with the heaven level geniuses, they were the difference between poor people and aristocratic families. In comparison, they didn't need to talk about any middle grade Ziniyuan stones. They could eat 3 heaven entering pills immediately to increase their cultivation, and they could also enter the Shenhuang secret realm. Although I don't know what this Shenhuang secret realm is, I can tell with my knees that it is an incredible place. I'm afraid only the core disciples of Shenhuang Island can enter, and the lower grade soft armor of the earth rank is also an inestimable item. Generally, armor is much more expensive than weapons of the same level, and soft armor is the most expensive type of armor. This is unfair. Several people immediately stood up and said, Senior, we have something to say. These people were listed on the earth rank candidate list together with Zhang Shaoxun. They usually conserved their energy and rarely participated in the genius battle. They each had their own trump cards, and were absolutely confident in their own strength and trump cards. Before they fought, no one would admit defeat. As for the 27 people who were actually selected into the earth rank list because they had participated in the genius battle, they knew their own weight in their hearts. Especially when they saw that Lin Ming, the #1 expert in Peacock Mountain, did not speak. They naturally would not speak. What else do you have to say? Mu Qianxue's voice was a little cold. Senior, if our test results are excellent enough, can we be promoted to heaven rank genius? Said a man with drooping eyebrows. Mu Qianxue glanced at the group of people. They were almost 20 years old, but their cultivation was still stuck at the peak of the condensed vein stage. A toad wanted to eat swan meat, and wanted to become a heavenly rank genius? It was really hilarious. At that time, young Master Qianxue was a postnatal master at the age of 17 and a congenital master at the age of 22. If it weren't for the need for Shenhuang Island to unite these small sects, there would be no need for these people to be cultivated vigorously on Shenhuang Island. Mu Qianxue was just about to reject these people when Mu Qianxue spoke up. You can be promoted to the heavenly rank as long as you can pass the 7th floor of the 7 Treasures Linglang Tower. In the Xianan continent, the 7 Treasures Linglang Tower is a universal talent test illusion array. When Lin Ming participated in the assessment of the 7 Zuanwu mansions, he also passed through it. At that time, he only passed through the 4th floor, and Qin Xingsun, who had a 6th grade talent, only passed through the 5th floor. To the 6th and 7th floors, the difficulty of each floor increases exponentially, and passing through the 7th floor is almost impossible. What? Past the 7th floor? The faces of the young people who stood out were very ugly. How could they pass through the 7th floor? Isn't this a joke? Of course, they dared not say this. I want to know, can all heaven level geniuses pass the 7th floor? The man with the drooping eyebrows asked, but his eyes looked at Lin Ming with obvious suspicion. He admitted that Lin Ming might be talented, but he absolutely did not believe that he could pass the 7th floor. In fact, Lin Ming was not sure that he could pass the 7th floor of the Linglang Tower. The 7 Treasures Linglang Tower commonly used in Xianan continent was different from the Wuxian Holy Land he broke into at that time. Seniors, I want to challenge these earth level geniuses and heaven level geniuses on the list. As long as the age difference is not big, whoever has higher strength will prove that he has better talent. Isn't that right? Mu Qianxue smiled but said nothing, while the elders of the sects had flashing expressions, each with their own thoughts. In fact, they were not satisfied with the list given by Shenhuang Island. Many geniuses did not like to expose their trump cards and true strength. Judging only by the surface was not accurate at all. Moreover, this list also overestimates the 7 Profound Valley. The 7 Profound Valley is only ranked in the middle among the 19 sects. As a result, not only Lin Ming became the only heaven level genius on the list, but also Jiang Boyan and Mu Gubuayu became earth level geniuses, and Qin Wuxin was an earth level candidate. This is even better than Peacock Mountain. Just because Mu Qianxue watched an internal martial arts competition of the 7 Profound Valley, he gave such a high evaluation. They were not convinced. You haven't watched our martial arts competition. Why do you think we are not as good? Mu Qianxue smiled and nodded, saying, if you can't wait for the formal assessment, you can start the challenge now. As soon as Mu Qianxue finished speaking, Zhang Shaoxun took a step forward and said loudly, Lin Ming, I challenge you. Everyone's eyes turned to Lin Ming. Several disciples of the Beifeng sect were waiting to see the show. They knew very well what Zhang Shaoxun's strength was. Last year, even Jiang Boyan was defeated by him. Lin Ming may be very strong, but it is difficult to beat Zhang Shaoxun. Lin Ming crossed his arms, casually looked at Zhang Shaoxun, and said calmly, I just turned 16. How old are you? What? This question directly made Zhang Shaoxun dumbfounded. Just turned 16. He thought Lin Ming might be 18 years old. How could he just turn 16? Defeated Jiang Boyan at the age of 16. And he was only at the initial stage of condensation meridian. Is this true? Zhang Shaoxun couldn't believe it. He was already 20 years old. The 4-year gap made him unqualified to challenge Lin Ming anyway. At this time, Mu Gubuayu suddenly laughed in a yin and yang manner. Hehe, little brat, let me play with you. If you can beat me, maybe you can even get a few moves under this kid. How about it? Mu Gubuayu said, pointing a dry finger at Lin Ming. The kid he was talking about was naturally Lin Ming. The fact that the unruly Mu Gubuayu was convinced could only be said that Lin Ming's strength was too strong. Who the hell is this? Zhang Shaoxun was already a little angry. Even if he was not qualified to challenge Lin Ming because of his age, he should fight Jiang Boyan. Who the hell do you think you are? Okay, I'll have to learn from you. Zhang Shaoxun was furious. An unknown guy from Kixuan Valley dared to challenge me. If I don't show some cards, you don't know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. Mu Qianxue smiled calmly. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? Me. I want to challenge. The previous Dao Xiaomui stood up and said. At the age of 19, he was not qualified to challenge Lin Ming. Jiang Boyan slowly took off the sword case on his back and stood up and said, you and I are of similar age. It's not an insult for me to be your opponent. Dao Xiaomui glanced at Jiang Boyan and nodded. Although he wanted to fight Lin Ming more, it was the same to fight Jiang Boyan first. The ring was ready. There were 2 matches. Mu Gubuyu and Zhang Shaoxun started first. Mu Gubuyu chuckled, shook the pocket behind him, and a puppet with blazing flames jumped out of his pocket. Lin Ming raised his eyebrows when he saw this scene. It has only been 10 days, and the fire evil god has been repaired. It seems that the elders of the puppet sect have taken action. The following is free. I'm on the road. These 2 chapters are the manuscripts I have worked hard for n days. In the blink of an eye, they are gone. I'm in tears. There will be no update tomorrow at noon. It will be put in the evening. I will try my best to write 2 chapters. If there is less, I will make up for it the day after tomorrow. Chapter 299, A World of Difference. The elders from other sects also looked at Mu Gubuyu. Where did this guy come from? According to the information they received, in this Kixu Valley's main sect martial arts competition, Lin Ming ranked first, and Jiang Boyan was probably second. So the guy who looked like a mummy on the stage was ranked third at most. Kixu Valley asked the third-ranked disciple to challenge Beifeng sect's chief disciple Zhang Shaoxun. The elders of Beifeng sect snorted heavily. Although their Beifeng sect ranked after the 10th among the 19 sects, Kixu Valley was not very good either. The strength of the 2 sects was about the same, but now Kixu Valley actually let their third-ranked disciple fight against their chief disciple. It was too contemptuous. You know, last year, when Jiang Boyan of Kixu Valley came to Beifeng sect to challenge, he was defeated by Zhang Shaoxun. Moreover, the list of geniuses given by Shenhuang Island also made the elders of Beifeng sect very angry. There were a total of 27 Earth-level geniuses, and the 6 top-level third-grade sects including Peacock Mountain accounted for 17 of them. He had no objection to this, but the remaining 10 places were occupied by 2 of them by Kixu Valley alone, leaving only 8 places for the 12 sects to share. Beifeng sect did not get any, and Zhang Shaoxun was only ranked as an Earth-level substitute. How could the elders of Beifeng sect be convinced by such an arbitrary judgment made after only watching a martial arts competition in which only the disciples of Kixu Valley participated? Shaoxun has made great progress this year, and he has 2 tricks that are hidden in his hands. Shenhuang Island and Kixu Valley don't know these things. This time, I will let you see the strength of my chief disciple of Beifeng sect. The elders of Beifeng sect thought so, and on the surface, he remained calm. He took a sip of the tea bowl slowly, and only watched the competition on the ring with the corner of his eyes. He seemed to be not worried about Zhang Shaoxun's competition at all, and he looked confident. On the stage, Mu Gubuyu summoned the red golden turtle puppet and the giant crocodile puppet, but the previous spider puppet disappeared, presumably because it had not been repaired yet. Zhang Shaoxun had been crossing his arms across his chest, watching Mu Gubuyu struggle coldly. As a top master, he naturally had to behave like a top master, and it was the most basic thing, to make his opponent fully prepared. Are you finally ready? Make a move. I'll give you 3 moves, and within 3 moves, see if you can force me to draw my sword. Zhang Shaoxun said sarcastically. Hehe, kid, I think you're even more stupid than my puppet. Mu Gubuyu screamed, and there was a creaking sound of bones popping, and 2 meat bags bulged from his back, constantly bulging. Zhang Shaoxun's face changed. What is this? Puff, puff. With 2 soft sounds, the 2 meat bags behind Mu Gubuyu turned into a pair of arms. Zhang Shaoxun's eyes widened when he saw this scene. Arms could grow out of his back. Is this guy still a human? You can die now. Mu Gubuyu screamed and shrank into the red golden turtle. 4 weapons stretched out from the holes of the red golden turtle. At the same time, the fire evil god drew out the fiery sword and slashed at Zhang Shaoxun with 1 sword. The flames rolled, and the overwhelming heat wave directly burned the floor tiles into magma. Zhang Shaoxun's face changed. Such a terrifying heat. Cap. The sword split the ring. Zhang Shaoxun dodged the sword in a panic. However, the power of the flames supported by the 9 pseudo-fire essences was too fierce. The fire waves rolled and directly burned Zhang Shaoxun's body protection essence, ignited his clothes, and singed his eyebrows. How is it possible? Clang. The sword was unsheathed. Zhang Shaoxun didn't care about the boast he had made before. with the sword in hand. Before he could put out the fire on his body, Mu Gubuayu had already rushed up. "Do you really think I can't do anything to you?" Zhang Shaoxun's mouth showed a hint of fierceness. As a swordsman, his greatest advantage is naturally attack. Now, he was furious. Just now, because he was too careless, Mu Gubuayu's move made him so embarrassed. His clothes were burned by an unknown person. It was a great shame. White Peak 13 swords. Zhang Shaoxun shouted and used one of his best moves, hoping to defeat Mu Gubuayu in one fell swoop and regain some face. However, he didn't expect that in the face of his fierce attack, Mu Gubuayu didn't dodge or block, but rushed straight towards his sword. Bang! With a deafening roar, Zhang Shaoxun stabbed Mu Gubuayu's red gold tortoise shell with a sword. At the same time, Mu Gubuayu's four weapons all slashed towards Zhang Shaoxun. Die together? Are you worthy? As a swordsman, Zhang Shaoxun's speed was naturally much faster than Mu Gubuayu. After stabbing with a sword, he used the recoil force to retreat quickly and avoided Mu Gubuayu's attack. After defeating his opponent with one sword and perfectly dodging his opponent's dying counterattack, Zhang Shaoxun's face showed a trace of complacency, and he finally regained his dignity. However, at this moment, the complacency on his face solidified. He felt that his body was suddenly pulled by an invisible force and became as heavy as lead. This is the special ability of the giant crocodile puppet, swallowing. What's going on? Zhang Shaoxun was shocked and had no time to think about it. He only heard the whistling of flames beside him. He turned around and saw that the fire evil god had already chopped him with a sword. Damn it. His body was like being stuck in a quagmire. Zhang Shaoxun had no way to avoid it. He swung his sword and chopped it down, resisting the blow. Boom. The flames exploded, the sword moves were broken, and the aftermath of the true essence came. As a swordsman, Zhang Shaoxun's defense was really not very good. The fire evil god's attack shattered the protective light curtain of the ring. How could he be? Puff. The power of fire poured in, and Zhang Shaoxun's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. His internal organs churned, and a mouthful of blood rushed up, but he swallowed it forcefully. This swallowing blocked his blood circulation, and his injuries worsened. It was just to deal with an unknown person. Zhang Shaoxun would rather risk worsening his injuries than spitting blood and losing face. I was careless. This guy's really difficult to deal with, but fortunately he has been hit by my Beifeng 13 swords, so he is doomed to lose. Beifeng 13 swords is Zhang Shaoxun's most powerful attack, and he has never missed. Although it is a bit embarrassing, it is still a sword that can defeat the enemy, which is not too embarrassing. However, when Zhang Shaoxun thought he had won, he suddenly heard the whistling of the wind under him. He looked down and saw a golden turtle with 4 hands, each holding a different weapon, rushing towards him. There was no scar on the golden tortoise shell. How is this possible? Zhang Shaoxun's eyes were as big as quail eggs. He had nowhere to get support in midair. His body was also seriously injured. His true essence was disordered, and he could no longer use powerful sword skills. In this situation, he was simply a target. The next moment, there was a muffled sound of bang. Mu Gubuayu swung his sickle and pulled Zhang Shaoxun down from midair like playing polo. Bang! Zhang Shaoxun fell heavily to the ground like a broken sack, and half of his body sank into the floor tiles. The core disciples and elders of other sects present were all dumbfounded. How could this happen? Although no one thought Zhang Shaoxun's strength was amazing, he was the chief disciple of Beifeng sect after all. He was defeated by an unknown person and lost so miserably. From the beginning to the end of the game, Mu Gubuayu only used 5 moves. The fire evil god puppet had a strong attack power. When Zhang Shaoxun could not dodge, he knocked it away with one sword. The golden shell on Mu Gubuayu was even more abnormal. It resisted Beifeng 13 swords and was fine. This is too terrible. The elders of other sects did not know that Mu Gubuayu's red golden turtle resisted Lin Ming's 2 consecutive thunder spirit attacks of the purple dragon god thunder. One of them was a thunder and fire explosion mixed with the fire evil god's flame. Even in this case, it only lost a few fragments. In terms of defense, Mu Gubuayu is the well-deserved number 1 of the younger generation of the 7 Mysterious Valley. Even Lin Ming can't catch up. The true Yuan force field is a law power that is higher than the Wind Realm. It is also one of the 2 core secrets of the puppet sect. It is not in vain. Seeing Mu Guduayu's all-out battle, Jiang Boyan also exhaled a breath of cold air. The main body is almost absolutely defensive, the fire evil god has invincible attack power, and the giant crocodile puppet swallowing ability restrains his actions, so he can't hide. Mu Guduayu's three-dimensional attack system is perfect, but it's a pity that he met Lin Ming at the beginning. No matter how strong he is, it's useless. If it were me, I wouldn't be 100% sure to win him. In a sense, Mu Guduayu's fighting style is very restraining to the speed type Jiang Boyan, and Lin Ming, who has abnormal attack power, restrains Mu Guduayu, who has excellent defense, so Lin Ming can win Mu Guduayu relatively easily, but he fought with Jiang Boyan for a long time. The deacon disciples of the Seven Mysterious Valley hurriedly came up and carried the unconscious Zhang Shaoxuan away. The elders and genius disciples of other sects were still immersed in the previous battle and didn't react. They were all people with outstanding eyesight, so they naturally saw the horror of Mu Guduayu. Absolute defense, absolute attack. How to break this nearly perfect attack system? Speed? It's useless. Although Mu Guduayu's attack speed is a bit slow, with that strange giant crocodile puppet, you can't use your speed. No matter how fast you are, you can only wait for him to hit you. Attack. Useless. Even Beifeng sect's unique Beifeng 13 swords couldn't leave a sword mark on the opponent's golden shell. Defense? Still useless. Although Zhang Shaoxuan's defense is not good, his sword skills are absolutely excellent. He used his sword skills to block the attack of the fire evil god, but he was still defeated in one move. Who can be the opponent of Mu Guduayu at the same level? And how could such a powerful Mu Guduayu be unknown? And only ranked third in the Seven Profound Valley? Question mark? They clearly remembered what Mu Guduayu said to Zhang Shaoxuan before the game started. Let us play with you. If you can beat us, maybe you can still get a few moves from that kid. The so-called that kid is naturally Lin Ming. If I can beat him, maybe I can still fight for a few more moves. Mu Guduayu meant that people who were stronger than him could only fight for a few moves under Lin Ming. In this way, Zhang Shaoxuan, who was defeated by Mu Guduayu in 5 moves, was a world apart from Lin Ming. I'm finally back. I was thinking about my manuscripts in the car. I was so anxious that I started writing without taking a rest after returning home. Here is the first chapter. The second chapter may come later. Chapter 300. Convincing the public with strength. Lin Ming, who was in the early stage of condensing veins, was only 16 years old. How did he beat Mu Guduayu? And from what Mu Guduayu said, he was not only not Lin Ming's opponent, but also far behind. People would not think that Mu Guduayu was lying. A genius like Mu Guduayu would not dampen his own spirit and boost others' prestige, and he had no need to do so. It was impossible for Shenhuang Island to hastily define Lin Ming as a heaven-level genius just because of Mu Guduayu's one-sided statement. This can only mean that Lin Ming is really powerful to a terrifying degree. Even Lin Ping of Peacock Mountain exhaled a breath of cold air. Facing Mu Guduayu, he could naturally win by relying on his absolute strength to suppress him, but Lin Ming was only in the early stage of condensing veins. How did he win? If Lin Ming was so powerful in the early stage of condensing veins, what if Lin Ming entered the middle stage of condensing veins, the late stage of condensing veins, or even the acquired stage? At that time, he would probably be out of reach. No wonder Shenhuang Island defined Lin Ming as a heaven-level genius. He was so young, but he had such strength. It was reasonable for him to be the only heaven-level genius. He had nothing to say. Lin Ming had been sitting in the audience at this time. Because of his age, no one was qualified to challenge him. After Mu Guduayu defeated Zhang Shaoxuan in a crushing manner, there was no one left. If they really had to fight, among all the geniuses present, only Lin Ping could beat him. The others could only force Lin Ming to use his full strength like Jiang Boyan. At this time, Jiang Boyan suddenly said to the man with drooping eyebrows, "Brother, it's our turn to go on stage." The man with drooping eyebrows was stunned and immediately felt bitter. He had just challenged Jiang Boyan, and the fight between the two was closely behind that between Mu Guduayu and Zhang Shaoxuan. The man with drooping eyebrows swallowed a mouthful of saliva and opened his mouth dryly, but could not say anything. He thought he was definitely not the opponent of the zombie just now, and according to the intelligence, Jiang Boyan might be more powerful than the mummy. Although the man with drooping eyebrows was confident, he would not be so confident that he could defeat such a perverted person. Wouldn't it be a torture to go on stage? But he happened to be the third disciple of Lin sect. Lin sect is one of the 6 top 3rd grade sects. How could he escape without a fight in front of a mere disciple of Qianxue Valley? Go ahead, he will be tortured, and it will be embarrassing to be tortured. If he doesn't go ahead, he will be timid. People will say that he is too scared to go on stage, and the result will still be embarrassing. The man with drooping eyebrows finally understood what it meant to be in a dilemma. This was all caused by his bad mouth. When he was in a dilemma, a cold voice suddenly came. Junior brother Song, let me do it. The man with drooping eyebrows turned his head and saw Beishixun in plain clothes standing behind him. Beishixun was not beautiful, but she had a gentle and quiet temperament all over her body, which made people easily like her. Senior sister. The man with drooping eyebrows was overjoyed and looked at Beishixun with gratitude. Beishixun was the chief disciple of their Lin sect. Her status was equivalent to that of Jiang Boyan in the 7 Mysterious Valley. She was definitely a famous genius of the first generation, and her reputation was no less than Lin Ming. Beishixun of Lin sect and Lin Ming of Peacock Mountain have always been the dragon and phoenix beauties among the 19 sects. Lin Ming was 1 year older and stepped into the postnatal stage 1 step earlier. Although Beishixun was still stuck in the condensed veins realm, she could break through the postnatal stage at any time. She was just waiting for the true essence to overflow and break through naturally. From the first level of physical training to the postnatal stage, all relied on the natural overflow of the true essence to break through. Only a peerless genius would have such confidence. Otherwise, if the talent was not enough, he would die of old age without waiting for the true essence to overflow naturally. Jiang Boyan had never fought with Beishixun before. He had long planned to challenge this genius, and this time he got what he wanted. Senior sister Bei, I have long heard of your great name. Please teach me. Jiang Boyan held his sword and performed a sword salute. He admired Beishixun very much. Please. The battle between the masters immediately attracted everyone's attention. The elders of Lin sect also sat up straight. Beishixun was their chief disciple. If they lost to Jiang Boyan, Lin sect would be embarrassed. After all, Lin sect was a top 3rd grade sect with a history of 1,500 years. Both its inheritance and heritage were better than Qianxue Valley, which had a history of only 600 years. When the battle started, Jiang Boyan took out the blue and black double swords and summoned the sword spirit clone. Facing Beishixun, he did not dare to be careless at all. The sword light flashed. At the beginning, the two of them just tested each other for a few moves. In the blink of an eye, the speed soared to the extreme. Beishixun's speed was not slower than Jiang Boyan's. You know, Jiang Boyan had mastered the sword steps, and although Beishixun did not have the sword steps, her body seemed to be integrated into the sword shadows. She shuttled through the battlefield with a strange body method, not falling behind at all. Awesome. Lin Ming's eyes flashed. If he had to say that Lin Ming had any weaknesses, it was that his reaction speed would become his weakness against these extreme speed opponents. In an instant of close-range attacks, the sword speed was as fast as sound. Facing such attacks, he could not react in time. He could only integrate the Panlang steel needle into his body and release it at the critical moment to repel the enemy. However, in Lin Ming's view, this approach was still a trick, not his real ability. The weakness in speed. I didn't expect that after I comprehended the artistic conception of wind, my speed was still not good enough. Although the golden rocks breaking the void body method is extremely powerful, it was created for the powerful. The artistic conception of the golden winged dapping is so profound and vast. With my current realm, I'm afraid that what I have comprehended is just a drop of water in the ocean. What's more, the golden rocks breaking the void contains 2 artistic conceptions, the artistic conception of wind and the artistic conception of space. I only understand the superficial aspects of the artistic conception of wind, and I can't bring out the power of the golden rocks breaking the void at all. I must make up for this weakness in speed as soon as possible. The artistic conception was spread all over the arena with countless afterimages, and the sword light was woven like a net. In such a battle, even if all the people present were geniuses, there were some weaker people whose eyes could not keep up with the movements of the two. Sword breaks the sky. Jiang Boyan's aura burst out, and the sword force came out wantonly. He finally unleashed his strongest attack, the unique sword technique driven by his own original sword spirit. When Jiang Boyan and Lin Ming fought, Jiang Boyan used this move as the last blow. It was the first time that he fought Lin Ming head on. This move was very powerful. Moreover, Lin Ming knew that Jiang Boyan's sword contained a soul attack. The soul attack with the real sword spirit as the weapon would have great lethality, even if it rushed into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. But he didn't know how Bai Shuxuan would block it. Bai Shuxuan seemed to realize the power of Jiang Boyan's sword. She was flashing with white light, and condensed a ring of water white ripples around her body. Water curtain lotus. In an instant, Bai Shuxuan was surrounded by pure water energy. Water artistic conception. Bai Shuxuan's understanding of the water artistic conception was obviously more profound than Jiang Lanjian's wind artistic conception. These geniuses really have some skills. Pop. The lotus of the water curtain shattered, and mist flew all over the sky. Jiang Boyan's strongest attack was also blocked. The water guardian could even block soul attacks, which surprised Lin Ming. The two of them retreated a few steps, their faces pale. Obviously they had suffered some minor injuries, and they were probably injuries that affected the soul. Soul injuries are not a joke. Even minor injuries must be carefully treated. Once the soul leaves the protection of the sea of spirit, it will be as fragile as a naked baby in the ice and snow. That's enough. Let's stop here. This battle is a draw. Mu Qianxue, who was sitting on the first seat, suddenly spoke. Her voice, with a strange and harmonious true energy fluctuation, made people feel like being bathed in spring breeze. Jiang Boyan and Bai Shuxuan on the ring were surrounded by the true energy fluctuations contained in this voice, and they felt their bodies warm, as if they were leaning against a stove in winter. The shivering souls before also regained vitality. This made the two secretly shocked. They all knew that Mu Qianxue was a warrior with fire attributes. The fire energy had always been used for attacking, but Mu Qianxue could actually manipulate the fire energy to heal them. It can be seen how deeply she understood the law of fire. It's better to be in peace. The elder of Law and Sect had beads of sweat on his forehead. From the previous exchange, it can be seen that Jiang Boyan is not weaker than Bai Shuxuan. If it was just that, he would not be worried. However, as the battle progressed, he was shocked to find that Jiang Boyan's sword moves actually contained soul attacks, and from his appearance, he himself did not control it very well. Once Bai Shuxuan's soul was injured, it would be over. Soul injuries are the most difficult to heal, and the most important thing for swordsmanship is understanding. Once the soul is damaged, and the sea of spiritual is impacted, a swordsman is basically useless. Bai Shuxuan is the treasure of their Law and Sect. If she suffers an incurable injury because of a competition, she will really want to cry without tears. Shi Zhongshan also breathed a sigh of relief. The two were equally strong, but Jiang Boyan was a few months younger than Bai Shuxuan. In this way, Jiang Boyan's talent was better. Everyone had no objection to the list given by Shenhuang Island. Kixin Valley was too abnormal. An unknown Mu Guduai crushed Zhang Shaoxan with one move, and Jiang Boyan fought evenly with the top genius of Luoyuan. Lin Ming was stronger than these two people, and he was only 16 years old. With such talent, he became the only heaven-level genius. No one was qualified to object. The 30 geniuses who were candidates for the Earth level all accepted the way of breaking into the 7 treasures Linglang Tower to decide whether to enter the Earth level or retreat to the human level. Of course, Lin Ming had nothing to do with this. If there is no objection, this gathering ends here. Everyone please go back. Mu Qianxue stood up and said, then she waved to Lin Ming and said, Lin Ming, you stay. Yes, your highness the saint. In public, Lin Ming maintained a respectful etiquette, wondering why Mu Qianxue kept him. Mu Qianxue suddenly left Lin Ming alone, which immediately attracted the attention of all the geniuses present. They knew it would be a good thing, and it was a special treatment, but what else could they say except jealousy? There is no way to be inferior to others in skills. Zhang Shaoxan had just woken up after taking the pills at this time. Seeing the scene of Mu Qianxue leaving Lin Ming alone, he almost fainted again out of anger. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.